feeder is booked out a little hotel around the island and different stays in different places. And once we've done that, we'd have a lovely time to go out of the You found both of them.
Wow.
And then you were like, can we get a drink? And he was like, no, all part of the service. And I was like, mate, you should spend those 3 hours like removing the decking.
That is incredible service.
Yeah.
Luke was going to restart
Do you want to do a guide though? I love the footage you get from it. Probably would have used that once.
Do you need to like a license to drive or fly?
I think when you're flying over like if you're flying over here, yes, it's like a commercial flight. But I think to use socially, I think that you can do it quickly. I think there's height restrictions.
They're amazing. Wow, where's that? Is that Barley?
Yeah, it's still Barley. I mean, there are some beautiful places like this. And this is what I mean, this isn't down in, I don't know what to say, it's like Deposia or something.
Wow. That's
It's
a
just
good
like
way
to
to
find it a little bit. And the monkey sanctuary in Newburgh is fucking terrifying.
What, it was crazy.
Or like, because it's like an old, temple. It's like sort of Tomb Raider style. And all the monkeys live there. It's just been turned into a monkey sanctuary.
no, it's so concerned. I've got no data already. Stop streaming. Oh, it's because Luke connected.
What's the old number, Matt?
I'm not sure at the moment. I'll tell you in 2 seconds. You must be restarting. Yes, I can tell you. You're interested in
Channel carries on. Mark to Gary Metham. I was just wondering out of ease whether he'd unlocked the press box or not, but I can stroll around and have a look in. Thank you very much, Ian. That's wonderful news.
So good. Don't ask.
We are working on it. We're just going to have a day where once it's set up, we're just going to let it run, fully understanding, expecting that it will drop out at times. But we're just going to give it a day to see what happens.
Good question.
And then we're going to power back on with it tomorrow. Again, we've got another piece of hardware coming today which we don't know what time will arrive.
Okay, and did Brian return yesterday and you made further changes, etc., so what's the sort of progress thing?
Hard to say with progress, but certainly worked out a few issues which were limiting factors, but by no means have we found the silver bullet. But hopefully
that
we're
is
a little
James
bit
Bond,
more stable.
Silver, but that's the next James Bond then.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
The same petitions, but we made tweaks with the
Just to let you know, I am back now.
That worries me that they've made tweaks with Duke already.
Okay, thanks, Gary.
Yeah, can you say to him, can you confirm that you have not turned back on HD uploads and have not turned back on the continuous video? Because we know that fucks it.
Yeah.
I spoke to Gary about that as well this morning, and he said, look, you're very honest, he said, look, I don't understand the system well enough to comment, to be honest with you, Mark. He said, but I can't see any reason why Luke, why we can't just put up with having standard definition clips going up. And he said, and unless it's crippling Luke to have the, not having continuous streaming, he said, I can't, or continue recording, I can't see why we necessarily need that, he's just encoding right. So,
Yeah.
but I appreciate that coming from me and Grubby, who don't have the technical expertise or understanding of this data.
Cups like making a.
Yeah, I think so. They haven't asked for anything like that. By the way, by the way, your microphone is on. Didn't even know that.
Okay, does he work in the... Yeah, tallest bloke. No, but on its standalone
I think
thing.
if it stopped now, people would be devastated.
Well, they're talking about this texting stopping next year, aren't they?
Yeah, that is something. So the text service,
If
which
you
is
take that away, that's one part of the jigsaw.
well, it just sort of feels like.
What, you mean the punters texting?
No.
The BBC runs a live text feed,
Okay.
throughout the day
Yeah.
of all the games,
Yeah.
and that's probably being pulled next year.
Yeah.
And it's just bit by bit, isn't it? So even if we did carry on next year, but this live stream of the counties is going to be an interesting development next year.
Yeah, I was asked a similar question to you, and perhaps there wasn't such a significance, but when I was asked, are the BBC doing commentary this year? And I said, yes, as far as I know.
Yeah.
They said, if they're not, would you sort of be interested? And I said, well, I'm sure we will be. And I was thinking, the penny didn't drop with me at all, but when you said that yesterday, I thought,
What you guys ought to do is negotiate a brilliant early retirement redundancy deal and then just work in the summer for the counties.
Dave, if I was 4 or 5 years older, I would do it. I'd go in for that.
Yeah.
I was 4 or 5.
Well,
I can't quite afford it yet.
well, but I was sort of thinking the same. It does sort of slightly alter your thoughts about if that was happening.
But once you go freelance, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
what's
they
happening at
change
the
their
moment,
mind. Yeah.
what's happening at the moment, the freelance people are the first
Yes.
to be thrown to the wolves.
Yeah.
The only thing with, if you were doing, and I do think this a little bit, if you are doing something for the club, and they're doing a commentary for the club and interviews for the club, it's a bit pro-club, isn't it? Because they want to get out a very... So if... Gillespie's going to come over this morning, so he said, could he do a bit of commentary? So he'll come over. But I do want to ask him about Luke Wells and all these things.
Do you know,
If you're working for the club...
that's such an interesting point, because in the days when I edited the Hampshire Handbook, and we had a previous media manager called Simon Vincent, he would, I discovered that he would take my text to send to the printers and change it. So on one occasion, for instance, I wrote about Michael Bates having a difficult drop with the bat, and he took it out, and I spotted it. And I just said, what the fucking hell are you doing? You want me to do this or not? And I'm doing it for nothing. No, but I'm doing the job for nothing, and that's the other problem. They do presume on you quite a lot.
But the trick with it, and I'm sure Adrian will agree, the trick with it is to
I can hear you.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Um,
There we go, I can hear you.
all I ask is, Sophia, could you, in between, once we've done the update, just cut the clean feed to me, because otherwise I hear it in my ear all the time.
Let me have a look. Hang up, details, check. Clean feed, let me try that one. And then, if I send you Studio 1.
Yeah, so I can still hear... Oh, I can't hear the programme now, that's good.
Yeah, that's what I can do.
Yeah, so
and then
if...
I'll just feed
Yeah.
it every time.
So basically, all you need to do is give me clean feed about a minute before we do the update. That's absolutely fine.
Okay, there is a big chance I'm going to forget because I'm obviously answering calls all the time.
Yep.
But let's see how it goes because it's... I need to send you clean feed. So you just do it once an hour.
Once an hour. Yep, that's it.
Lovely. Now, are you? Can I give you clean feed now? Do you mind, or would you rather I
would
don't give it since 11?
I would rather it was just after 11, if that's okay.
Okay,
Just make you
yeah,
just
let's
make
give it a try then. That's fine. I'll give
It's
it
just
a try.
quite difficult to commentate and have the programme on, but
I know.
But-
It's just my memory is doing things. I'll be like, oh my god, I've done it. But let's see how we go. Let's give it a try.
don't worry. Thanks, Sophia. Thanks for your help.
Okie dokie.
Bye.
Cheers.
Well, a very good morning and welcome back to Ho for the second day of this match between Sussex and Hampshire in the Bob Willis Trophy. Delighted as ever with when Hampshire in town to be joined by Kevin James. Morning, Kevin.
Morning, how are you?
Very well. Did you enjoy the delights of Brighton last night in the summer?
I had the fish and chips.
Did you?
Yeah,
My
got that on
fish
the
and chips,
seafront.
funny enough, last
Did you?
night. Probably not as nice as yours, but...
Well, they were what you expect in the middle of a seaside town centre. Had a couple of drinks at the team hotel last night, and
Nice.
yeah, just sort of caught up with things really because I don't know about you, but lockdown, 4 months away from it, and I don't think we have quite as much contact with the team as we normally would do.
No,
So it was
agreed.
great to catch up and see what was going on.
And how was Brighton last night? Busy or...?
It was busy in the around the team hotel, which is near the. What's that thing that goes up and down now that I haven't seen before on the seafront?
Oh yeah, the British Airways I-360, I think they call it.
That's the one. Other airlines available, of course,
Yeah.
that are also shedding thousands of jobs. But yeah, it was quite impressive. So I sort of walked very near to that, and yeah, it's just not. I mean, listen, as I said to you yesterday on commentary, that it just feels summery when I hear it. More than I think any other ground and place I go to in the summer, and it's just nice to soak it up. I mean, even this morning before breakfast, I was down on the sea, just wandering on the beach. It's lovely.
Nice.
I can't do that where I am.
No. Funny enough, I was listening on the way down. There was a fellow on the radio this morning from the Cornish Tourist Board, because an awful lot been made of, thousands of people, and someone had said or sent a tweet out saying it was like that Cornwall's currently like Benidorm on steroids, I think was the quote. And they got this guy on for the Cornish Tourist Board, and he said, well, actually, it isn't. He said, yes, there's a lot of people here. But beach, which I think is on the north coast of Cornwall. And he was saying that, if you took a photograph along the beach from, it looked like the beach was rammed. But he said when you got up above the beach and you look down, he said actually people were being very responsible. So I think I guess he's painting a line, isn't he, between they want tourists to come but people to be sensible. But he seemed to think that people were being very sensible in Cornwall. So,
good.
sure the vast majority of people are. But anyway, no one here, no spectators here. There'll be more people down at the front, but I can see the Sussex lads are just getting a word from Ben Brown over on the far side. And this game with those late wickets is interesting poised, Kev.
It certainly is, yes. Hampshire resuming this morning 67 for 4, trailing Sussex's first innings total of 176 by 99 runs. Yeah, and that last sort of half hour, 45 minute period saw Ollie Robertson pick up a couple of quick wickets. Jack Carson got to Weatherly. What were Hampshire one stage? 61 for 1, 77 for 4. Sam North East will resume this morning on 14. He used quite a bit of skill actually against the off spinner, didn't he, Carson? Who's bowling into the rough footmarks made by the left arm seamer Keith Barker yesterday, and it's causing one or two problems. I don't know. For me, yeah, maybe the game's fairly even at the moment. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think it is. I thought Hampshire will. I mean, I'll be honest. I thought 46 was well undercooked by Sussex. I haven't spoken to anyone from the Sussex camp about that, but my feeling was, it's not a bad pitch, and I think Sussex were probably, 100 runs short was my own feeling. I thought that was a 300 pitch batting first. However, maybe it's not as easy. It's always easy sitting up here and looking at a game, but 77 for 4, it still, it feels maybe 50-50. I think North East will have a big hand to play in it today. If he gets a big score, Hampshire in the box seat. But if he were to go early, who knows?
Well, I mean, we had this conversation just before we came on air. I think the best batsman on show in this game is Sam North East, so he could have a huge bearing today. And for me, the best bowler on show is Ollie Robinson. So he'll have a big bearing on today as well. So, I mean, whilst it's 11 versus 11, I think if either North East or Ollie Robinson have a good day today, I think we know where we're going.
Yeah, and Robinson will want to keep knocking on the door. I mean, he's in and around the England squad now. He played in this sort of inter-England game down at the Ageas Bowl before the series against the West Indies. Apparently he bowled really well in that game. Jason Gillespie was telling us that England had been really impressed with his attitude and everything around Ollie Robinson. But what he hasn't done really, Kev, is played any cricket, to be honest. So it's important for him really to be in these games, to be regularly taking wickets and keeping his name in the frame. So he's got plenty of motivation. So yeah, it should be a good day's cricket. The players are out, the umpires have wandered onto the field, Ian Gould and Billy Taylor, and it will be Ollie Robinson, who's got 4 balls left to bowl of his over from last night. So does that mean we'll get 90? There we are, 91 overs. That answers the question today. So we're going to get the 4 balls left from the end of last night, and then 90 overs. We were very late last night, weren't we? Considering with 6 overs left. I think the hygiene breaks that we have, well, we couldn't work out when they're taking them, to be honest, but they do take quite a while, don't they? It's like having a drinks break about 10 times a day.
It's great, isn't it? And as a batting side, Sussex yesterday, Hampshire today, you have to be careful, don't you? Because you get into a good rhythm, break, and we all know what drinks breaks bring. And of course you have more of them, so you have to be doubly careful as a batter.
Yeah. Now, will you come? No, we'll wait for Ollie Robinson. So he's going to run away from us. He's coming running into bowl 2. Now it says Kane on the scoreboard, but it clearly isn't because he was out last night. So the new batsman is. Oh, was it? So it was I see. Sorry. So the night watchman was right. Okay, I'm with you. Well, that's my fault then. So Mason Crane was the man who was out for that. Now it is Harry Kane who's come in. Robinson bowling with 3 slips, a backward point, extra cover, mid-on, shortish leg, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. As in comes Robinson over the wicket and bowls, and Kane lets that one go by outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Thank you for all your messages yesterday, your emails and your tweets, etc. I can hear myself in the headphones there, but anyway, that's gone now, that's good. Emails and tweets. So if you'd like to email us today, please do so. sussexsport@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Solent Sport. As in comes Ollie Robinson, running away from us in and bowls, and Kane is forward and plays quietly to mid-on, fielded by Mitch Claydon, and there is no run. Just talking to Kevin, my feeling was that Sussex were a bit undercooked yesterday, that maybe 176 was not really enough, but at 77 for 4, this game is is evenly poised. Cloudy skies this morning, a few patches of pale blue sky. The forecast is good for a dry day, so fingers crossed we're going to get through, as in comes Robinson. Running in and bowls, and Kane lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Ben Brown. It's the end of Ollie Robinson's over. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 29 for the man who, let's be honest, has really carried this Sussex attack in the last couple of years. 139 county championship wicket, and that's the reason that he's been attracting the attention of the England selectors, and he looks to be in good rhythm and good form again in this match. Now, young Jack Carson is going to continue with his off-spin from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, and he caused problems last night. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. And he seemed to be getting a bit of turn, maybe out of the footmarks outside of the off-stump to the right-handers. And a very attacking field Ben Brown has set straight away. There's a slip, a short leg and a leg slip. The rest of that field, there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square. Then on the offside, just the 3 fielders, a slip, a mid-off and a sweeper on the cover boundary. So, it's going to be Jack Carson who comes on to bowl to Sam Northeast, and Northeast leans back and plays that to the sweeper on the cover boundary and picks up his first run of the day. Sam Northeast, and the first run for Hampshire in the day. They go to 78 for 4. And I know that Kevin really enjoyed, I could tell it in his face yesterday, he loved watching this little battle between Carson, the off-spinner, and Sam Northeast. And it was interesting to get, you know, as someone who's played the game at
Woodhatch Road
high level, just to get Kev's thoughts on how that little battle was working out. As in comes Carson again and bowls, and Kane is forward, smothering the spin and playing onto the leg side, fielded by Delray Rawlins, and there is no run. Oh, I've just realised I need to get the Surrey score up for my my update for the listeners on BBC Sussex and BBC Surrey, so I'm a bit slow on the ball there. In comes Carson, runs in and bowls, and Kane is forward again, smothers the spin and plays out into the offside. So 6-3, Kev was saying, it's almost a classic off-spinner's field. And Carson's back to his mark, and is in again. Bowls, and Kane comes forward a little uncertainly, and the ball just dribbles to short leg, fielded by Harry Finch. And there is no run.
Picks right in that bowler's footmarks there, didn't it? You see the puff of dust.
Yeah. Carson again in and bowls. That's a little bit too short, and it enables Kane just to go onto the back foot and work that into the offside, and there's a single there with that 6-3 field, a slip and just 2 fielders, the mid-off and the sweeper on the cover boundary. So Kane gets his first run, and Hampshire go to 79 for 4. Jack Carson. Hello, Graham. Yes, good to speak to you. Yeah, a lovely sunny day down here at home. It's the second... yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Oh. I can hear you loud and clear, Graham. Oh, good.
Lovely to have you back with the cricket. It's lovely to have cricket back, albeit, of course, with empty stadiums. So we had a bit of an update just now. What else can you tell us?
Yeah, you're right, and we are playing behind closed doors. This is what's called the Bob Willis Trophy, Graham. It's 4-day cricket, and it's a competition that's going to run over the next month or so. Sussex against Hampshire. Interesting day yesterday. Sussex bowled out for 176, which looked well below par. Phil Salt making 68 and George Garton 54. But Hampshire losing wickets late in the day yesterday. They're starting today, and they've moved on to 79 for 4. Sam Northeast, very much the key here for Hampshire, and Sussex will be hoping to get him out and make further inroads this morning. But Hampshire 79 for 4. Meanwhile, at the Oval, it's Middlesex against Surrey. Middlesex are 266 for 4. They'll be keen to get Nick Gubbins out. He was 150 not out overnight. So that's our cricket update done. A few technicals there.
I could never work out why it is a presenter can't hear us. Is it something to do with the clean feed button?
I think it might be.
This is way over most people's heads listening to this, I think.
In comes Robinson, bowls to Kane, who's forward, plays it to mid-on and fielded by Mitch Claydon. There is no run. So what was the feeling you were about the Hampshire lads last night, without giving away too many secrets? What did they think of the day's play?
Well, I was only talking to the manager, the director of cricket, but I think they felt they had slightly the better of the day until that last half hour or so, when those 3 quick wickets fell, and it kind of evened things up. Robinson runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and forward comes Kane, and just slightly across the line to mid-wicket. There is no run. I think the feeling was a bit like us, really, not just because it was the first day of the season and we were all pleased to watch some cricket, and obviously for the players to play in some competitive cricket, but I think it was that I think they enjoyed just watching it as well. I think, and we did. And you don't sometimes need all your overseas players and your coal pack players to make it a fine occasion. What we saw yesterday was still full entertainment. Robinson in and bowls, and comes right in behind that, plays down the track, fielded by Claydon, and there's no run. There was some good cricket. There was some average cricket at times, some average shots, some average balls bowled, but then when isn't there? Yeah, absolutely. When you've got an overseas player per side and 3 coal packs per side. Yeah. I mean, you pack your sides, with non-English players as much as we do, really. I don't think there's a lot in it. I mean, it's great when it all comes off and those players, show us their full range of skills, but I think yesterday, even with a lot of youngsters and a few making their debuts, it was just as entertaining. Yeah, it was good stuff. In comes Robinson, running in the bowls, and forward comes Kane and plays to mid-on. There is no wicket. I'm just looking here at a headline on the BBC Cricket website this morning, and it says, Broad 100% considered retirement after being dropped. That's quite interesting, isn't it? Yeah, he wasn't happy, was he? No. If you believe reports. I think he might have said so as well. I haven't actually listened to some of the interviews he's given, but I think it's interesting now how anybody that bowls over 50 miles an hour now has to wear those bands in their hair. What are they called? Oh, yes, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like the headband. In comes Robinson, bowls, and Kane works that one to backward point. And there is no run. It's the end of Ollie Robinson's over. So he's bowled 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 29, and Hampshire are 79 for 4. North East on 15, Kane on 1. There's something quite interesting about veteran cricketers wearing those in their hair. And I see Reece Topley's joined in now. Oh, I didn't see that yesterday, did he? Yeah, I watched a little bit of the highlights last night. Not much. We were there on quite late, but I kept sort of dipping in and out of them, really. I think I was sort of dozing off, but I noticed Reece Topley was formerly of this parish, of course. Yeah, absolutely. And the Hampshire parish, and 1 or 2 others as well. Funny enough, I was listening to the cup final driving back last night, and then they kept updating the cricket. And even when England was 6 down, I thought, yeah, but they'll still win because they've got such a strong batting lineup in one-day cricket. They certainly have. Sam Billings has come to the rescue on a couple of occasions. Here's Carson, then the off-spinner, bowling from the Cromwell Road end, and North East is well forward, as he has done on many occasions to the off-spinner. Plays out on the onside, no run. 79 for 4 then. Hampshire have added 2 this morning. Carson's at the top of his mark, ready to bowl to North East again. 3 men around the bat as Carson bowls, and North East just flicks it away on the leg side in front of square. Will pick up a single, flicking it away with a spin. And he moves on to 16. That'll be 17, I think, isn't it? 16, no? The scoreboard showing 80 for 4, Hampshire. Interesting day for young Carson, this one. He'll probably not have an area on a wicket to bowl into that's quite as prominent as this. This time he's bowling to Kane, and Kane works that up to mid-on. Fullish delivery. He needs to do no more than just aim for that dark patch, just outside off stump. He doesn't need to do anything else. Doesn't need to try too many variations, doesn't need to throw a few in quicker, or he might do, but doesn't need to do anything than just bowl into it the whole time. Kane pushes forward, ball doesn't do anything on that occasion, dead straight back to the bowler. I find it quite interesting as well. I mean, normally it's the left-handers that have this sort of problem, isn't it, with right-arm bowlers coming over the wicket, and when you bat as a left-hander, you've got all the rough, and the right-handers seem to get away with it. Got a left-arm bowler, the right-hand batters now know what the left-handers have to go through all the time. Kane's on the back foot, plays it into the ground. Fielded at short leg. I'm going to go and take a breather for a minute. Jason Gillespie's come over at 11:30
for a natter. So if you want any questions you've got for Jason Gillespie, then send them through sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or text us, or tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport.
Carson bowls, and it's well forward is Kane. Plays it out on the offside, and that is the end of the over, 80 for 4.
So I'll just have a breather for a minute, and then I'll say Jason Gillespie joining us at 11:30, so we can quiz him on all matters cricket.
Look forward to it. Dave Allen's around somewhere. I'm sure he will join me, but it's Kevin James with you for. He'll have to endure me for a little while until Dave comes and joins us. Lovely sunshine here. A few more clouds in the sky, perhaps than yesterday, although at times with the odd bank of cloud that sort of blew over, but so look over above us and beyond, up the hill here, away from the sea. There's a bit of blue sky, but predominantly some thicker cloud, but we'll be okay. It's sunny at the moment. Dave's taken a few photos somewhere, I think. Don't worry. It's okay. Ollie Robinson then. He has a couple of wickets to his name, looking to make it 3 as he goes to Sam North East, who drives, doesn't time it, pushes it up towards straightish mid-on, and across from mid-off comes Tom Haynes and fields it when perhaps Mitch Claydon might have expected to pick the ball up. Northie has 16, Kane has 1. Sussex picking up 3 wickets for 16 last night, which just set Hampshire back a little bit. Brought Sussex back into the game. Ollie Robertson runs in now. 3 slips. Wait as North East pushes forward. Again, a good length ball. Played off an inside edge into the ground. The ball bobbles away to 3rd slip. Robertson's ideal. For me, Robertson's ideal on this wicket. He's quite happy just to bowl the same ball over after over, ball after ball. And that's what you need to do in this game. The odd one will bounce a little bit more, the odd one will seam a little bit, the odd one will just keep a fraction low, but you've just got to keep it in the right area. And then every so often one will just do something a bit different, which will cause the batsman problems. Robertson bowls, and North East gets one, which just bounces a fraction more than the ball before, and plays it into the ground once more. The ball just about makes its way down the line of the stumps. I think one or two of the other bowlers, whilst nobody's bowled badly in this game, I think you need a Ollie Robinson. Hampshire have an Ian Holland, and Keith Barker bowled pretty well yesterday. Of the seamers, you need a seamer that's just quite happy to just bowl the same ball over after over. Not all bowlers do that. Here's Robinson again then, and bowls, and North East on the back foot and punches that out square on the offside. Keeping it tight here, Robinson. He's into his 12th over, 2 for 29 so far. North East 36 balls for his 16, so having to work hard here. He's got the off spinner turning it out of Keith Barker's rough at one end, and Robinson bowling tightly at the other. Big hour for both these sides, big first session for both these sides to try and get a foothold and get ahead in the game. North East pushes forward, ball just angling into him a fraction, gets a thick inside edge as it squirts out square on the leg side. Don't forget you can watch the live pictures to go along with our commentary. Go to the Sussex Cricket website. Our commentary perfectly matches the pictures. We might get caught out then, Kev. Well, I know. And you can see any of the mistakes that we make. There won't be many. You'll have to look very hard. You'll have to listen intently. There's Robinson. But they come every now and then. Robinson is a little bit wider this time. And a little bit of a let-off ball there for North East, allowing that to go through to captain and keeper Ben Brown. End of the over, 80 for 4. Yeah, a couple of tweets coming in this morning. Stephen's been in touch. Hello, Stephen. He's a regular contributor. He says, hello from the garden in Cornwall. So there we are. He says, hello. Yes, lots of tourists, but no personal experiences I'm avoiding everywhere. I've only just realised it's not the Spurs forward Harry Kane who plays for Hampshire. Surely I'm not the only one who notices the name similarity. Yeah, he must. One's K-A-N-E and the other one's C-A-M-E. But apart from that, it's pretty close, isn't it?
He must get people to say, Harry? What did you say there? But, anyway, he's batting. And he's batting very nicely. He's 1 not out. 80 for 4 are Hampshire, as in comes Carson to bowl to Kane, who drives handsomely into the offside. Good bit of fielding error at mid-off by Ollie Robinson, who was very smartly round. He's got a lot of ground to cover. At the offside field, there's just a slip, a mid-off and a sweeper on the cover boundary. A short leg and a leg slip as Carson is back to his mark. Comes in and bowls and turned by Kane back to the square on that leg side. Mitch Clayton has to move to his right hand side, and that enables Sam Northeast to call Harry Kane through for a single. He goes to 2 and Hampshire to 81 for 4 here on BBC Sussex, or BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Solent. Live cricket from Hove, Bob Willis Trophy. Ian Gould just holding out his arm as Northeast wasn't quite ready. In comes Carson again, and he's... Oh, I thought he'd bowled him. Well, Sam Northeast was looking to work that one away on the offside, and I thought for a minute he'd missed and the ball had hit the stumps. But it came off, I think, the thigh. Gave himself a bit of room, Kevin.
Yeah, he does. He backs away, doesn't he? Anything that's slightly short, he then looks to just force it away. I say force it away on the offside. Doesn't try and hit it too hard, but I think the ball followed him a little bit there. In fact, he followed him a big time, and he somehow squeezed it between keeper and first slip.
Carson again bowls. Kane is forward and plays quietly onto the leg side, fielded by Rawlings at mid-wicket. There is no run, so he's asking 1 or 2 questions here, is young Jack Carson.
That did turn big, actually.
19 years of age, turns and is on his way again. In bright sunshine, bowled, gives that a nice bit of air, but well played by Harry Kane, who plays through extra cover. He's going to get a couple of runs. They'll think about the third, but third isn't there. And the throw comes in from Henry Crocombe, fielding out there on the cover boundary. So 2 more to Kane. He goes to 4, and Hampshire to 84 for 4.
He's got to be patient here, Carson. I'm sure many people have said to him, "You've got a great big area there to bowl into, and it will spit out of that rough." But he's got to be patient.
And he comes again and bowls, and played to backward square leg, or almost shortish fine leg, to Mitch Clayton. There is no run. End of Carson's 7th over, and very respectable figures. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. Hampshire are 84 for 4.
The only thing he doesn't have, he might have that area of Keith Barker's follow-through to bowl into, which, as an off-spinner, well, that's Christmas. But what he doesn't do, if he doesn't quite hit it, even though it's turning slowly, and there's no bounce. There's never been bounce for a spinner here, as long as I can remember. So even though you've got men around the bat, if a batsman's playing sort of slightly back and working it on the leg side with the spin, he's quite easily getting over the top of the ball. So you're playing it into the ground, and as long as you get it either side of those 2 close-in catches, there's a good chance of a single. So it's a let-off ball for the batsman. They can keep the scoreboard rotating with a single, and they're happy in that situation. There's no problem. So he might have that rough to bowl into, but he doesn't have the bounce to help him as well. Spinners love bounce, and you as a spinner, you do not get that here. The only way you're going to get back pad catches really is coming forward and an inside edge onto the pad, and then it balloons up. The minute you haven't got the batsman coming forward, I'd be very surprised. Unless a batsman really pushes at it off the back foot, they ain't going to be caught close in off the back foot. Here's Robinson. Oh, it's nice. Mitch Clayton. He's taken over from Robinson. Oh, that was a quick spell this morning, wasn't it?
That was a quick spell.
Yep.
Yeah, what was that? Just a couple...
2 point something, wasn't it? I'll give you the exact in a minute.
Yeah, so he had 4 balls left of his of the over from last night, and then just a couple of overs. I just wonder whether Ben Brown is thinking he might bowl Ollie Robinson down the hill, maybe give Carson a few overs. I just wonder if he's trying to save his strike bowler a little bit.
He bowled 2.4 overs. Lovely strike through extra cover, although good piece of bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Kane. Picked up his 300th first-class wicket yesterday, Mitch Clayton.
Yeah, I missed that. That was poor of me. But
we all missed it. The trouble is, when you count up how many he's got from all the different clubs, we could be here till Christmas.
If you want to get a question for Jason Gillespie, then send me an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. He'll be here for probably 20 minutes or so. I expect round about 11:30 this morning.
It's Clayton bowling to Kane, forward, leaves it alone outside the off stump. That didn't bounce too much. He bowled 2.4 over
in the side, and North East is a high-class batsman.
Only second first-class game, and he's already been compared to Sam North East. Wow, what an endorsement that is.
Now these hygiene breaks, we couldn't quite, and I need to speak to the Sussex scorer actually, Graham Owen, and understand exactly. We did have an explanation yesterday when someone was saying it's every 6 overs, or if a wicket falls,
it resets.
It resets. So maybe that is what the ruling is. But the players are out there now. In fact, yesterday they were running to the 2 hand sanitizer stations, which are attached to the advertising hoardings at this end of the ground. But today it just seems to be the 12th men have come out with the hand sanitizer. But there is no question that with quite a lot of breaks during the day, it does add to the... Interesting actually at the Oval yesterday that they finished quite early, but they only had 4 wickets go down, so perhaps not as many breaks. We'll see. Anyway.
I'll tell you what, if Fidel Edwards was playing in this game, we'd have been here till half 7. Believe me. It's quite a relief, actually. That I mean, listen, it's not a relief he's not playing, because I love watching him. I loved watching him. Probably more than most bowlers.
Yeah.
Kyle Abbott, if you're watching, not more than you, of course, or listening, as he was yesterday.
He was
Mind you,
yesterday.
he's probably not up, actually, yet. No, in, what is he, in South Africa? 12:25, he won't be out of bed yet.
Really?
But there are a few bowlers around that make you sit up and actually take notice, and you can't take your eyes off them. Fidel was one, but I'm afraid that you pay the price come the end of the day, because when you look at those scoreboards and most games have finished for the day, you've still got 15 overs left on the board, and you think, well, I enjoy him, but I'm not sure I enjoy it that much.
We were right about Ollie Robinson. He's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, I just think that Carlson perhaps didn't make the most of the couple of overs, 2 or 3 overs that he bowled this morning. I think it was just okay.
Without perhaps being as threatening as he was yesterday. Well, here comes Ollie Robinson coming in down the hill, bowls to north-east, who drives back down the ground, and Ollie Robinson puts out a big right boot, manages to stop the ball and deflect it to mid-on, fielded by Haynes, and there is no run, and the total remains on 89 for 4. What did you enjoy most about Fidel Edwards?
Well, listen, I played in an era where batsmen, were ducking, weaving, hopping around like mad, and it sorted out the brave batsmen from the unbrave. It sorted out many batsmen that thought they were good players and weren't. And I enjoy...
Here comes Robinson, bowls, and forward comes north-east, plays to backward point, there is no run.
I enjoy seeing batsmen tested. Because I was tested every minute I was out there, I wasn't half as good as half of them to play, but I know what it takes to face fast bowling, and the guts, and what it does to your adrenaline, and it's an amazing feeling. And if when you come off the pitch having scored runs against somebody who's trying to knock your head off, and if you get it wrong they will, it's
Robinson in bowls. North-east is going to get more runs. He may well get 4 runs, actually. He's outside edge of the bat. He's running down towards the 3rd-man boundary, and it beats the fielder, Tom Clark. So 4 more to North-east, who goes to 21, and Hampshire to 93 for 4.
So I guess I could probably empathise with that more than anything. But equally, I enjoy seeing batsmen that figured him out. Fidel was unique. He wasn't just quick, although of course year on year he was getting slower and slower each time, but he was still decent. He could still send the ball and thud it into the keeper's glove a one way back. But he had this great action where it was low arm slingy.
In comes Robinson, bowls to north-east. North-east plays to mid-on, there is no run.
And if you watch clips of him taking wickets, especially for Hampshire in the last few years, it wasn't necessarily out and out pace.
No, there is no run.
So as he let the ball go, his fingers were sort of going back down behind the ball, and it was putting this sort of ball in a shape that it would go straight, and then all of a sudden it would dive into the right hander. And you look at some of the wickets, it wasn't the out and out pace that bowled them. It was within the last few yards, all of a sudden the ball just ducked in. And then of course, because he had good wrists with the ball, he was also able from time to time to keep the fingers upright behind the ball and allow the ball to swing away. So at a good pace, he could on his day he could get the ball to move both ways.
Robinson bowls, north-east lets that go through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. Do you think he perhaps
That's lethal.
do you think perhaps he didn't get the credit he deserved? Or?
I think he got a better bowler in time. I think a lot of bowlers and with batsmen really, you kind of work things out as you go along. I didn't see him when he was in his prime. If I'm honest, I don't watch a lot of Test cricket, but he had pace and he still has it. Obviously not as much. But I think sometimes when you've got out and out pace, you just bowl pace, don't you? You just want to knock people's heads off, and you just want to bowl fast. That's all Tino Best ever said when he played a couple of years at Hampshire. I just want to bowl fast, I just want to bowl fast. But I think as you get older, you need a little bit more. And to survive that long, you need a bit more, because as your pace starts to dwindle a bit, good batsmen will pick you off, even if you've got pace. If you bowl straight up and down, they'll pick you off.
I've probably asked you this before, but I haven't seen you for a few years, so I'll ask you again. So who was the quickest you faced in your career?
There's a few. Many of them. But, I mean, you could take your pick. Because in those days, every county had a quick bowler, didn't they? In fact, in some years, there too. Here's Mitch Claydon, and that's an edge, but into the ground. It's past second slip, and it's going up the hill, and it's going for 4. Good bowling from Mitch Claydon. Induced a false shot there from Harry Kane, but fortunately played it with soft hands, kept it down, and he's got a boundary for his trouble. Moves on to 12, 97 for 4. I quite often have this conversation with people that actually somebody wants to come in today.
I think Mr. Gillespie is here.
Oh, right, okay.
Shall I get you natter away for a minute, Kevin? I'll get him set up.
Yeah, you get it sorted out, and then you can have a chat with Mr. Gillespie. There he is. I still owe him a drink, actually, and he's probably forgotten. He bought me a drink in Barbados, and I said, I promise I'll buy you one back. He'll probably remind me as he comes in. Mitch Claydon coming up the hill once more. Running off about 12, 13 yards and bowls, right arm over, and there's a nice push forward defensive by Kane. Very solid shot up to mid-off, fielded by Haynes. 97 for 4 then. And Hampshire replying to that Sussex total yesterday of 176. Accurate bowling from the 2 seamers this morning, but they haven't made the breakthrough. Hampshire resuming this morning on 77 for 4, so they've added 20 as Claydon bowls, and Kane again is forward, quietly playing it out towards extra cover, fielded by Delray Rawlings, who failed to trouble the scorers yesterday. Was out in the over before lunch. LBW to Ian Holland, one of 2 wickets for the Hampshire all-rounder. Jason Gillespie is just getting himself ready in the next cubicle. Promises to be an interesting chat. I know Jason speaks a few times to listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, and he's always very honest. Good bowler in his time as well. I'm sure most of you will remember. Here comes Claydon again. He's on the back foot and punches that out into the covers. They'll pick up a quick single. Good running from those 2. Just looked up. Both knew they wanted to go and went. Didn't hear a loud call. Sometimes you don't need to. 98 for 4. So Mr. Harms, I've never seen him move so quickly. Must be a very important man then you're going to be speaking to. Normally he sort of ambles in when he knows I'm on with him. Never shows me that kind of respect. That's pushed out into the covers, square on the offside. I still owe you a drink, Jason, I know, I've never forgotten. Say that again, because Adrian's only just turned on your mic, because he's not very good technically.
Well, neither am I. Can you hear me now?
I can, loud and clear.
And I haven't forgotten that you owe me that drink.
Am I still in that book? One of the few?
Correct. Very socially distant commentary here.
Right, listen, I'll let you talk to Adrian. There's Claydon, and on the back foot is northeast, pushes that out towards extra cover, fielded by Rawlings once more. It's 98 for 4, and I think Adrian Harms is going to talk to Jason. Looking forward to it. I'll be listening.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back. Well, the technicals are sorted. Good to see Jason. You're in a separate commentary box. We're separated by some glass.
Probably not a bad thing.
That's nice, isn't it, really? I don't see him for months. Then I get some stick.
Oh, we had that socially distant presser the other day, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We had a socially distant presser, and I did speak to you over in Adelaide during the winter as well.
Yes.
Or during your winter.
Yeah.
When we were in lockdown. So it's great to see you in the flesh, even if it is through some glass. 98 for 4, just, lots and lots to talk about. We've got some questions as well that people have asked. So if people want to get in touch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk for a question to Jason Gillespie. In comes Ollie Robinson, and he hits Kame on the pad as a loud appeal. George Garton's virtually on his knees imploring Ian Gould to give Harry Kame out, but it's not given, and it's 98 for 4. That looked tight.
It looked very close, yeah. The reaction of our players suggests that it was pretty close, but obviously Gunner's a very good umpire. He's slightly outside the line or maybe slightly high. I mean, Ollie Robinson gets a lot of bounce, doesn't he? So maybe that's what he's thinking. It might just be sneaking over, but certainly a good shout and one I might have to have a look at after this stint. I'll have a look at the replay. But look, the decision's made and we crack on.
Robinson again turns. He's got 3 slips go down. Robinson running down the hill from the Cromwell Road in, comes in and bowls at DeCame, who's forward, plays it straight back down the track, fielded by Robinson, who looks a bit irked by the fact that decision wasn't given. And there is no runs. We've got some other questions, but let's talk about the state of the game.
Yeah, of course.
How yesterday went. I mean, my feeling was, perhaps I was wrong really, but I thought 176 was a bit undercooked from Sussex yesterday. What would you?
Yeah, I mean, we only 2 significant partnerships of 30 plus. That's not enough. If you want to drive games forward and get those 300 to 400 run scores, you need to get some more significant partnerships.
Robinson in, the sun disappears and Kame is ducked underneath it, taken by Brown down the leg side, and there is no run.
There's a bit of a plan on how we do things, and that clear communication, for everyone, so that everyone knows what's going on, and assessing and adapting to conditions. And for me, these are the things as coach and as a coaching staff we're wanting to look at and just nail those processes, and the results will look after themselves on the ground.
We'll talk about the selection of the team in a minute. There's a couple of questions about that have come in from supporters. In comes Robinson and bowls, and Kame is right behind that, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Just tell us a little bit about your thoughts on the wicket, Jason. It's pretty difficult to assess from up here, but what do you make of the track?
I think it's a very good track. It's compared to the practice wicket, and from where you're looking, Adrian, where we're seeing 2 over, we played a 2-day practice game against Hampshire on that surface, and the preparation was a little bit more tricky for the ground staff because there was a little bit of weather about leading into that game, but the weather's been fine going into this game.
Robinson again, 3 slips in place, bowls to Kame, who's sort of half forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. Hampshire 98 for 4. Kame on 13, North East on 21. You're listening to BBC Sussex and BBC Radio Solent. Myself, Adrian Harms, in conversation with Jason Gillespie. Yeah, and the surface, just to finish off on that, the surface we think it's very good. There's been some good bounce and carry through. If the bowlers are hitting that really good line and length, there has been a little bit there for them, and been a challenge for the batters. But there's also the feedback from the batters have been that when the bowlers haven't, certainly our batters, when the bowlers haven't quite got it right, there's been opportunities to score. So it's just really a patience game for our batters and our bowlers. Mitch Claydon comes in and bowls to Sam North East, who is caught, and that's a huge wicket for Sussex. North East tentatively outside the off stump, outside edge. He's been caught in the slip cordon, and that is a big, big wicket. Sam North East is on his way for 21, and Sussex are fighting back in this match. Hampshire now 1-1. Jason Gillespie is on air as that happens, and that's a big wicket. It's a very important wicket. I mean, they're all important wickets. Sam North East, captain of Hampshire, what a fine player he is, and to be able to knock him over for 21. I mean, we talked about, if we can impact in the first half an hour, 40 minutes of play. We've been really impressed with our bowling this morning. I thought Robbo coming up the hill, he was given the option by the captain to swing around, bowl his 4 balls and then swing around and come down the hill. But Robbo sensed that it might be, his feedback to the captain is that it might be good to give young Jack Carson a couple of overs to see if there's a little bit in there for him. Which we've seen there is a little bit of turn there on this surface, which I thought was very selfless from Ollie Robinson. Obviously he'd love to be bowling down the hill, which is how he's had a lot of success in his time. But that's the sort of things we want from our players, don't we? We want those team first ideas and thoughts, and that's been fantastic. And these first couple of days, we've really seen that. It's been great. So, a second wicket for Mitch Claydon is in his 9th over, figures of 2 for 19. The new batsman is Ian Holland, who's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end. 3 slips. I didn't say who'd taken the catch there, but it was Phil Salt who we'll talk about Phil Salt in a moment, fielding up first slippers. In comes Claydon. Holland glides that to square leg, and there is no run. And just picking up on a word that you said there, Jason, you mentioned patience, and Kevin was saying that yesterday, that he felt it's, from the bowler's point of view, it's a patience wicket. Yeah, it most certainly is. I think, speaking of Phil Salt spoke really well yesterday from a batting point of view. So the opportunities will come if you do stay patient. Those run-scoring opportunities will come on this surface because it is a good surface. Claydon runs away from us, up the hill, comes in and bowls to Holland, who gets a thick outside edge. The ball runs down towards third man. Tom Clark and George Garton are in hot pursuit. Clark fields the ball, but Holland is on his way. And that's the 100 up for Hampshire, 100 for 5, and Holland goes to 2. But there's certainly, when the bowlers are disciplined, and, we talk about hitting that shoebox on a good length, targeting the top of off stump, and if we can bowl as many deliveries as we can, challenging that front foot defence of the Hampshire batsmen, then we'll create indecision, create opportunities for us to take wickets, and if we just stay disciplined and hang in there and build that, then the rewards will come. Claydon runs away from us. The sun is back with us. He's in and bowls outside the off stump, let go by Holland through to the keeper. There is no run. We'll talk about other bits and pieces, but a few things from yesterday. Two significant innings is Phil Salt and George Garton. What did you make of those innings? I was very impressed. I thought the way they adapted and adjusted to the conditions, I thought it was fantastic, and Phil played very well. Phil's a naturally aggressive player, capitalised on any loose deliveries. That's a real strength of his, and he's worked hard on his defensive game as well. So I was really pleased with that, with his innings management. We're imploring our batsmen to continue to communicate well with each other, constructive feedback. Claydon in and bowls. Holland lets that go. There is no run, and that's been really good. And you mentioned Garts. Look, we're a huge rap for Garts. We think there's a lot of potential with his batting. We saw last year we gave him an opportunity to bat 3 in the 50-over competition, and he earned that because he's a good batsman. At the end of the day, he can bat, and you saw that yesterday. And I thought his management of his innings, batting with his partners, communicating with them, I thought was a real feature. Claydon comes in again over the wicket bowls, and Holland glides that down to fine leg, crowded all the way down in the distance. I'm not sure whether that's Henry Crocombe down there. I think it is. Gets it in the throw. End of the over, 101 for 5. Live cricket here on the BBC. That was Jack Carson. Was it? Sorry, BBC Radio Sussex. And they don't have names on the back of the shirts. And great to be in conversation with Jason Gillespie. Just picking up on a couple of points you said there. George Garton spoke to him last night, and I think he seemed to relish the fact. I mean, David Visa's clearly not here at the minute. Chris George injured. I got the feeling he was relishing the fact, that opportunity to bat a bit up the order in Championship cricket as well. Perhaps a bit more responsibility. Yeah, obviously with Dave not being able to be over here at the moment, it's just, we see it as a real opportunity. And George is a fine player. And with Delray batting in the top 6 and being able to bowl his left arm spin, it really gives us an opportunity to pick 4 seam bowling options, and George, he bowled well yesterday. I thought obviously he batted beautifully yesterday. In comes Robinson and bowls outside the off stump, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run. A lot of things the last few years, all I've heard, when I've arrived at Sussex is George Garton potentially playing for England, being on the Lions, and he bowls 90 mile an hour, and he's a fantastic bowler, don't get me wrong, but I almost think that his batting's almost been forgotten, and I think he's got potentially a really good role to play for us here, bowling from the CN, swinging the ball, pitching the ball up. Robinson in bowls. Holland is forward, straight back down the track, fielded by Robinson. There is no run. And bowls with really good pace. And, Garts, we've got to remember, we've got to manage our expectations of Garts as well, because he hasn't actually played a lot of first-class cricket. So let's not put too much expectation on him. Let's give him an opportunity to learn and develop and work out his body as well, because he has had a few injury concerns. Work out what's the difference between a little niggle and a genuine injury. You only learn this by actually playing. So we want to give him as many opportunities as we can. In comes Robinson bowls. Holland drives down the ground to mid-on. There is no run. A good point you make, actually. And Kevin said yesterday when we were in commentary, and I think he said, I might be wrong, to something like George Garton's 14th first-class game, something like that.
Yeah, that's right. So Harmsy, we do need to manage that expectation, and he's got to learn, that playing first-class cricket is hard work. Hard work physically on your body, and he's got an important role to play as a batter and a bowler, and one of the best fielders going around. He's in the game constantly.
Ollie Robinson running in down the hill, comes into bowl to Ian Holland, who's forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
So we're really excited by the potential of George, but it's just that managing our expectations, just allowing him to play and then back up again and play another game, and then play another game, and just, he'll get confidence from that, because the evidence will mount, the amount of cricket he's playing, and he'll derive a lot of confidence from that time in the middle, and he'll really grow into that role, and we're really excited by the potential there.
You're listening to the Sussex coach Jason Gillespie, who's here with us on BBC Sussex as Robinson comes in, clips the ball to mid-wicket, mid-on rather, and there is no run. So apologies to our Hampshire listeners that we're going to be a bit Sussexy for the next half an hour or so, but we want to.
You're not sorry at all.
We want to pick Jason's brains while he's with us. Let's come on to Phil Salt. Lovely innings yesterday. Do you know what I liked about it? I mean, apart from he backed very well, but when he was out, he was really cross with himself. He walked off, and it was a good low catch by Fuller, but he just looked really cross with himself. And I, in a funny way, Jason, I thought that was quite a good sign, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a missed opportunity, isn't it?
Robinson in and bowls, let go by Holland, and there is no run. End of the over, 101 for 5. And is that how he viewed it yesterday?
I think so. I think any time you bat time like that and get a score and get a 50-plus score, I think any batter that gets out between 50 and 100 thinks it's a missed opportunity, and I think Salty simply saw it that way. He'd done a lot of really good hard work to get to that point, and I think he just felt that he missed an opportunity to have a really significant score, because if he got a significant score and then a couple more contributions down, then we'd be nudging a 300 plus score, and then we'd be really driving the game forward, and that's a challenge. And I spoke to the boys this morning about that from a batting point of view. We need to get those significant partnerships.
Mitch Clay running in from this the end of the ground, bowls to Kane, who's forward, plays into the covers, and there is no run. Let me come to some of the questions that have come in. And the first one is from Joe Blogs, and that's his email address. So thank you very much for that, Joe. He says, "Good morning, Adrian. Great to have cricket back after our in-force postponement. Could you please ask Dizzy the thinking behind leaving Luke Wells out of the game? Could you also please tell the text the commentary is one ball ahead of the pictures?" But I know that just covering that one, I know the lads here are working really hard on that, pictures and the commentary, as in comes Claydon bowls and cut away, and a brilliant piece of fielding at point by Tom Clark, diving away to his right, and that prevented a certain boundary. It was cut away by Kane, and a goalkeeping flying stop.
Yeah, Mitchy Claydon got away with a pretty ordinary delivery there. He tends to, when he does miss his length, he tends to miss short, Mitch, rather than full. But that was a fantastic dive stop by Tom Clark there at point. I'll get to your question after this ball by Mitch.
Runs away from us, 3 slips go down, comes into bowl to Kane, he's in and bowl, short down the leg side, taken by Brown, and there is no run. Yeah,
look obviously leaving Luke out of the squad was certainly not an easy decision, and certainly not a decision we took lightly. As obviously he's a senior player of a number of years now, and we don't have a lot of senior figures around the group at the moment, so we certainly didn't take the decision lightly. But we just felt, obviously Luke hasn't probably scored the runs over the last couple of years that he or we would ideally like.
Clayton runs away from us, comes into bowl to Kane, who's up on his toes, plays into the offside, no run.
So yeah, hasn't scored the runs ideally that he or we would like. Also just feel that there's still just a little bit of work to do on his game that he's been working on technically. And we just felt it'd be a good opportunity to just give him a bit more time to bed that in, get that right, and be ready to go. When he's required. So
Clayton, but also played into the offside, no run. Sorry, Jason.
But we're also pretty excited about to be able to afford opportunities to a couple of young guys. Tom Haynes score 100 in intra-squad trial the other week, and Harry Finch scored some runs. Salty's come back from the one-day bubble. Young Tom Clark and Delray are showing signs of promise, so we wanted to afford some opportunities there as well.
Caden comes in on bowls, let go outside the off stump by Kame, and there is no run. End of the over, 101 for 5. So that answers the Luke Wells question. I'll find some other questions here in a minute. Tell us a little bit about Jack Carson, Jason, because I know he was born in Ireland. I don't know when he came to the club, or just trying to find out a bit about him, really. Yeah,
it's funny. His parents are here now. They arrived yesterday, so I think they've been watching the live stream from Tony Cotty's flat. So I think where Jack stays with Tony. When he's here, and so it's a real shame, obviously, that they can't be here and watching him live. But it's probably the next best thing. But he hadn't seen his family for a month or so, so I think it's a nice touch for him to be able to spend some time with his family last night. He said this morning he was pretty excited to see them.
In comes Robinson bowls, let go outside the off stump by Holland, and there is no run. So does he still live in the north of Ireland, Jason? Or?
Yeah, look, I'm not entirely sure how much time he spends here. I think it's more during the summer than he goes, but he's been on the academy for a little while now. Look, you guys saw him, a little bit of what he bowled yesterday and today. We're pretty excited about what he potentially can bring to the team. We thought, why not give him an opportunity?
Robinson running in down the hill, comes in and bowls. Forward comes Holland, plays into the onside, there is no run.
Yeah, and look, I know there's been a lot of discussion and that about selection in this 4-day competition, the Bob Willis Trophy, and obviously we've provided some opportunities for some players that haven't played a lot of cricket, and a few younger players. The brutal reality is that we have had a number of players that have played for a while, and our 4 days cricket hasn't been that good. We have to be completely honest and blunt about that. We haven't played as well as we'd like. So there comes a time when you do need to maybe look at other players and provide them opportunities. And that was the decision that we've come to. And I'll be honest, I'm pretty excited about the potential here. With the players that we've selected, even young Henry Crocombe, I thought bowled nicely yesterday. He's only bowled 4 overs, and it's obviously very early in his career, but there's some promising signs there.
Ollie Robinson running in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Holland, who's forward and plays quietly to mid-on, and there is no run. And perhaps coming on to that selection, Jason, there's a question here from Jill T. And Jill says, why is Luke Wells not playing? You've answered that question. She also says, why is Danny Briggs not playing? Is he primarily limited over now, or?
Well, I had a good chat with Danny, and look, again, leaving Danny out was incredibly tough. He's a fantastic pro, great guy to have around the team.
In comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and I don't think that was a drop, or maybe.
No, it wasn't a drop. Robbo's reaction suggests. I think it was one of those classic Duke cricket ball wobbles, very late, just before it gets to a keeper. They're those finger breakers. So the way you see the slightly different technique with English keepers as opposed to some keepers in the Southern Hemisphere, because of the Duke ball, it does wobble after it goes past the batsman, but they hold their position longer. It's always really interesting to watch the keepers in England compared to keepers in the Southern Hemisphere, and Brownie's a fine keeper. And
here comes Robinson again, running in and bowls. Holland forward, straight back down the track, and there is no run.
But yeah, on Danny Briggs, look, very tough, obviously. However, we feel we've got 2 spinners here, 2 guys we want to provide opportunities to see what they can do. We've got a left-arm spinner in Delray spinning the ball away from the right-handers, and we've got an off-spinner spinning the ball back in, and away from the left-handers. So we feel that the balance of that is right. This doesn't mean to say for 1 minute that Danny won't be in the frame to play at some point in this tournament, but at the moment, this is what we think is the best, most effective bowling lineup.
Robinson bowls to Holland, lets that one go outside the off stump, there is no run. And while continuing on the theme of the bowlers as well, I had another couple of questions yesterday that Stuart Meeker was in the 12 but didn't make the final 11.
Yep, and that was, again, it was a call. It was essentially out of Henry, Crocombe and Meeks. We just feel Meeks needs just another week just to really get that run up and delivery right. He's been building up really nicely. He's been bowling with some really good pace, and he's just about there. I'm sure he's going to play a prominent role in this next month for our 4-day side, because he brings a lot to the group.
In comes Claydon, in a new over, plays to mid-wicket and there is no run. And
since he's arrived at the club, I've been really impressed with Meeks, his attitude as a person around the team. I think that he brings a lot of positive energy. That's something I'm really hot on. It's been really refreshing, and he'll get his chance. That'll come.
In comes Claydon and bowls and clipped away nicely through mid-wicket by Harry Kane. That's going to be 4 runs, just slightly over-pitched by Mitch Claydon and nicely worked away by Harry Kane with the ball running down the hill. He picks up a boundary, he goes to 17 and Hampshire to 105 for 5. Another one here from William, who was asking the same question about Luke Wells, which you've already answered. And I guess, as you said, with Danny Briggs, the door isn't closed, and I guess the door isn't closed on Luke Wells either.
No, absolutely not. And look, as I said, the selection is never absolutely straightforward, but a lot of the time, the currency is performance.
In comes Claydon and bowls, and forward comes Kane with a good forward defensive shot down to mid-on, and there is no run.
And with selection, if you're a batsman, scoring runs is your currency, and same with bowling is fulfilling your role by impacting with wickets, and we just feel at the moment that this is the bowling attack that's going to be most effective for us right now.
Claydon comes in, short delivery, ducks underneath it, does Kane, there is no run. Total remains 105 for 5. Jamie Ramage has been on touch on Twitter. Jason, you kind of answered this, but Jamie says, does the one-off nature of the Bob Willis Trophy mean teams are more likely to give youngsters stroke fringe players a game? Could a good run from those players change plans for the future?
Well, that's a really good question, and I'm not quite sure how I can answer that. I think the uniqueness of the situation.
Claydon is in and bowls, and Kane just plays quietly to mid-off, no run.
I think it is a unique time for us all, isn't it? Forget sport, but just life. But I just think, at the end of the day, performances matter, and. But if there is a chance, the brutal reality, as I said, Harmsy, last couple of years, our 4-day cricket hasn't been as good as it could be. That's a bare facts. There's no shying away from that.
Claydon in, let go outside the off stump, no run.
As a club, and we look at our 1-day cricket and our T20 cricket, I think there's been real signs of progression. But 4-day cricket, maybe not so much. So we have to do something. Do something a little bit different and try some things. And I'm not apologising for that, because we want to be better. Our team wants to play better, wants to compete. At the top of the table, play Division 1 cricket, compete for trophies. So we have to do things differently. Our supporters, will be saying the same thing. They'll be saying, well, we want to see Sussex in the first division. We want to see the Sussex compete for trophies. But at the moment, we haven't been performing to the level that we'd like. There have been players that haven't performed individually at the level that they or we would ideally like. So it comes to a point where you need to look at those things and make decisions. And I believe we've done that. And look, we'll see what happens.
Henry Crocombe is coming into the attack from the Cromwell Road. Have we got you for a couple more minutes?
Yeah,
is that right? Comes running in down the hill with 3 slips, comes into bowl to Holland, who plays forward and very nearly gets an edge to that through to Ben Brown. I just checked with Kev. Do you need to do an update, Kev, on the radio?
I'll do it on this live.
You sure? Well, it's very kind of you. Thanks, Kev. So that's all right. So
he's adaptable, isn't he, Kev?
He is adaptable. That's very kind. So thanks very much.
Henry Crocombe just came on to bowl. Adrian just started. He bowled that good line and length just off stump, fourth stump line. It was a lovely start.
Comes running here, a young player who's come through the academy. Look, we'll talk about him in a minute. Comes in and bowls, and Holland drives firmly into the covers, no run. I saw a tweet, I think it was from Hailsham Cricket Club. I think that's right, where he may have come through the ranks. I don't know a lot about.
Yeah, I think he plays at Eastbourne now.
Okay.
Maybe one of our listeners can. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's an Eastbourne lad now. But look, it's great to be able to give an opportunity. He's earned this opportunity. This isn't just just picking someone for the sake of it. This kid's earned this.
Coming in and bowls, and a swing and a miss. He didn't get to the pitch of that at all. Holland, the ball goes through to Ben Brown, and there is no.
Henry's worked hard on his.
Was that a slightly slower ball, do you think?
No, I just think it probably just held up in the pitch a little bit. But look, Henry's earned this. He's worked hard at his game. He's worked hard at his fitness. I know he spent a lot of time with James Kirtley, who's done a wonderful job with all our bowlers. So it's exciting and it's delightful to be able to give him an opportunity.
Comes in and bowls, let go outside the off stump, and there is no run. I've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Sussex and Surrey in a few moments' time, but we can keep going for a minute. You're listening to Jason Gillespie. Can I ask you a question, Jason? Because we did have a tweet in yesterday, which I did read out on air, which came from Laurie Evans' dad, who's a regular listener to the station. And someone had sent in a message saying, Laurie wasn't in the squad for today's game, as in comes Crocombe and bowls. Short, pulled away by Holland, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a little too short, but a nice looking shot by Holland, pulls through mid-wicket for 4 runs, goes to 109 for 5. And there was some suggestion that maybe Laurie might be going to Leicestershire to play some cricket, but I think this morning Laurie's dad said that's not going to happen, so I just clear that one up.
Yep, that's fine, and it's nice that Laurie's old man's listening in, which is great. So, but look, I think there was, the other day I got a message from our Director of Cricket saying there may be an opportunity for Laurie to go to Leicester.
In comes Crocombe, running in over the wicket, bowls, and up on his toes, played into the offside, there is no run.
And I think the ECB have relaxed the rules with loan system in this unique situation to allow players to get some cricket. So players that aren't playing cricket, to be able to play some cricket, which I think's really forward-thinking mindset from the ECB, and I applaud them for that. But yeah, look, I was more than happy for Laurie to get some cricket, absolutely. I want all our players, if any of our players come asking if there's an opportunity on loan, I won't necessarily have an issue with it. I just want with what's going on, we just want players to play, don't we? As much as possible. Laurie not being in the squad, he has been given quite a few opportunities in the 4-day setup, and it hasn't quite taken those opportunities. So we just see it's time to give some guys a go that haven't been given a shot before, and the likes. I'd like to give Delroy Rawlins a decent run here. Young Tom Clark is very new. He's played one. This is his second first-class game. Young Tom Haines has shown some promise at the top of the order, so we want to do that. So look, selection's never easy, and someone's always going to be a bit upset, a bit disappointed. But look, at the end of the day, we've got to pick a team and what we think is going to be the most effective team to go out there and do the job for the team.
So thank you for that, and thank you for clearing that. That's good. A couple of things, and I didn't ask you the other day when I saw you, but I think the club, but just to reiterate the situation with David Visa.
If we can get Dave back, I think that'd be fantastic. But yeah, we probably won't have an overseas player this year at all. So yeah, look, unique times for us all, Harmsy, and we just have to make the best of what we can, and I think that's what everyone's doing. It has to be said. We have to applaud everyone. Every county, the ECB, every stakeholder for cricket being played now. I think it's fantastic.
As Garton comes in and bowls to Harry Kane, played to mid-wicket, stopped by Delroy Rawlins. I hope he's okay, Rawlins. He dived away to his right-hand side. I think he's okay. There is right. I do apologise, Jason. We've got some travel news in our ears, but that will go in a couple of minutes' time.
That's okay. No worries.
And I'll do my update, and then we'll. You all right for a couple of minutes?
Couple more minutes, mate. Yeah.
I do.
You know, I enjoyed chatting to you.
We enjoy it as well, and thank you people for sending in questions as
Yeah,
well. And,
absolutely.
You know, we do this regularly throughout the season, and it's always great to get.
And I think it's great. You know, people who are confident enough to ask questions. I'm more than happy to answer.
In comes Garton and Bowles, and driven down the ground by Kane. Ollie Robinson with a tumbling save.
Yeah, you know, look, and you know, I know how proud and passionate they are about our club, and you know, I'd like to give as much insight as possible, be as transparent as we can to answer any questions that people have about you know what we're doing, how we're going about things. But we just see a real opportunity for growth here in our 4-day side, and you know, with opportunities that we've been being offered.
In comes Garton and Bowles and played into the leg side. There is no run. So there you are, Sussex fans. You heard it from the horse's mouth. Jason Gillespie comes on the commentary. He's prepared to answer the difficult questions, and I think you know, we're fortunate here because it doesn't happen at every other county. So you know, Jason does quite regularly and chats away. So please feel free.
I'll be in every game. So yeah,
in your bubble.
In my bubble.
Yeah, you've got to stay in there.
I've got to stay in here.
Just on the Bob Willis Trophy, isn't it? Adrian Harm.
Yes, it is the Bob Willis Trophy. It's the new competition for this season only, and an intriguing game here at Hove. Hampshire 109 for 5. Came is on 17, Holland on 7, but Sussex getting the big wicket this morning of Sam Northeast, who was caught at first slip by Phil Salt off of the bowling of Mitch Claydon for 21. So Hampshire 110 for 5, then in reply to the Sussex total of 176 yesterday. Meanwhile at the Oval, Nick Gubbins continues to pile on the runs. Middlesex 324 for 4, and Gubbins is still there. He's 181 not out. Good player.
Yeah, very good player, Nick Gubbins. Gee whiz.
As Craig comes, and it's down to and is that caught? Very nearly caught. Now I missed that delivery. I was just looking down.
Bouncer.
It was pulled down to. Now is that's Carson?
Jack Carson took a big, full stretch dive to his right, and it just looked like for a minute there it was in, but it just popped out. Well, great effort from young Jack, and that would have been a fantastic wicket. That's a shame.
He's annoyed with himself, but I tell you what, he went an awful long way. I thought, well, he's going to get nowhere near that.
Yeah, he made some really good ground. It was a great effort. Clearly the ball's swinging. We've got 5 on the leg side here. He's attacking the stumps here, George, which is great.
Garton in left arm over the wicket bowls and played into the leg side by Harry Kane. Picks up, Rawlings gets in the throw but misses the stump. Mitch Claydon backs up. So the end of the over, 112 for 5 are Hampshire. Came on 19, Holland on 8. Apologies to our Hampshire listeners, but it's good to have a good natter with Jason Gillespie this morning and clearing up some of the things we were talking about selection. As we were saying, Jason's going to come throughout the season, shortened season, and always good to have a natter.
I know Swifty and James Kirtley and Ian Salisbury are all keen at some point as well. Yeah, so our coaching staff, so they'd love to come up and have a natter.
Will be good. And I guess just looking ahead finally, just in terms of T20. They're a few weeks away. The fixtures are coming out this week, I think. So is there a bit of training going on with T20 alongside?
Yep. So we've got, because we're quite unique as a club in that we have a lot of specialists in the shortest form of the game, and so they almost train in a little bubble themselves.
In comes Crocombe and Bowles. That go outside the off stump, taken by Brown. There is no run.
And so like Luke Wright, Ravi Bapara, Laurie's been in the England bubble with the England side. So he's sort of floated back and forth, but I'm sure that'll start to ramp up. Just a matter of just getting finding ways to get as much cricket as we can for all the players to best prepare. For that T20 tournament.
And I saw Tamal out here the other day. Good to see. He looks fit.
He's in a really good place, Tamal. So looking forward to seeing him play.
Crocombe comes in, bowls to Kane. The ball seems to just wrap around the thigh pad. There is no run. So which is all good news. And the other thing, just before, we are in the middle of a pandemic. We need to remember that I heard this morning on the radio that still, problems in Melbourne. The Aussies are due to come over. What are you hearing?
I haven't heard any latest on that, Harmsy. I know the intention is for the Australian team to come over, which would be fantastic.
Crocombe comes running in towards us and bowls. And the leg side, a good tumbling take by Ben Brown, and there is no run.
So I'd like to think it will go ahead. Look, Melbourne is experiencing some tough times at the moment, which is a shame. Basically, the rest of Australia is not too bad. Certainly where I come from in South Australia, pretty much under control. We've had one or two people come in and test positive.
Crocombe in bowls, and forward comes no run.
Everyday life in South Australia is pretty much back to normal. I mean, obviously observing all the social distancing and the like, but look, all businesses are open and the like, so it's pretty much back to normal. And
sorry, just one question has just come in while we've been chatting, Jason, which is from Chris. Chris Day's been in touch, and you kind of answered it, but just to confirm, as in comes Crocombe, comes running in down the hill and bowls. Oh, is it in the air from Harry Kane? It's gone between the fielder at point and cover. It was into the air, but it's a couple of more runs for Kane. He goes to 19 and the total to 114 for 5. So Chris just says, so will Bapara and Evans be considered for 4-day selection this season, or are they now considered as T20 players this season?
Well, Ravi is only going to he's preparing for T20 cricket.
Crocombe in bowls, and Kane plays quietly to mid on. There is no run.
So he's indicated that. So when he's come to the club, when we signed him, indicated that initially he just wanted to focus on the short forms of the game, but he didn't want to officially retire from the longer form of the game. But in this short term, in the next year, which is right now, he wanted to focus on T20 cricket. Laurie has indicated he's available for all forms, and that's fine. It's a selection decision. He's not in the side, and he's not in the squad. And I think Laurie, leading into going into the T20s, I think the focus will be for T20 cricket. I think it's probably
Garton and bowls that go outside the off stump, no run.
Yeah, I would assume that it'd be safe to assume that it'd probably be best to focus on the shortest form and get himself best ready for the T20s.
Good stuff. 114 for 5. Came on 21. Holland on 8. George Garton is in his 6th over, and Jason's going to leave us at the end of the over. But good to see you. And
good to see you too.
And thanks for talking. As in comes Garton running in over the wicket, bowls and struck on the pad. I think that was probably just going down the leg side. Big appeal from George Garton. Would you agree with that? Going down the leg side?
Yeah, it looked like it was just a bit leg side-ish. Probably a good decision, but certainly worth a shout. The fast bowler in me was jumping out of my chair here.
And actually, just one thing logistically, because Sussex off to Canterbury at the end of this week. Yep. Does this sort of bring challenges in terms of you travelling to Kent? 'Cause you can't really go there and back in a day, can you? So
we've got 2 buses.
Right.
So there's socially distanced on the bus. On the coach, sorry.
In comes Garton, bowls, and forward comes Holland, plays to mid on. There is no run.
And I think that the protocols that have been put in place, ECB, we stay at our hotel, we eat there, so basically we can't, if we go out, we can go outside, and obviously you can go out exercising and that, but we stay at the hotel and have all our meals and the like there. So yeah, basically ground to the hotel and back each day. Might have to bring the playing cards.
Garton runs away from us, comes in and bowls outside the off stump. There is no run. So what do you do? Draw lots who goes on what bus?
I'm not sure how we're going to do that, to be perfectly honest. Be interesting. But I also think with the whole COVID protocols, we need to have a vehicle available. So I'd say one of us, whether it be a member of the coaching staff or whatever, we'll drive a car over, or just so we've got a vehicle in case something happens and we need to get someone back to Hove.
So travel down on Friday, I guess, for that, will you?
We will, yeah.
Garton runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and outside the off stump, just pulls his bat out of the line. Does Ian Holland? The ball goes through to Ben Brown, and there is no one. So one more ball to go in the over. 114 for 5. Just goes to remain to be seen to say thanks again for coming over.
Pleasure.
And thank you everybody for sending in your questions, and they were good questions as well. And
absolutely. And look, I thank everyone for making the effort to to write into you, Adrian. And yeah, look, I'll do my best to answer every question as best I can whenever I come on, and I'm sure our coaching staff or whoever comes in will be exactly the same. I'm happy to send some players in if you...
Garton comes in and bowls, played into the offside, and there is no run. So it's always good to see. So thank you very much for that. And the game is finally poised. 114 for 5. Jason, thanks a lot.
Pleasure.
This is Kevin James. Giving Adrian a rest. That was good, wasn't it? If you like your Sussex cricket, or even if you don't. Just interesting hearing Jason Gillespie there. Always talks honestly. When he was up at Yorkshire, when I was up there, when Hampshire were playing there, he used to join the radio commentators there as well. His Crocombe bowls, and that's pushed back down the line by Harry Kane. Played nicely this morning as the 21-year-old for 21. 61 deliveries. Came in at the start of play after the late wicket last night of Mason Crane, which confused one or two of us. I guess we just popped up at the board and thought it meant Kane, but maybe it was Kane up there. It was actually Mason Crane out last night, the night watchman, gets another good ball from Crocombe, does Kane, and he plays that back to the bowler. Ian Holland is on 8. That one wicket that's fallen this morning after 38 minutes of play. Sam Northeast, who was 14 not out overnight, was caught by Phil Salt in the slips off Mitch Claydon for 21. He added just 7 runs this morning. The score then was 98 for 5 when that wicket fell. That's the only one, and that's turned fine down a fine leg. It's racing away for 4 runs. A little bit too straight there from Crocombe, and Harry Kane just nicked that away. It rolled along the turf, down the hill for 4. 118 for 5 now, Hampshire. And they trail Sussex currently by 58 on the first innings. Sussex yesterday making 176. So Mitch Claydon, the sole wicket taker this morning. 301 first class wickets for him. Got his 300th last night as Kane pushes that up to mid-on. 2 slips. And fairly overcast. A few pockets of blue sky. And get the feeling this morning in the hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes of play we've had so far that runs have had to be worked hard. That's 4. He's just got turned round there a little bit, Harry Kane. Trying to play that up towards mid-on. The ball squirted out towards extra cover. Perfectly safe, but just got turned around a little bit. Dave Allen, I just had to signal to Dave Allen to say, yes, you can come in, Dave. Hampshire's honorary archivist. Come and join us. Yeah, we'll pull that one out. Now, he knows what to do technically now, Dave. He's been doing it long enough now. He knows what buttons to pull out and what bits to pull out and what buttons not to. That's left alone. That's cut back as well. Good delivery. Ben Brown diving to his left low down to take it. That ends the over. Crocombe's bowled 7 overs, none for 21. Garton has 6 overs, none for 21. Swinging the ball a little bit is the left-arm seamer, bowling up the hill. It's going a little bit early, so the batsmen are able to see it, but nevertheless it's causing... Well, it's making the batsmen have to be very cautious and very watchful. Dave, welcome for the first time this morning.
Good morning. Actually, good afternoon, but...
isn't it?
We've both been here since this morning.
Yeah, well, it's the morning session. I get confused. Yeah. I quite enjoyed listening to Jason Gillespie there. I think he's very honest. He's always honest when you ask him a question, and he'll tell you. Here's Garton then, left arm over and bowls to Ian Holland, who's on the back foot, pushes that up towards mid-off. Quite enjoyed his reasoning for leaving certain players out. I particularly enjoyed the bit, I don't know if you heard it, Dave.
I didn't hear it, no.
Particularly enjoyed the bit where, quite obviously, that 1 or 2 players not playing in this game that probably had good reason to think that they should be playing, i.e. Luke Wells, Laurie Evans, Stuart Meeker, and he sort of went through it. Explained, said Stuart Meeker needs another week or so to get sort of properly fit, as Holland's on the back foot, steers that to point. He was explaining that Luke Wells perhaps hasn't scored the volume of runs in the last year or two that perhaps he should. I didn't hear the Laurie Evans bit, so I don't. Well, I heard bits, so I don't really want to surmise just in case I get that wrong. So I'll leave that bit out. But
he said anything about Danny Briggs?
He did, and I think I missed that bit as well. So I'll get Adrian to explain that. But I mean, we at Hampshire have always thought of him more as a white ball bowler than red ball anyway, haven't we?
Yeah.
Garton bowls. It's slightly short. Holland just tries to flick that down towards third man. The ball followed him a little bit because it came back at him. He was trying to sort of rather than a full blooded cut, just a sort of a nudge with a cross bat. But the ball sort of came back into him in the end. Got tucked up a little bit. But he'll pick up a single, 119 for 5. I enjoyed the bit where he, in the overall selection, to surmise it, he sort of said that he didn't think that perhaps Sussex have made the strides forward that he thought they should have made.
Right.
So rather than persist, Garton bowls edge, caught second slip. Yeah, and Garton enjoyed that one. Just punches the air, and Kame has gone for 25. Good delivery. It was full. It came back in at Kame, but he just played inside the line a fraction. Straightforward edge to second slip. Well taken. And Kane goes for 25. Hampshire 119 for 6.
It's the pattern, isn't it? If you exclude the night watchman, Mason, Crane, then the 5, 14, 21 and 25. Harry Kane played very nicely. He survived one very loud LBW shout, but he played very nicely, and it will have helped his confidence. But it's a shame from Hampshire's point of view, because we've had 5 men at the top of the order who've all got in and all got out, and one of them needed to go on. It's probably going to be a low scoring game this, but one of them needed to go on to 60 or 70, and Holland could do it and McManus could do it, but the game is progressing.
It certainly is. And I said it yesterday. Jason Gillespie kind of basically said it as well in his interview, that it's just a patient wicket.
Yeah.
The bowlers keep it in the right spot and the wickets will come.
Yeah.
Garton's proved that. Yeah, just going back to that, and he basically said that, they've done all right.
Yeah.
To keep the same side within reason. But he feels that perhaps they haven't made the progress that he thought they should, and rather than just persist with the same old, he's tried to mix it up a bit, and I thought that was quite interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
So well, some of the selections are perhaps individually you think, really?
But it's a perfect opportunity, isn't it? Because they can't get promotion from Division 2 in these 5 matches. So in that sense, there's nothing to aspire to, and there's nothing that the fans will get terribly upset about. But what they can do, rather like Dale yesterday for us, is find out about some of these young people and how good they might be.
Yep.
It's a perfect opportunity in that respect, I think. No doubt about it.
So, Lewis McManus, the Hampshire wicket-keeper, to face the next delivery. I'm just looking at where Sussex have finished in the last few years in Division 2. There was no doubt that 6th last year, I would have thought, they wouldn't have expected that. 3 teams going up, Sussex would have thought that they'd be one of those, and they weren't. Yeah. Garton bowls is down the leg side. Good take from Ben Brown, diving to his left. The year before, 2018, they did finish 3rd. But only 2 teams went up, so they missed out there. 2017, Sussex finished 4th in Division 2. 2016, 4th as well. Yeah. And 2015, of course, they went down from Division 1.
So it did look until last year as if they were just making progress and on the verge of it. And you know that I come down here. We have this reciprocal membership thing, and I come down here reasonably often to watch Sussex and enjoy it very much. But I think there is that expectation here.
Garton to McManus, who turns that away. First runs off his bat behind square on the leg side. He may look for 2. Decides against it. He's off the mark. It's 120 for 6. Sorry, Dave.
Yeah, and I just think, that I can't. I mean, I don't know a lot of Sussex supporters, but I'll often sit in the deck chairs at the top end, and there's a very loyal group that sit just to the left of the sight screen as we look from the south end, and you just pick up conversations and hear what they think and what they say and so on. And I think there was no doubt that expectation that. I mean, that year they went down, and we went. It was that, we won at Trent Bridge, and 2 hours later they lost at Yorkshire, and we went down. They went down by what, 1 point? Was it something like that?
2.
2 points, and we've stayed up ever since, and with a bit of luck in one season in particular. But that, they it's so narrow, isn't it? That margin, and I think they feel that they should be a First Division club, and I wish they were really.
Well, we'd love to spend time down here, wouldn't we? Really, I mean, whether it's Division 1, Division 2, I'd quite like to spend 4 days here. I wouldn't mind either way.
No, and I mean, this is a fascinating game so far, and it's the first ball of the new over, which McManus plays crisply off his legs down to slightly backward square leg, and scampers a single. He will scamper, but he's also very capable of big hitting, particularly in white ball cricket, McManus. But a resolute batsman. Do you know, I think it was probably the last time I was in the same press box as Jason Gillespie having being interviewed. I just break off his Crookham bowls, and that's driven by Holland up to mid-off no run. We were at Headingley, and it was around the time when he might or might not have got the England job. Do you remember?
I do, yes, and we were up there, weren't we?
And we were up there, and I pulled all the technology off the table on one occasion, and he came up for an interview then. And what I'm remembering is that Lewis McManus might even have made his debut, and he made a really gutsy 30-odd, I think. Holland drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. Certainly an early game for him. And we were getting pummeled by Yorkshire, and he just dug in and played a really gutsy innings, and I thought, I like this guy. I'm very pleased that McManus, that they haven't persevered with the experiment of opening with him, which I thought was a disaster, but I think as a number 7 or 8, he's a very, very handy batsman. Crocombe bowls, it's the two-leg side, and that's flicked off, and it bisects. There are 2 men out there. There's one man at deep square leg and one man at a fairly wide long leg, and it bisected them very neatly, crosses the boundary, and Holland is up to 13. It was a bit slow going at one point, wasn't it? We got to about 98, and then I think it took about 20 minutes to get to 102, just after Holland had come in to replace North East. But they're just pushing on again now, 125, so 51 the deficit. Crocombe bowls, Holland on the back foot, drives out square on the offside, it goes to point, there's no run. I've been sat upstairs on the balcony of what used to be, we were talking about it earlier, what used to be the Gilligan stand. Ivo Tennant of the Times was up there, and Paul Weaver of the Guardian was up there, so it's getting some coverage in tomorrow's papers.
I bet there's some interesting conversations going
on.
Yeah,
it was great actually. Yeah, and but it's just quite lovely really to see. It's not boiling hot today, but nice enough. Crocombe bowls, and Holland cautiously plays out on the onside, and then thinks about a rapid single, but in fact declines, and that's the end of the over at 125 for 6. But it was just so delightful to be sitting outside in warm weather watching white clothed cricketers on green grass and chatting with people who are interested in chatting about cricket. So, such a delight.
I bet there's a few moans and groans in there somewhere, those two. 125 for 6 then?
Well, Ivo wrote a rather nice piece this morning, and the first thing he pointed out was this is not the first season in which the first-class cricket season has begun on the same Saturday as the Cup final, which I thought was rather clever.
Well, I'm sure in my old days, in my younger days, didn't the Cup final was early April, wasn't it?
No, it used to be the first Saturday in May.
Oh, it was always May, was it? Oh, right, so I got that wrong. Here's Garton, left arm over, short, and McManus has to take evasive action. Rather late. I think he was looking to pull that away on the leg side and realised that perhaps he wasn't quite in the right position. Wasn't a bad bouncer, and rather wisely just pulled out of the shot. But as he did so, had to duck underneath.
Mind you, I'm going no, but of course my younger days and your younger days are about 30 years different, Case.
There's still a lot between us, though.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the year that Tottenham did the double, you know.
I've got actually, it's just reminded me. I've got a couple of tweets here, which obviously. Jason Gillespie was on, that's quite important. Garton bowls, that's full, and that's turned away through mid-wicket. Runs here for Lewis McManus. There'll be 1, there'll be 2, as the ball is picked up about 10 yards inside the boundary away to our right. McManus moves on to 4, 127 for 6. I don't know why, that just reminded me that I had a couple of tweets to mention. So apologies they haven't been mentioned for a little while. Ollie, Afternoon to you. Great to be back here in the commentary, although feeling a little worse for wear after celebrating a good win for Verwood yesterday. Verwood in the New Forest, for those of you that aren't sure. Nice spot, actually. Watching two youngsters with a 100-run partnership with a combined age of 37. That's why that reminded me when you were saying going back all that time. There's a straight delivery which is driven up to mid-off by Lewis McManus.
I've got a combined age of almost twice that. On my own.
Actually, one thing I have enjoyed during this sort of lockdown, post-lockdown sort of period, as cricket, recreational cricket, especially in the last 3 weeks or so, has got back on stream, is hearing some of the stories of recreational players and club players who waited, like the pro boys, months to get games going. Here's Garton up the hill again, and that's short, and again the ball just follows the batsman. This time it's McManus who was trying to cut away, and the ball just came back into him, and he's guiding it behind square on the offside for a single, but not totally comfortable with the shot. Bit of extra bounce, but he moves on to 5. And one or two of the stories, radio silent listeners, regular listeners will know one or two, but there was a guy in the New Forest playing for, oh gosh, I can't think of the name of the club. I'll think of it in a minute. And he'd waited 4 months for his first game, and they were playing Bournemouth, and he walked out to bat, opened the batting, was out first ball. So as it was a friendly and it was the first game, he came back in at number 5, was out first ball. It's Garton outside the off stump, and that's cracked away, but straight to point, and that is well fielded.
I have
so two first balls, which was quite funny. Okay. And then he had another go, and they said, "Oh, you might as well stay out here." So he lasted 2 more balls. So they lasted 4 balls in total, but he got 2 runs.
Oh.
And then he got out again, and the Bournemouth captain apparently turned around to him and said, "Well, you can have another go if you want." And he said, "No," he said, "I think I've had enough of this, really."
Well, have you ever thought of bowling?
Yeah, just ridiculous. So stories like that I sort of quite enjoyed, and then that one there, obviously 2 youngsters playing well, always playing a mission outside the off stump. That didn't come back, so it just held its line, and Ian Holland well beaten there. Good last ball of the over from George Garton. He's on 1 for 26, his figures from 8 overs. He's taken that, one of the 2 wickets to fall this morning, along with Mitch Clayton.
I had a Hampshire League experience like that many decades ago now. I was playing for Moneyfields, which is right on the south coast in Portsmouth and, Copner. And we were playing somewhere, it wasn't Hungerford, but it was somewhere like that. And we had to drive through Newbury on race day to get wherever we were going, and so it was right up north, about, I don't know, 50, 60 miles or something. We drove up there, race day, traffic everywhere, and I, as usual, had left early. So when I got there were only 2 players, including me, on the ground. It's Crocombe to bowl from the northern end. He comes in a bowl, bowls, and McManus plays on to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And so the opposition captain, this was a Hampshire League game, the opposition captain was very kind. He won the toss, and he could have said, "We'll bat, you 2 can field and bowl." But he didn't, he put us in. And I was a non-striker, and I was run out off the 4th ball. So I'd driven 60 miles, had to wait. Fortunately, somebody else had turned up by then, had to wait. Went through, 6 hours of doing nothing because I didn't bowl. Crocombe bowls, and McManus drives. It's nicely fielded at somewhere between gully and point, really, by Rawlins. A sprawling stop, no run, and it was about 6 hours up there, and we lost in the last over. And then I drove 60 miles home again, and I was thinking, I don't know, perhaps I was in my 30s by then. I was thinking, perhaps it's near the end for me.
Well, club cricketers aren't driving that far these days. There's all sorts of leagues sprung up all over the place to try and minimise trouble.
That's quite beautifully hit, square of the wicket, and Rawlins was almost in the action again and might well have caught that, but he doesn't, and it rushes off to the boundary just our side of the big scoreboard at Hove, if you know the ground very well. 4 runs. McManus moves on to 9. It's 132 for 6. The deficit is 43. So it remains very tight. Terrific shot.
End up being a 1 innings game, this.
Yeah. Crocombe bowls, and McManus is playing off the back foot defensively up to cover running in and stopping it, no run. And I noticed we were talking yesterday morning about the weather forecast for Monday, Tuesday being dodgy. It's not now. It's not at all. It looked like there'll be no rain. I wouldn't be at all surprised if the game's over by tomorrow night, to be honest with you. Difficult to know. I mean, people might bat far more resolutely next time round, but it could well be. Crocombe in bowls. And McManus seeks to turn that probably through mid-wicket, and in fact it runs out quite safely along the ground, but runs out to cover, so he got a leading edge on that. Didn't quite control that shot, but he gets a single for it, and he's up into double figures. So again, apart from the night watchman, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The top 7, if we discount Crane, who should have come in lower down the order, the top 7 are all in double figures, but the top scorer so far are 25 by Harry Kane. Broken bowls, and again, this time Holland tries to drive straightish but towards mid-off, and the ball goes out to mid-wicket, which makes me suspect that Crocombe is just getting a little bit of movement. It doesn't look to me as if it's shaping in the air. It might just be nipping a bit off the pitch. It's hitting the seam perhaps, and just getting these batsmen in a little bit of trouble. A couple of good balls there. It's 1-3-3 for 6. 25 minutes or so until lunch, and sunshine. Quite a lot of clouds around, but there's also some decent blue sky and sunshine. Oh, picturesque. If
a little empty to start his 9th over, and bowls, and always beaten outside the off stump. That is a beauty of a delivery to McManus. Shaped in, and then it just seamed away. McManus is looking at the pitch. That is a beauty of a delivery, almost too good. David Ackland at Sunderland Sport has tweeted saying, like every summer, watching Championship cricket and chatting about it with mates, watching live stream and chatting on WhatsApp, social distancing 40 to 50 miles. Good to hear Kevin Dave. It's all coming back. It's only for 2 months though, so you better not blink, otherwise you'll miss it all.
Yeah.
Yes. Garton again. Bowls, and that's swung down the leg side. Well taken by Ben Brown, diving low to his left. A couple of other South Group games that are taking place. I'll leave the other groups out for now, because I guess at the moment it's more about what's happening in the South Group. Middlesex 347 for 6 at Surrey. Gubbins in the end was out for 192. I think that's the top score of the season so far, because I know Heino Kuhn didn't add any to his overnight 140 for Kent. Off the thigh pad, that'll be a leg bye, which is signalled by Billy Taylor.
I think Kuhn got the first 100 of the season apparently.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
but Gubbins went on and made another 42 this morning. And the other South Group game is the one I've just mentioned. Kent there at Essex. Kent eventually bowled out for 387. Essex replying, early on in their reply, are 11 without loss. Here's Garton, bowls, and that's swung as well, and he gets an inside edge, does Holland onto his boot. That goes out on the leg side. Good little spell this from George Garton. He's into his 9th over.
He's looked a very good cricketer in this match.
Yep.
He batted nicely. I did make a comment about the weather forecast for tomorrow and Tuesday being good. There is a possibility of showers later today, and I've just noticed actually that Somerset, Glamorgan at Taunton, it's been raining. They're about to start within 10 minutes, so it's stopped, but I'm just hoping that's not coming this way.
That's short, and Holland thinks about having a hook. It's just outside off stump. Lets it go through to Ben Brown.
We could mention one other match, just something I spotted answering your question earlier. We spotted in the Nottinghamshire side at number 11 and bowling is Tom Barber, former Hampshire and Middlesex left arm seamer.
Another one doing the rounds.
Yeah, lad from Dorset. I think Dorset. I think he's just over the border from Hampshire in Dorset. But, they always thought he was very promising, but didn't happen for him at Hampshire.
Garton to Holland, it's full, and Holland pushes forward, gets it on the bottom of the bat as it squirts out towards mid-wicket. End of the over, 134 for 6 then. We've got 20 minutes or so until lunch. Lewis McManus is 10 not out. Ian Holland is 13. The two batsmen out this morning. Sam Northeast for 21, added 7 to his overnight total, and Harry came out for 25. He began his innings this morning. You mentioned Tom Barber. Of course, we were chatting, weren't we, before we came on air? Well, before we came on air, in fact, before Dave came on to the ground. And I think I set you this task.
Yeah.
How many players actually made their full first-class debuts? Because there were a lot of youngsters around. There's some here, but around the country, with the lack of overseas players and cold packs coming over for various reasons, that a lot of players that perhaps you wouldn't expect to see playing first-class cricket were all young. And you found out, Dave.
I did. Yeah, it's just a matter of trawling through all the scorecards, and sort of thing I love doing, you know. Oh, I'm sorry. It's me. Then there's a change of bowling. It's Robinson bowling from the top end now. He's bowling to McManus. That ball's just let through the keeper. But yeah, it's not a terribly clever thing to do. It's just a matter of going through it on Cricket Archive, really clicking on names you don't recognise to see if they've ever played before. And I can't remember what we got. 18 was it? No, 14. Sorry, 14 full first-class debuts in the matches, but 11 other debuts for the county as Robinson bowls, and that's plum. There was absolutely no doubt about that. I think McManus went forward. Gould's finger was almost up before Robinson's shout was out of his mouth there, and it was almost one of those, like one of those Stuart Broad appeals where he doesn't actually bother looking round to the umpire, and off goes McManus. So he's gone for 10. So again, you know, from the top 7, everybody gets into double figures, nobody goes on, and the score therefore is. Well, of course, the score's gone off both the scoreboards. I think it's 134 now for 7, and Keith Barker will be the new man, a man entirely capable of getting runs as Holland is, but the deficit is still over 40, which in a low-scoring game is not insignificant. Barker had I was just trying to look up Barker. Yes, that's right. The game at the GS last year, it was 64. And there were a number of 30s and 40s as well during the season. The 38, 35, 35 not out, 37 not out, 40. Average 25, Barker. So, you know, by no means incapable of making a score. And in fact, having talked him up, I noticed that James Fuller has come in instead of Keith Barker. So you can see how good Barker is. Well, Fuller's even better, we hope. It's 1-3. It is 1-3-4 for 7. Everything has come back now. So 42 is the deficit. Fuller certainly a capable batsman at 9. Barker at 10. Dale, I have no idea about. Fuller, fairly open stance, right-handed, Robinson in, and that just nips away a little bit, bounces a little bit. Keeper Ben Brown takes it and throws at the stumps, knocks out the middle stump. There's a sort of half-hearted and probably light-hearted appeal, and Fuller, who's certainly out of his ground now, but that's okay because umpire Billy Taylor is putting the stump back in. Fuller is alright, he's survived, he hasn't gone for a walkabout.
I just watched that ball on the feed, that was a great delivery.
Yeah.
Big leg.
And Billy is being called back by umpire Gould to straighten the stumps. And there's all sorts of joking going on. Billy Taylor's telling off Ben Brown, I think, for taking up time by throwing that ball. And Robinson is in again, and again that's through Fuller, but this time it's a no ball, which is not the first one that Robinson's bowled, but Brown has to go back the other way, diving away on the leg side there as it cuts back. So the score will go up by 2, 1-3-6 for 7.
He just has that ability, Ollie Robinson, just to hit the deck a little bit harder than some of the others, and clearly getting some seam movement here. The one that Lewis McManus was LBW2, it just straightened on him.
Right. Of course, the interesting thing is, he is, strictly speaking, a former Hampshire cricketer. He comes in with bowls, and that was... I thought that Fuller had got a bat on that. It was a Yorker, and it sounds from the appeal as though he didn't. They have Fuller has his back to us. We're at the south end, so I couldn't see clearly. Kevin might see something on the live feed there, but the shout was declined anyway. When I say Robinson is a former Hampshire cricketer, it's stretching things a little bit, but he left Yorkshire in rather difficult circumstances, and he came and played a List A game for us. I think it was against Sri Lanka some years ago. He was obviously promising, but for whatever reason we decided not to take him, and he came along the coast of Sussex. He bowls now, and it tucks Fuller up slightly, but Fuller actually gets it away on the leg side, backward to square, which Claydon fields, comes into Brown, and they take a single at the end of a very good over by Robinson, 135 for 7 with quarter of an hour before lunch.
He was a greatly improved cricketer since then.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah. He's another one of these players that promises a bit, but then some of them come over the line. Some of them get over the line and they work things out, don't they? Yeah. I mean, with him, he's not great pace, but what he does do, he does very well. Yeah. And he hits the deck just short of a length, and needs to do no more. And he's got patience. You know, so many bowlers just don't have that patience.
Right.
But he's prepared to run in over after over, game after game, week after week, month after month, and just keep doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And it brings its rewards. Here's Garton, left arm over. Bowls it full, and Fuller steers that out into the covers.
In some ways, you'd say that's kind of classic English county bowling.
But it's amazing how many bowlers actually don't do that.
Yeah.
You know, they're good bowlers, but they don't bowl consistently enough. I'm not even bounce in there and just try and work the batsman over a little bit more, but generally at that pace there are very few bowlers that can just be metronomic, and that's what he does, and it's effective. Garton bowls, it's on the line of leg stump, steered down towards fine leg with the help of the swing by Fuller. Moves on to 2, 136 for 7.
Of course, the interesting thing is that when in my early years of watching county cricket, there were lots of them all over the place, and they were helped greatly by the fact that pitches was uncovered, although that didn't always matter. I mean, if you got 3 days of sunshine on a decent pitch, then actually covered or uncovered didn't make any difference. So, but Derek Shackleton was probably the classic metronomic, reliable, day in, day out, do the same thing, and got 2,500 wickets.
Garton bowls, it's full, and he's dragged it onto his stumps, and there's another wicket for Garton. This time it's Holland. He goes for 13. Stump comes out of the ground. No mistake about that. 136 for 8.
Looked a blue shot. I'm not sure. I think he was thinking that it was going across him, and did it just come back from Garton? Was it one of those in-swingers from a left-arm paceman, and got a bit tucked up? He didn't have the room to play the expansive shot he was trying to play. Wasn't quite what Hampshire needed there. So he goes in single figures. I've been reciting this thing about everybody getting into double figures and getting out, but Fuller doesn't manage that. He goes for. Am I doing him an injustice? I am. It's Ian Holland who
that's what I said.
I do beg your pardon. Sorry. So actually the pattern continues. Holland gone for 13. And now it is the terrific Keith Barker.
Well, you've talked him up already, so we don't need any more, I don't think, Dave. So 4 wickets have fallen, and 2 of those are George Garton's, 1 to Ollie Robinson and 1 to Mitch Claydon, who got Sam North East out for the first wickets of the morning. So 136 for 8.
Garton 2 for 27 in his 10th over after a very good innings yesterday. One of the performers of the match.
Having a good all-round game, isn't he?
Yeah. And he's got a bowl against a fellow left-hander in Barker.
So Barker's just having a look around. Ben Brown's just moving the field slightly. Garton waits. Field in the offside is moving around a little bit more. They've got a sort of backward point and extra cover, whereas both were a little bit in front of that. Here's Garton then, bowls to Barker. Short, and Barker ducks underneath. A little bit of intent there from George Garton. I'm just wondering if... so I know Barker bowled at Garton in the first innings. I'm just wondering if there was a little bit of pent-up frustration there a little bit. Garton actually finished 54 not out, so it's not like that. It's not like that Barker got him out.
I'm pretty sure Barker bowled at him. Can't imagine that he wouldn't have done, because Barker was bowling quite a lot of spells. But yeah, perhaps there is.
10 minutes to lunch then. Here's Garton up the hill, bowls to Barker, length ball, and Barker just quietly plays it off the front foot up towards mid-on, where Mitch Claydon just waits for the ball to hit him in the boot and then picks it up. Garton in his 10th over.
Over rate +2, is that?
Is that good? I can't remember which way around.
I think it's not good. No, I think it's not good. I think. I don't know. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be good, would it? Really?
I've forgotten.
Pacemen bowling, but there again, a lot of wickets have fallen. It'll probably be adjusted at lunch.
No, I don't think anything. I don't think they'll worry about it this year. It's outside off stump. Just moved away slightly from Barker. It's a good leave. I think this being COVID year, I think they'll just skirt over it. They'll find some excuse. Just blame it on COVID.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they might well be applying the normal rates. I suppose not, because they're 90 overs to be bowled in six hours. That's 15 an hour. That's probably what they're basing it on.
Michael Sprake at Solent Sport makes an interesting point here, actually, and one that was in the back of my mind, but now you've pointed it out, it's become a bit more real. He says, Ollie Robinson, Jason Gillespie was the Yorkshire coach when he left. So it's interesting how he has redeemed himself under Gillespie's leadership at Sussex. That is an interesting one. I mean, players do mature, their attitudes change as they get older, and I think he's probably he's very much different than he was a few years ago.
First ball of the over, and it's just tucked away backward of square for a singles for Fuller. It goes on to 3. Yes. I mean, it happens, doesn't it? Benny Howell at Hampshire had problems and went off to Gloucestershire and became, well, at the very least, a leading T20 player, if not more than that. So sometimes they are just naughty boys when they're 20, and it's the wake-up call they need, and they turn into decent cricketers. Barker facing his first ball from Robinson now, and it's just outside the off stump, and it's got lift and carry, hasn't it?
Talking about waking up, I think one or two of the Hampshire supporters are waking up here. I've got a couple of extra tweets. Richard Shelley, hope you're having breakfast. I think by the time you've probably been out for a run. I know he's been doing a lot of running recently. He says Robinson played one list day match for Hampshire versus Sri Lanka. It was abandoned after 18 overs. Back in 2014, he got none for 17 in 4 overs.
Yeah, that's right.
Great memory, he said. Well, I'm not sure you remembered. You'll have to look that up. You wouldn't remember that 6 years later, would you?
I did see it. It wasn't a very nice day. I was saying, Barker looks to push that on the onside. It comes off the leading edge. It's fielded in the cover. There's no run. He's okay, but it flew upwards. Yes, there were other people who... There were 2 strange lift day games around that time. There was another one, possibly against Bangladesh, when we actually fielded a couple of loanees from Middlesex, but they weren't people that we'd signed on loan. They just played that game. And when I compiled my list of Hampshire cricketers, they all got in it, including Robinson. And that's outside the off stump. Barker leaves it alone, goes through the brown. Yeah, I published that book of all the Hampshire cricketers. And so Ollie Robinson's in it, and these 2 guys, I can't remember who they were now, the Middlesex men, but somebody could tweet us with that.
There's obviously a Hampshire app with an alarm clock on it, because all of a sudden quite a few Hampshire supporters are suddenly tweeting in, one after the other. I've got a few to read out. I've got another one from Joe. Need a really big partnership from James Fuller and Barker now to get us a decent competitive total. Joe also says a plus over rate is a good thing. We must be rusty.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm always rusty. That's outside the off stump. Barker lets it go again.
Yeah.
I do depend on you, Joe, for these kinds of things. You know that.
Yeah. Some people are more rusty than others, that's for sure. And I include myself in the rusty bracket as well. Leighton Wicks, afternoon to you. I know you actually tweeted in yesterday and I forgot to read it. I apologise. He says, hi everybody, great to hear you're back. Bet you're pleased that you won't meet Numpty, that's his mate, called Numpty, and myself pestering yourself this year. You never pester us, you just chat to us, which is great. Glad it's back and you're safe. And Ian East says Hampshire 130 odd for 8. Season is definitely back to normal. Quick game is a good game.
Robinson bowls, and that just dropped short first slip. Barker looked as if he was pushing out on the onside, and again it must have just nipped away a bit, and but falls short of first slip, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, I'd like us to be maybe 180 for 6 rather than 137 for 8, but I broadly speaking agree absolutely that these kinds of games are fascinating, intriguing, and you know, the old kind of 500 plays 500 and drifts away on the last day is not something to be greatly desired, really.
Now George Garton is taking a breather, or is he? No, he's just up here.
He's coming. He has to go.
Of course, you can't give it to the umpire. You can't give anything to the umpires.
We had a 12th man who ran on and off to do that for our guys, but they don't seem to have one down here, so he's having to do it.
Well, he's starting the 7th over of this spell, and he's running up the hill to James Fuller this time, and it's outside off stump, and Fuller drives into the gap through extra cover, runs here. He stroked it through the gap rather than try to hit it, so it won't quite reach the rope, and they jog, almost amble through for 2. I think the last few yards both actually walked. Those last few yards of that second run. Hampshire move on to 139 for 8, and Fuller is on 5.
The fact that he's in his 7th over, which I hadn't spotted, answers a question we raised yesterday, because it looked as though Dale was coming off every time after 5 overs, and I wondered whether there was some legislation in place about that, but it presumed not.
Garton to Fuller, and Gullis swings that away on the leg side. Whoa, what a shot! That's gone hard through mid-wicket for 4. I'd lost the flight of that. The way he whipped it away on the leg side, I thought it'd gone in the air, but actually it was all along the ground. And quick bat speed there from James Fuller. Takes him on to 9, 143 for 8.
Yeah, because there were occasions. I remember when Chris Tremlett made his debut, he took wickets against New Zealand A at Portsmouth, and they had to whip him off. And Sean Udall explained later that he wasn't allowed to bowl more in a spell than he had.
Garton again to Fuller. Fuller's on the back foot. Ball just straightens on him a fraction as he works that up to mid-off.
Because they've introduced other
workload and getting through spell after spell, week after week, game after game. It's not something that he's used to. Here he comes again, and that's swung again, but Fuller's well forward and plays it back to the bowler. Joe's back on the tweets and says, I've been listening from the start. This is in response to me saying that all the Hampshire supporters are suddenly waking up. But gardening gloves make tweeting a little difficult. David Ackland saying up to under 19, ECB guidelines are maximum 7 overs per spell, 18 overs per day. I think Dale is too old for this to apply.
Okay, thank you very much, David.
There we go.
He's like Joe, he knows everything.
Yeah, there's some real know-alls out there, isn't there? As Fuller drives to extra cover, fielded by Rawlings, and that is the end of the over. We are just about at lunch. It'll be interesting. I'm looking at the clock. I think we might just get this over in.
Yeah, probably one more. Yeah. Although neither umpire is, well, it's Ian Gould who's going to the bowler's end. He's not racing, but he's not obliged to do so. But it looks to me like he's content.
You might have to finish off this over, actually, Dave, because I'll have to go and do an update for some of the listeners in about a minute or two's time.
Okay. There was a discussion on the Test match the other day. David Lloyd was talking about umpiring and playing in the days when, if you started the last over at 1 minute to 1 and it took a long time for whatever reason, you simply lost that time off your lunch.
I think you do, don't you?
No, you don't.
Do you not now?
Apparently not any longer, no. Robinson comes in and bowls, and Barker is very full on his legs, and Barker just pushes up to mid-on. No, apparently now they take 40 minutes from whenever they come off. So I guess in a sense they're less troubled by it all. I'm a bit perturbed that Sussex haven't bowled a spin bowler for the last over before lunch, because I thought that was in the ECB regulations now. You have to bowl one spinner for the last over. No, it's all right, I'm being facetious. We didn't do it yesterday either, actually. Robinson bowls and Barker's forward defensively. There's no run. 147 for 8, so the deficit is 29. And Fuller averaged 35 last year, and Barker, as I suggested, made a number of runs, so these two could get us through to about par score. But as I say, I have no idea whether Dale is batting at number 11 because a young man on debut probably would, or whether he is a genuine number 11. Ollie Robinson comes in and bowls, and Barker plays that away to square leg. Square leg is in close to the umpire, and there's no run. Sunshine still. It's one of those days with great clouds. It's John Constable, the great British painter of clouds, spent some of his time in Brighton. I think he would have well, I was going to say he'd have enjoyed this. He'd have enjoyed the clouds. I'm not sure the fairly modern flats that are around Hove, but he might not have painted those bits, but he'd have liked the clouds. Robinson in, that's outside the off stump. Barker lets it through to Brown, and there's no run. So we're coming to the end of the 4th session, and it has been a fascinating game so far, and continues to be set up to be so. 2 balls remaining. Of the 60, there'll be 61 overs remaining after this, so they haven't quite bowled the 30, which was partly why I was thinking that the over rate was a problem. Now he's sent square leg out, and he's coming round the wicket, and so I think it's probably, unless it's a double bluff, not difficult to guess what's happening here. Well, it was kind of double bluff really. It wasn't particularly short, and it was outside the off stump. So there's 1 ball to go. Will he drop it short and invite Barker to have a go at it? I doubt whether Barker would be tempted, having seen all that happening last ball before lunch, but we shall see. Rawlins has the job of polishing the ball, and actually more than that, he's being taken across on the leg side as well, and he's a very short mid-wicket, crouching rather than walking in, and and Robinson bowls a relatively slow ball, full ball, and Barker just pads it back to him. So George Garton runs down here to collect his cap at the end of the session, and in the sunshine the players will go off, and I don't know whether they've got all sorts of strange and particular arrangements for lunching. The umpires go the other direction. They walk off towards the scoreboard at Hove. You know the scoreboard. We're sitting at the south end, scoreboard on the right. They go off that way and have separate dressing rooms just to the south of the scoreboard. The players going the other way, and the score at lunch is 147 for 8. With Fuller and Barker remaining, and the deficit is 30. Clayton's got 2 for 26, Robinson 3 for 35, Galton's having a very good game, 2 for 37, and are we going to say goodbye now?
Sorry. I've got to do an update to the listeners on BBC, so I'll let you go and we can have our sandwiches, Dave.
Thank you.
So, just wait for our update to the listeners on BBC Surrey and Sussex. Hello studio, anybody there? Hello, hello.
To the Clackett Lane services, and because of a lorry that's broken down there, travel time currently around about 10 minutes, maybe just under. A21 partly blocked at the Blue Boys roundabout at Kippings Cross because of an accident which involved 3 vehicles there. Ditton Road still partially blocked the Mayfair pub in Ditton Hills because of a burst water pipe. And bus routes are being diverted. They are the 71, 465, K1, K4 and N65. East Molesey Again, still very slow on the Hampton Court Way. It's taking over 10 minutes to get through there at the moment. Slightly further afield on the M4, the road's closed across the weekend until the early hours of tomorrow morning for roadworks. Both ways this is between Junction 5 Langley and 6 for Slough. There is a diversion in place, but as you can imagine that will be very heavy. A breakdown causing one lane to be closed on the M20. It's going eastbound from Junction 4 Leybourne to 6, which is Maidstone. Resurfacing work, and a car that was on fire earlier still causing one lane to be closed and slow moving traffic on the M20 westbound from Junction 6 Maidstone. Oh, we've done that one, haven't we? Yeah, it was the same one as before. Oh well. Public transport, replacement bus service running via Peckham Rye on Southern between London Bridge and Tulse Hill. That is all because of engineering work. Right, shovel you trust, and sometimes a double mention. Next update, 30 minutes. Yeah, the Bob Willis Trophy. Let's see how it's going at the moment. Adrian Harms.
Well, I have to say, Graham, it's an excellent game down here at Hove. A low-scoring game, but nonetheless exciting because of that. Sussex bowled out yesterday for just 176. We didn't think that was enough, but Hampshire at lunch are 147 for 8. So a good morning here for Sussex. 3 wickets in total from Ollie Robinson, a couple from George Garton as well. So Hampshire trailing by 29 runs with 2 wickets remaining, and very difficult to call which way this game is going to go. Very much Middlesex's morning up at the Oval. They declared on 347 for 6, 192 there from Nick Gubbins in reply. Surrey have already lost a wicket. They're 9 for 1 in reply.
Okay, nice touch, isn't it, with the Bob Willis Trophy, Adrian?
Really nice touch, and particularly for those around Surrey, because Bob Willis played for Surrey, played in a county championship winning side for Surrey as well, and he played a lot of cricket and was very well associated with Cobham and Stoke Dagenham Cricket Club as well. So it's a really nice touch. Of course, Bob passed away at the tail end of last year, so this competition is named after him. It's a one-off competition with no county championship this year, and what it is doing, Graham, is giving the opportunity for counties to give some younger players a chance, and it really has been a really good couple of days here, and with the sun out it really feels that summer has arrived.
And your lunch is on the way as well?
Well, to be honest, Graham, all change on the lunch front, because no longer are we treated. We have to bring our own food to the ground. So it's a case of making up the sandwiches or picking some fruit out of the bowl in the morning or some biscuits out the cupboard. So I have to say that the cakes and scones and jam and lovely sandwiches are a thing of the past for this season at least.
Well, you're not alone. Test match special will be exactly the same.
Cheers, Graham. Right, was I just sorry, was that all right? I was up there for quite a long time, actually.
You and Dave did loads.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove for the afternoon session. I'm sorry, I'm just looking around to make sure we've all got the correct headphones on, because we need to make sure that we're complying with the rules and regulations, which we have, so that's all good news. And the players are making the way out to the middle, and this game is intriguingly poised at the moment. I can see the Sussex lads are just over in front of the pavilion steps. Ben Brown is chatting away to the players, a bit of a motivational chat, and Hampshire 8 wickets down. The two not-out batsmen make their way to the middle, Keith Barker and James Fuller. It is the most glorious afternoon here at Hove. I have to say, there's lots and lots of blue sky around, but at the same time there's also some cloud as well. The weather forecast is good, so it's not too hot outside. It's just a very pleasant afternoon. And you know, what a shame there's no spectators allowed into the ground, because this would be a glorious afternoon to watch cricket here at Hove. I can just imagine everyone on an afternoon like this sitting up in the deck chairs at the far end of the ground and just enjoying the sunshine. But sadly, no spectators, but at least we can let you know what's going on. And I have to say, this is a really good game. I thought Sussex were very undercooked yesterday with their 176. But Hampshire in reply had struggled. There's always a little bit in this pitch for the bowlers. If you heard Kevin James talking earlier and Jason Gillespie, who came on commentary this morning as well, the feeling is there's just a little bit in this pitch, and if the bowlers are patient, then the wickets will come. So we're about to get underway in this afternoon session. Umpire Billy Taylor holds out his arm, and we're going to be underway in a couple of moments' time. In fact, here we go now, with Mitch Claydon coming running in to bowl to the right-handed James Fuller, and Fuller is forward and plays the ball to mid-on, where it's fielded by Ollie Robinson. So the state of the game: Hampshire are 147 for 8, Fuller on 13, Barker yet to score. Sussex made 176, so the arrears are currently 29. As Mitch Claydon is back to his mark, 2 wickets to his name, number 4 on his back, and he runs away from us, comes into bowl to Fuller, and Fuller plays that to mid-wicket, and a very good bit of fielding by George Garton, who was in very quickly, and he rolled the ball, or threw the ball underarm. In fact, he didn't let it go. I don't know why he didn't do that, because I think he thought that he got the throw in, that maybe Keith Barker might have been struggling at the non-striker's end. Claydon turns and is on his way again. Bowls and played by Fuller down to fine leg, fielded all the way down in the distance there by Jack Carson, who gets in the throw. The youngster from hails from Northern Ireland. We understand his parents were over watching. And actually, just to say, if you are listening to us on the BBC website, then can I direct you to the Sussex Cricket Club feed, because the live pictures and the commentary, there's been a few technical problems over the last couple of days, but the lads here have worked feverishly to get things sorted out. I'm delighted to say that everything is now working fine. So if you want to watch pictures as well as listen to our commentary, that's the place to go. So go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, and I think Hampshire are streaming it live as well via the same.
Taking it from you guys, aren't you?
Yeah, taking it from us. So you know, you can watch and listen. As there's a change in the field, 2 slips, which is now going to be supplemented by a third, and Delray Rawlings is going into a gully position. So 2 slips and a gully, backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg, and Claydon is in, and Keith Barker just plays that nicely off the hip down to fine leg. And we may well be down to the last few Hampshire batsmen here, but Keith Barker is no mug with the bat, and nor is James Fuller, so Sussex will be well aware of that and very keen to wrap up this Hampshire innings. Claydon in his 12th over, figures of 2 for 28. The 37-year-old turns just down in front of us on what is a lovely afternoon. Runs in away from us, is in and bowls, and clips straight to mid-wicket, and Garton gets the catch. James Fuller just waited, and he was fully justified in doing that, but it was a very good low catch by George Garton at mid-wicket. It was clipped off the front pad, it was in the air, and Garton had to dive forward. And I think if we see the replay, we'll see the ball was just inches above the turf, and James Fuller waited. He just wanted to make sure that Garton had taken the catch cleanly. Garton said he had, and umpire Taylor's finger went up in the air, and James Fuller makes his way off. So 14 20 minutes with 2 breeze, and he's 17 ball, and it's a wicket in the first over after lunch, and a 3rd wicket for Mitch Claydon, who's now got the impressive figures of 3 for 28, and Hampshire 149 for 9, still trail by 27. That was a good catch, actually.
I missed it.
It was low down by Garton. It was clipped away. It was just a half volley, and he clipped it, but he was just in the air. And Garton, there's not many fielders who would have got that actually, but he's very, very quick, George Garton. He got a 100 contract with had it been played, with the Southern Braves, and I think his fielding's a lot to do with that. You know, he's very, very good, and that was an excellent catch. So the 19th wicket of the match goes down, and we're only just past lunch on the second day. So unless we get a deluge of rain, you never know with cricket, do you? But it would look unlikely that this is going to go the full 4 days.
I agree. I'm quite surprised, actually. Really, I know there's a little bit in it in the pitch for the bowlers, but is it really 176 plays 149 for 9?
No, I don't think it is.
I think we're probably seeing cricketers, although they've trained and practiced a bit for 3 or 4 months, not quite match hardened.
Now Claydon wants a change in the field, and he's saying to Ben Brown, I don't really want a deep backward square. Well, he's going to keep one. Sorry, deep backward pointers. In comes Claydon. Bowls, edge to the slip, and he's dropped. Dropped off the first ball is Singdale, and he's dropped by Delray Rawlings at 3rd slip. Well, it was low to his left. It wasn't... It wasn't an easy chance, but I think it's one he should have taken. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree, yeah. I think a bit like Hampshire yesterday. I think the only thing that let them down was their catching behind the wicket, and I think you can put that in the same bracket.
Yep. It was low to Rawlings' left. He's normally a good fielder, but he shelled the chance, and he'll be disappointed. And Mitch Claydon will be disappointed as well, because he would have had very impressive figures of 4 for 28. And the Hampshire innings would have been all over in the first over after lunch.
Yeah, I've just watched the replay of that. It's by his left knee. That's not difficult.
Was it? I thought he died. Oh, sorry, the Rawlings chance. I thought you meant the Garton one. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one just now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, that was so a drop. So what, we had 5 wickets go down today.
77 for 4. So yes.
Yeah. So it's all action.
So here's Ollie Robinson down the hill. To the left-hander Barker, full. Barker drives up to mid-on. That's well fielded. Barker was looking for a single in case there was any sort of misfielding, or perhaps the shot hit us slightly better. But he will face the next delivery. Yes, Hampshire. So at lunch, Hampshire had added just 70 for the loss of 4. So they've now added 72 for the loss of 5. Today, not a great return. But some good. I think the Sussex bowlers have been on it today. Robinson bowls and Barker flicks that away. There is a man out deep towards deep square leg, so it's just a single. It will bring Dale on strike. 150 for 9. The 150 up. Still no batting bonus points. No batting bonus points in the game yet.
No, what a good spot. Yeah, and actually, I think you're right. Jason Gillespie was saying he thought Sussex had bowled well, and actually, James Kirtley is here now as the full-time bowling coach, and maybe that's took a good few wickets in his time to James.
Yeah, I think that's a good move.
Yeah,
he's quite an intelligent guy as well, isn't he?
Yep. And Sussex man as well from Eastbourne.
Could bowl the old rapid ball, couldn't he?
Yep.
I think that's been a feature of Sussex. Again, nobody express pace at all. But if you haven't got that, the next best thing is to bowl as accurately as you can, and I think they have done that. I think they've done that well. They've done that since 11 o'clock this morning. Hasn't really been a spell of 3 or 4 overs here where you thought, they've just let Hampshire off the hook here a little bit. I don't think that's been the case at all. Is Robinson then to Dale? Dale gets wrapped on the pad coming forward. Never seen him bat before, so I can't give you any sort of indication. I know some of our commentator mates up and down the country rate their number 11s as good as some others as opening bats. I've never been one for that. But what I won't do is claim somebody's better than they are, but also I won't say anything if I haven't seen them play. So that is literally the first couple of balls I've seen Dale bat.
tough examination here against Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, probably not happy with that. But I guess maybe the scoreboard is showing them as official name. But anyway, it's
And he's got Singdale on the back of his
shirt. And that's what I don't quite understand, because when they were talking about him last year, saying, "Oh, we got some young players coming up, Majid Dale, blah blah blah." When I saw it Singdale yesterday, I thought, "Where's that come from?"
Yes.
But he said Ajit Dale. So there you go.
Well, here comes Mitch Clayton, running in over the wicket, bowls wide of the off stump and swinging even wider, taken by Ben Brown as he bowls to Keith Barker. And there is no run. What does Barker do here, Kevin? Is a quick sort of 30 quite useful here, or does he?
Well, it is in the context of the game.
Does he sort of open his shoulders a bit, because he's capable of doing that?
Well, they're 26 behind. I mean, to make it a one innings game, 26 would be handy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
26 could prove a wicket or two the way this game's going.
2 slips and a gully as in comes Clayton and bowls, and Barker is solidly forwards, a ball of good length, and plays that into the offside, footed by Garton, and there is no run. Live cricket on the BBC, and if you'd like to get in touch with us, lots and lots of ways. You can email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. I haven't had an email for a little while, so just keep us company. Or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport, or is it at Solent Sport, Kev?
At Solent Sport.
Yeah. So please get in touch, and the live stream is working, so please make sure you log in and have a listen as Clayton bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, and Barker lets the ball go through to keeper Ben Brown, and again there is no run. A couple of the ground staff are at the far end of the ground, sitting on the wooden benches enjoying the sunshine. Must be nice when you're a groundsman and it's not going to rain, isn't it? You think, oh, I can just enjoy. I don't know what you do. I don't know whether you sort of maybe go into the shed and sharpen up some equipment or whatever you do. But
sharpen some up, what, your studs?
In comes Clayton, coming round the wicket now, bowls to Barker, that's down the leg side, and he hasn't quite got his radar right in this over as Mitch Clayton. He's been wide of the off stump, and now he's bowled one down the leg side, taken by Brown, and there is no run.
I've been sent a scorecard. It has no date on it. I don't know if I'm supposed to guess when it was. Leighton Wicks at Solent Sports has sent me a game where Sussex beat Hampshire by 9 wickets. It's obviously a one-day game.
In comes Clayton, round the wicket, bowls, and turned with a flick of the wrists by Barker to deep mid-wicket, and picks up a single off the last ball of the over. Is there one ball to come? Now, I think, is that over? No, one ball to come. Barker goes to 3. Sorry, Kev, 151
that's all right. It's a 60 over game, so that might sort of narrow it down a fraction. Hampshire made 248 for 6. Doesn't say where the game is either. Robin Smith 104 not out. Ed Gideon's bowled for Sussex, 12 overs, none for 41. Keith Greenfield, who I saw yesterday.
Grubby, yeah. In comes Clayton, bowls up on his toes, is Dale, and he gets his first run, and a perfectly respectable shot down to deep backward point and picks up a single. So he's on his way, he'll pinch the strike. 152 for night, Dale on 1, Barker on 3. What about Kevin James? How many did he make?
I was next in to bat, so I didn't bat. 248 for 4 off 60 overs Hampshire, and Sussex won by 9 wickets, as I said. So they got 252 for 1. David Smith, remember him?
Yeah, I do. He played for Surrey as well,
didn't he? He did. 123. He was a hard man. He was actually quite a nice. Once you got past this hard exterior that he had, he was quite a soft bloke inside, but he actually was quite intimidating.
Was he?
Yeah.
Tall.
Yeah, he was left-hander. Was he left-hander?
Yes, he was a left-hander. Didn't he get picked for an Ashes tour?
Oh, he might have done. That's a good shot.
I don't know if he might have one of these selections. He made some runs in the Gillette Cup final, then you find yourself on the plane to Australia.
Yeah. Here's Ollie Robertson down the hill, 152 for 9, bowling to Dale. Dale gets a length ball. He's playing that up to wide mid off, and there's no run. Yeah, he was a bit of a rough and ready bloke. You know what I mean? Didn't really fit the sort of normal characters that played cricket, but as I say, once you got sort of scratched away from that. I used to play against him a lot, because when he was at Surrey, obviously Middlesex played Surrey in my early days, loads, second team, first team, whatever. And then, he was an interesting character.
Who else was in the... So he made...
Right, he made 123. 100 from Bill Athy.
Oh, wow. That's Yorkshire as well, yeah.
I think I remember... If it was here, I think I do remember the game, actually, more I think about it. Let's play it up to mid-on. Not a straight delivery. So Bill Athy got 107. Martin Spate
Yeah.
It was not out, not many at the end, so that was it. Also in the Sussex side were Alan Wells, who's Luke's dad.
Luke's dad, yes.
Yeah. Keith Greenfield I mentioned. Colin Wells.
So his uncle, yeah.
Franklin Stevenson.
Wow. Yeah.
Peter Moores, keeper. Ian Salisbury.
He was on the coaching staff here now.
And Dale's playing that out square on the offside. Adrian Jones. Jonah. Yeah, went to Somerset. And Ed Giddins. So what year do you think that was?
Right, okay. I'm thinking
60 overs.
Okay, I'm going to say a bit before that maybe. I'm going to guess 1979.
79?
Oh no, not with you, sorry.
Outside the off stump there. I wasn't even playing county cricket then.
Sorry, slightly later than that. I'm trying to think where the Gillette Cup finished though.
Well, I played...
Okay, go for 83 then.
No, I go for later than that.
Okay.
Because I reckon David Smith. Remember, David Smith was at Surrey first and then came here.
Okay.
I played in the 60 over final in 91.
Oh right.
I reckon this is early 90s.
Oh, did it go that long? I didn't realise it went that long.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Hampshire side was Tony Middleton, Paul Terry, Smith I mentioned, Gower, Nicholas the captain, Malcolm Marshall. Here's Robertson again. Again, it's a straight delivery, but Dale's in behind it quite nicely. Robinson's just trying to keep it nice and accurate, try and make Dale make a mistake. Adrian Ames was the keeper, so that would have been after Bobby Parks. So that was around about sort of 91, 92 time. Udall, Cardigan, Connor, Kevin Shine. I reckon that's early 90s. I know Dave will probably pinpoint that better than me, but...
Right.
Yeah. So there you go. Leighton, if you'll know the date, so just let us know because it doesn't show it up. Oh, sorry, Kevin, the date got cut off. It's the 7th of July 93. Wow. Down the leg side. Good diving stop from Ben Brown. At Hove, it was the first ever Hampshire game. It was first ever Hampshire game.
That's I'm amazed at that.
Yeah, 93. I think I remember it. It was. I think I'm not sure what he means by the first ever Hampshire game. Does he mean the first ever white ball game? Because sort of white ball was sort of starting to.
Right.
And I think I remember it because I think I remember bowling at Bill Effie. Yeah, Richard Shelley says 93 as well. So
Right.
got that right.
Okay.
I remember bowling at Bill Effie here. I think it was a hot day, and I remember coming down the hill. And the ball was doing absolutely. I mean, white balls do naff all anyway, and we were only starting to learn about white balls in those days. You know, the characteristics. It did naff all.
In comes Clayton Bowles, bouncer to Barker, ducked underneath it, taken by Brown, and there is no runs. What were your figures, Kev?
Oh yeah. I don't think there were anything special. Let's have a look. I've probably conveniently glossed over that.
I wasn't going to let you.
No, I know you weren't. 12 overs, none for 47.
Well, that's respectable.
It's not the end of the world, is it?
No. Four and over.
I mean, Malcolm Marshall didn't get any wickets that day, none for 36. 12 overs about to bowl in those days.
Clayton Bowles outside the off stump. So how many overs did Sussex take to get there?
They did it with 11 balls to spare.
Oh, okay.
7 balls to spare.
All right, so
58.5. So, but only 1 wicket down. So
right, so there are plenty. Yeah.
Plenty of time.
Amazing, really, isn't it? Because you look at that now and you think that's not 60 overs. It's not a lot of runs, is it?
It's not really.
Incredible.
Yeah. So there you go. Thank you for that.
Yeah, Clayton turns and runs away from us. Comes into bowl to Keith Barker, bowls, and Barker plays it on the onside with the flick of the wrist and takes a single. And total goes up to 154 for 9, and Barker goes to... Well, it's gone up already. Barker to 4, 153 for 9. Actually, Bill Affey, I always used to like Bill Affey, and I remember, I have no idea why, but as a kid, I always liked Yorkshire. And I think because I always liked Jeff Boycott. And then Bill Affey came along, sort of mid-80s, and... they went on to play for England, and I remember listening in the car going to work one day, and Bill Affey, it was the Ashes series, I think in 87, and Bill Affey made runs, I think he made 100, opening with Chris Broad. I think they both made hundreds in Perth, and England won the test match.
Oh yes.
In comes Clayton and Bowles, and well played by Dale, actually up on his toes, a rising delivery, managed to fend onto the offside, and there is no run. And it was also that game where the Surrey wicketkeeper Jack Richards made a ton as well. Kev's got to run off and do his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Solent. And England won that test match. 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket. The square leg is now going backward of square. As in comes Claydon over the wicket, bowls, and Dale is forward. Plays it to mid-wicket, fielded by Garton, and there is no run. Yeah, so Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you want to drop us an email, it'd be good to hear from you. I know it's a lovely afternoon, so people are probably sitting on the beach enjoying themselves or going for a nice walk or whatever. And another change in the field. Now, Mitch Claydon wants the fielder, who I think is Henry Crocombe, who was at fielding at square leg, to go back to deep backward square. Claydon in, bowls, and Dale is forward and plays this down to third man. And these are all valuable runs for Hampshire. It's a low-scoring game so far. One more to Dale, who goes 2-2. I'm sure he's already got a single. It's the end of Mitch Claydon's over. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 31. So Hampshire 153 for 9. The 2 batsmen have a natter away in the middle of the pitch. Keith Barker on 4. Singdale is on 1, and it's going to be, I think it's going to be Henry Crocombe who is going to come on to bowl from the far end of the ground, or is it going to be Jack Carson? No, it's going to be the off spin of Carson who's going to come on to bowl. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 115 for the young off spinner. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Keith Barker. It'll be interesting to see what field Ben Brown sits here. Various helmets and protective equipment being brought out from the pavilion. Harry Finch coming running out. He's just struck the pads underneath his trousers. So certainly could be a slip. Now they're going to put a couple of men back on the leg side. I think that's good, because I'm wondering whether Keith Barker may be thinking there's a quick 20 or 30 here, could be very important for Hampshire. So, for the left-handed Barker, there is a deep backward square on the boundary, a deep mid-wicket. The mid-on is sort of halfway back, almost towards long-on, but not quite. There's a short leg and 2 slips, as in comes Carson. Around the wicket, bowling his off breaks, and Barker is just prodding forward and plays it into the hands of Finch on the bounce. And there is no run. So Salters without a protective helmet on at first slip. Garton has got one at second slip. As in comes Carson around the wicket and bowls. And Barker is forward. He's going to be caught. Yes, he is caught, and he's on his way. He's caught by Phil Salt, who runs around from slip to take the catch. And young Jack Carson has picked up his second wicket of innings. Thanks very much, Sil. Hampshire have been 50 in their first innings, and a wicket his second innings of the match for Jack Carson, young 19-year-old making his debut for Sussex. He's picked up a wicket, the wicket of Keith Barker. So Hampshire out for 153. Sussex made 176 yesterday, so Sussex will have a lead going into their second innings of 23 runs. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Middlesex made 347 for 6 declared against Surrey, 192 from Nick Gubbins. In reply, Surrey have already lost a wicket. They're 16 for 1. There we are. That's the end of ours. So we'll have a little breather for 5 minutes, I think. Kev, shall we? And have a cup of coffee. So welcome back to Hove, where the Hampshire players are making their way out. The Sussex ground staff right in the middle, nattering away to the two umpires, and the two Sussex openers are making their way out onto the ground. So the lead, Kevin, for Sussex is 23, which is not, maybe not insignificant in a low-scoring game. It may prove to be completely irrelevant, but it's it's a need nonetheless. And I have to say, I didn't think when Sussex were bowled out for 176 that they would have a first innings lead. So it just goes to show.
Well, I mean, 23 at the moment in this game represents at least a wicket, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does. The two Sussex openers making the way out, Phil Salt and Tom Haynes. Now we've had a bit of a laugh over the. Well, not a laugh. I think I've upset Ian Salisbury, which probably wasn't the best thing to do. So I'm sorry, Ian, because Kevin was reading out a scorecard from a Hampshire Sussex game, and I got it horribly wrong by about 14 years. But that's not the point, really. What's that? Ian was that he was playing in 1979. So sorry about that, Ian. I need to do my homework a bit better. But what I was thinking about was
actually we didn't mention his figures that day, did we? Ian Salisbury. 12 overs, 1 for 41.
Right. Okay.
He had Mark Nicholas out. 12.
Oh, that's nice.
There we go. Sorry.
I think we were talking about that was Dave Smith and whether he went on an Ashes tour, and I've just got a feeling that he did. I think he made runs.
I think you're right.
In a Gillette Cup final somewhere, and went on an Ashes tour.
Or did he go to?
Or maybe it was the Caribbean.
Caribbean.
Yeah, that may be. Yes, maybe it was the Caribbean. So if anybody knows that who's listening, but I'm sure that happened. Anyway, Keith Barker is wandering down towards us, and he's got his white sun hat, which he's just left outside of the boundary because he can't give your sun hat to or your cap to the umpires at the minute.
West Indies.
Ah, okay. So let's try and think of the year, because he was playing for Surrey at the time. I'm fairly certain about that. Probably got that wrong as well. So I'm going to guess. Now I'm going to guess that.
Well, he played 2 tests and 2 one-day internationals, so there was a span,
right,
of years.
Oh, right, between the two.
Between all of them, yeah.
Right, okay. Keith Barker's going to start the Sussex Hampshire reply. Comes in and bowls to Phil Salt, who glides that nicely to mid-wicket. Barker bowling, Salt batting. Let's get it right. Getting my words all muddled up. I'm thinking about Dave Smith and playing.
Well, I'm a bit worried of what you'll say after what you said before and upset Ian Salisbury. You don't want to believe me. If you're going to upset somebody, probably upset Ian rather than Smudge. So be careful here.
Yeah, but he may not be listening. That's the only thing. Ian Salisbury might be listening. Dave Smith probably isn't. But I'm going to say I reckon it was all right. You're going to think I'm crazy here. In comes Barker running away from us, coming into bowl to Phil Salt. He's in and bowls, and Salt drives across the line, fielded by Felix Organ, who comes in from square leg to field, and there is no. I think it was before '93. I'm going to say he was playing for Surrey, and I'm going to say it was mid-80s.
That's not a bad shout. He played his 2 tests in '86.
Right.
He played a one-day international in '86 and played the other one in 1990.
Right. Well, it was a gap then.
I think I saw that one out, and I think Hampshire on a pre-season to Barbados. I think he was there.
Barker in and bowls, and Salt is solidly forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
Because we were definitely over there at least once, maybe twice when England teams were there, and we used to go and watch a couple of games down in Barbados, down at Kensington Oval. And I think actually. Yeah, Smudge was there because he opened the batting with Wayne Larkins.
So was that
in the Barbados one-day international?
So was that the the Test match? Was that the Gatting tour when he got hit, when he got his nose broken by?
No.
What was that?
Well,
and he came back from the tour. He went back out again, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah.
In comes Barker bowls. Oh, good delivery from Keith Barker, and it cuts Phil Salt in half. Goes through to keeper.
Right, well,
at the Madison, there is no run.
This 5th one-day international at Bridgetown in 1990 resulted in a win for the West Indies by 4 wickets. The England team was Smudger, who got 5, Wayne Larkins, 34, Robin Smith made 69, Alan Lamb, 55, Nasser Hussain played in it, David Capel, Jack Russell was the keeper, Phil de Freitas, Chris Lewis, Gladstone Small, and Eddie Hemmings.
Wow.
So there you go. So I'm not quite sure where Gat was amongst all that.
In comes Barker again and bowls, and Salt gets an inside edge. He's fairly fortunate that the ball makes its way down to fine leg, but Phil Salt is on his way. Top scorer in the match by a distance, actually. He's 68. And Kev was saying that the highest scorer in the Hampshire innings was Harry Kane, who made 25, was it?
25, yeah.
25, yeah.
I'm just wondering, because Alan Lamb captained that game, so maybe you're right. Maybe it was when Gatting had come back. I'm just trying to see if I can find it.
Was he hit by Malcolm Marshall?
With Malcolm Marshall,
yeah. He got his nose splattered. In comes Barker. Oh.
You think he's going to come round and find you?
Yeah.
So we are going to... Sorry.
They'll say the years tumble by.
Oof, they do. I know. I mean, I regularly, luckily, you know, a lot of the Hampshire fans are great with this sort of thing, and they regularly send things in, and we try and decipher it. Fortunately, that's why I have Dave Allen normally with me, because he knows, and then I can sort of feed off the back of that and say, oh yeah, of course I do.
Yeah, really.
But most of the time, I ain't got a clue. James Fuller's going to open the bowling. I wasn't quite sure if he would, actually, because I think out of all the bowlers on show, I mean, nobody's bowled badly in this game, but runs per over, I think Fuller has probably been the most expensive. But here he is, down the hill, and bowls. That's a length ball, and that's runs off the outside edge of Salt's bat, goes down towards third man. Mason Crane does the fielding. Quite an easy sort of thick outside edge, really. Salt just let the ball come onto him, just half guided it, half thick outside edge.
I'm getting pelters, you know.
Are you?
Yeah.
Go on.
No, about Ian Salisbury.
Oh, right. So you need a Dave Allen with you.
I do. I need to find someone at Sussex who's got the history, don't I?
Yeah, and then ask them first off air, and then sound audible. He's playing a missing outside the off stump. Good delivery. Yeah, I'm just having a look at James Fuller's runs per over in the first innings. It was up around the late fours, nearly 5, 4.8. Real Sussex stalwart. Yeah, and did really, really well. I remember him making his debut for Sussex. I was up at Aigburth in a tent. Oh, yes. Up in Liverpool. It was cold, isn't it? God, cold. It was April time, and Steve had just sort of stepped off a plane from Australia, I think. 3 without loss, it's Fuller. It's a Salt. Salt gets a length ball. Again, it's a thick outside edge past the diving gully, and it's going down towards third man. Mason Crane in the game once more. Picks it up just inside the boundary. 2 more runs to the Sussex second innings total. They move on to 5 without loss, and at the end of that over, they have a lead of 28. Yeah, live cricket on the BBC, BBC Sussex, BBC Radio Sussex, I keep forgetting the radio, and BBC Radio Solent. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Kevin James. Dave Allen's going to come and join us at about 2:30, and we can chatter away, and I'm sure Dave will be able to fill me in on all the Hampshire stats. Oh, don't start him. As we go through the afternoon. Believe me, you'll never get him off. Won't we? Well, no, perhaps we won't do that then. Yeah. But this game is well poised. 4 slips in place now for Keith Barker as he comes running into bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes. He's yet to score, comes in and bowls, and Haynes is beaten outside the off stump. The slip cordon all go up, and Haynes wanders away in the direction of square leg. Good delivery by Barker, just shaped away from the left-hander. George Garton-esque. Yeah. Barker swung it in the first innings away from the left-hander into the right. Garton did it in the Hampshire first innings, and now Barker's doing it here in the Sussex second innings. He wanders back to his mark. Yep, he was a terrific overs. Well, when Steve McCoffin was here, he really was. In comes Barker bowls, and Haynes. Benefit of the doubt there, Kev, or do you think he was beaten? I think he played the line, the original line, and didn't follow the ball as it moved away from him. Did he go to Worcester towards the end? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Spent some time down there, but was it a bit of a dodgy knee, Steve, and all that bowling. Yeah, that high knee action as he came running into the wicket. I remember a game down at Horsham when Sussex beat Somerset inside a couple of days. As here comes Barker again, running away from us, comes in and bowls and let go by Haynes outside the off stump. There is no run. And the Somerset commentator couldn't make the first day. So it was myself and I think an assortment of people commentating on the game. But the game finished on the second day, so the Somerset commentator arrived on day 2, you know, hotel booked and everything, and then was on his way home again by tea on the second day. Took 340 wickets in 89 appearances for Sussex. Made his debut in 2012, left at the end of 2017. Yeah. And was Player of the Year here on at least 2, maybe 3 occasions. In comes
Barker bowls, that go outside the off stump by Haynes. There's a howl from the slips, but I think that's a decent lead by...
I think it's a good lead. I think the ball probably just sort of moved back in after it had left the batter. But remember in the first innings he padded up to Barker, didn't he?
He did. Yes. He was, Steve was sort of the Ollie Robinson of his time, really. Took looks of wickets, always hitting the top of off.
Yeah. God, can you imagine Robinson one end and McGoffin the other?
Oh,
if you were a batter, you wouldn't score a run for about 45 minutes, would you?
There'd be no respite. You'd have to play a lot of balls. Barker, Indian bowls, and Haynes is forward. He's going to get his first run as he plays that on the leg side, just in front of square, and picks up a single. Kane has to run back.
my blog, and I think there are lots of Hampshire people who follow it, in fact lots of Hampshire people who contribute to it, but I've been putting a lot of photographs on it. Now, you know, inevitably I'm a bit biased towards Hampshire, so I don't know how excited they'd be, but if you're a Sussex supporter and you want to have a look at my photos and do anything with them, I don't care what you do with them, that's fine, then you can do that really. It's very easy to find it. My blog is called Hampshire Cricket History. It's all one word, and I don't know, there's probably a dozen photos up there already, and I should keep doing it during a game. So Hampshire Cricket History, if you want to have a look, there's Hampshire Cricket History with pictures of Sussex cricketers on it.
Good. Well, I looked at the back of the box. You've got your camera. That looks very impressive with a long lens on there. Yeah. That's obviously a hobby of yours, is it, Dave?
Well, and it's to be honest, these days I almost only cricket-wise. I was saying yesterday, but I was an art teacher and I did teach some photography as well, so I know bits. But I will be quite honest with you. I shoot it all on automatic and fiddle with it on a computer to make it look better. And I crop it on the computer and I enhance the brightness on the computer. So there's no great, it's not any great work of art. But to be honest, that's the way of photography these days. You really can. I mean, when I say I taught photography, I taught it in a dark room, black and white photography in a dark room, you know, and that's just the change is just extraordinary, really. Yeah, but that was a long, long time ago. Now I just click away and think, yeah, that'll do. That one's all right. And I did actually get. I didn't get any of Dale's wickets yesterday, but I did manage to get a shot of him being dropped first ball.
Right. So, by Delray Rawlins.
Whether I shall share that with him, I don't know.
In comes Barker. Comes in at bowls to Phil Salt, who plays quietly into the offside, fielded at point, and there is no run. Now, when we were talking yesterday, you and I were talking about Gordon Greenwich. I was talking to Kevin, and I know you went away and found out some stats about Gordon Greenwich.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about his average, and they are almost all exactly 45. Test is 44.72, first class 45.88, Hampshire 45.40. So very consistent. And one of the points I made was that he batted a lot of his career on uncovered pitches, particularly in county cricket, not so much in Test cricket.
Barker in again bowls, and Salt is forward again, plays to point, fielded by Kame again, and there is no run.
I think it's one of the things that's difficult about comparing averages, really. My favourite example in Hampshire is Roy Marshall, who has this wonderful reputation as, you know, the flamboyant West Indian who turned Hampshire's cricket around, all of which is entirely true. But his career average, I'm pretty sure, is just below 40. And people say, why is that? Well, 3-day cricket, the 1950s, when bowlers were always dominant. If you look at the averages in the 1950s, the bowlers are they're tremendous statistics.
Barker in bowls to Phil Salt, who didn't know where that was momentarily. It was inside edge of the bat. The ball squirted out to mid-wicket, and James Phil had to run from his right, almost towards square leg to field, and there is no run.
And then there are things about who did they face, and county cricket in the 1970s. Gordon Greenwich was batting against some pretty impressive bowlers. You know, I mean, with the greatest respect to the players we're seeing out there today, it's not quite the way it was in the 70s when most counties had two, top overseas players.
Barker bowls and Salt hits this one firmly through extra cover. That's going to race away. Mason Crane is in hot pursuit. I think he's going to pull it up inside the boundary as well. He does. That's another very good bit of fielding. But Phil Salt is very quick between the wickets. Crane gets in the throw. There's going to be overthrows here. Never run on an no, they are going to run on an overthrow. Well, that was sort of sloppy cricket really from Hampshire. It was a very good chase by Mason Crane. He got in the throw. There was some backing up, but it was Ajit Dale who backed up and he fumbled the ball. And it's an all-run four for Phil Salt, who goes to 17. There don't too many all-run fours at Hove, but we have got one today. So Phil Salt goes to 17 and Sussex to 20 without loss. I don't think Keith Barker was overly impressed by that.
No, that was a shame because Crane did very well initially, but it all got spoiled.
Barker again over the wicket bowls, and Salt again fiddles this one past Scully. He does get his runs quickly. Phil Salt is running down towards third man. They're going to look for 3 again. I'm not sure there is a third as the throw comes in, and Phil Salt will settle for 2. He goes to 19 and Sussex to 22 without loss, and Keith Barker I think wants a change in the field, so I wonder whether they're going to see that gully fielder when next time No, we're not. Hang on, let's look. Yeah, we are going to get a change. So it looks like we've just got the one slip in place. The gully fielder's saying, well, where do you want me? Now they're moving the slip back in. So there's a bit of miscommunication here about exactly where Keith Parker wants his field. No, he's almost got 2 gullies in place.
Yeah, 1 slip and 2 gullies.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
1 slip, 2 gullies, and a point as well, who's slightly backward of square, as in comes Barker, running in bright sunshine. He's in and bowls, and Salt drives without timing and slightly across the line onto the onside. End of the over. Phil Salt remains on 19, and Sussex are 22 without loss, which gives a lead of 45 overall.
Well, I was talking about flamboyant Hampshire opening batsmen like Roy Marshall and Gordon Greenwich, but Phil Salt is not dissimilar, really, in his approach to the game. And so far it's paid dividends. He's the top scorer from both sides in the first innings, and looking to continue. What's he got? 19 from 24, so...
He's an exciting cricketer.
Yeah, which is great.
Yeah, it is. James Fuller's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road and running into bowl to the left-handed Haynes. He's in and bowls, and Haynes drives handsomely. That's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot by Tom Haynes, over pitch by Fuller, and Haynes drove the ball firmly through point, and the ball races away for 4 runs. He goes to 7, and Sussex to 26 without loss. We were also talking yesterday, we were talking Hampshire, we spoke about Gordon Greenwich, and we were talking about Barry Richards as well. I mean, in the all-time Hall of Fame of Hampshire cricket, would he be the best batsman to have played for Hampshire?
He's the greatest batsman I've ever seen play for anybody anywhere, personally, live. Absolutely astonishing batsman, I think he was, really. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I'd place him higher than, say, Viv Richards or others.
Fuller in bowls, Haynes lets go through to keeper McManus, and there is no run. So what distinguished Barry Richards from the rest?
Style, timing, the fact that he almost never looked to be making any kind of effort. I mean, with Greenwich, for example, it was brute strength, and he was a brilliant batsman, but Greenwich in a different kind of way. But we had a crucial game once in which he scored a couple of 30s against Bish and Beddy.
In comes Fuller and bowls, and Haynes is right back on his stumps, and with a high right elbow, drops his hands, and the ball just rolls back down the track, and there is no run.
And it was one of those years of uncovered pitches. It was the last time we won the championship. Northants was second. It was in August. We had to beat them ideally, and we did. But Beddy was causing us all kinds of problems, and Richards was just using his feet a lot and coming down to play the ball. But it just had so much time. I've got one more example about Richards, which I thought was, at the time, quite astonishing.
Fuller comes in and bowls wide of the off stump, let go by Haynes, taken by McManus, and again there is no run.
And it was a nothing sort of game, really. As far as I can remember, I don't think either of us were going to win it, but it was a Sunday League game at Bournemouth against Leicestershire, and that doesn't sound very exciting. Illingworth bowled early at Richards, and he decided to fire everything at leg stump. And the more he fired it at leg stump, the more Richards walked outside leg stump and hit him through the covers. It was quite extraordinary. Really, I remember Arlott commentating on it, and just...
Plus Fuller bowls, and Haynes is forward and plays quietly into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
But I suppose one of the things I'm saying, I said I was an art teacher, and there's a sense in which, if you like some kind of art, that's because you like the aesthetics of that particular art rather than something else. Well, I think it's the same with batting. I happen to like that kind of elegance, that perfect timing, that that no stress, no hard work thing. Other people will go for Viv Richards, even though he hit her across the line and so on, because they like the power, So.
Fuller bowls to Tom Haynes, who isn't to the pitch of that, and he's looking to drive the ball through extra cover. He misses, and the ball whizzes past the outside edge of his bat through to keeper McManus. It is the end of the over. 26 without loss are Sussex. Phil Salt is on 19. Tom Haynes is on 7. You add 23 to that to get to the Sussex lead, which is 49, and this is live cricket on the BBC from BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Myself, Adrian Harms, sitting alongside Dave Allen from Hampshire, as we enjoyed the cricket here under lovely blue skies, bit of cloud around on a lovely afternoon, just reminiscing slightly about some of the great Hampshire players of yesteryear. I think Richards.
I think one of the things I'd say about that is that people will often say the same thing about Tom Graveney. You know, it was the elegance of it, the sheer beauty of it.
Barker comes in, bowls to Salt, it's short and thrashed away by Salt onto the onside, down towards fine leg. He's looking for a second run, but good cricket, and very quickly in was Ajit Dale and got the throw into McManus and restricts Salt to a single. He goes to 20 and Sussex to 27 without loss.
That was an interesting shot because it was a pull, but he was playing it on the front foot, almost advancing. You know, instead of waiting for the ball to come on, he's attacking the ball and pulling it. He's a very interesting cricketer. I like the look of him.
Yeah.
Salt and Garton have impressed me, and Robinson actually as well have impressed me considerably in this game. They've looked very good.
Well, young players all, as in comes Barker running away from us into bowl to the left-handed Haynes, and Haynes is forward, solidly forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Only saw Barry Richards play once, Dave, and that was at a game at Shanklin Cricket Club.
Oh really?
Yeah, we were on holiday on the Isle of Wight on a family holiday, and Hampshire were playing, and my dad said, right, we're all going along, we're going to watch Hampshire play today, and I think he fielded at first slip, Barry Richards, for much of the day.
Well, he was a brilliant slipper.
Right.
Peter Sainsbury said that when he was on the staff, that Barry Richards was the best spin bowler at Hampshire.
Barker in and bowls, and Haynes tucks this nicely off the hip. He's going to get at least one through square leg, and they're very quick between the wickets. They need to be quick coming back. That was Tom Haynes' call. Phil Salt waited, but good running between the two, and Haynes goes to 9 and Sussex to 29 without loss.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a benefit game.
Yeah, we were laughing earlier on about getting dates wrong, but that was mid-70s.
Yeah.
We'd been on a family holiday to the Isle of Wight, and we went to Shanklin Cricket Club.
Well, his benefit year was 77.
Okay.
So it might have been that, but it could have been somebody else's benefit. There were others just before.
Barker comes in and bowls, and Haynes, well, he was neither forward nor back. He's rehearsing the shot as if he was looking to run that backward of point. He didn't really move his feet, and the ball was through to McManus, and there's no run.
It's too tight to do that, wasn't it? Really, he just needed to play that defensively, I think. Well, that sounds nice actually. Mid-70s family holidays on the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, lovely. Happy memories.
Yeah.
The sun always shone.
Yeah.
Cricket on the beach.
Yeah.
Great fun.
If it was 76, then the sun
would have been hot.
Yeah.
In comes Barker, bowls and just passes by the off stump. A couple of bounces through to McManus, who manages to stop the ball a little uncomfortably, and there is no run.
I think Ian Gould is just having a little word with Barker about where he's running there.
Well, I don't think Jack Carson will mind that too much.
No, well, I was thinking
if he's running down the line of that stump.
Yeah. Oh, he's giving him a warning, I think. Has he?
Well,
or is he just saying keep off? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not. I thought to give the official warning, he had to sort of turn to the umpire, but Billy, he didn't seem to signal towards Billy Taylor.
No, I think you're right.
Barker in again, bowls, and that's a short delivery, and it sails over Haynes' head. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 29 without loss. Sussex, Salt on 20, Haynes is on 9. Add 23 to that, and the maths get difficult, but I think that's 52 is the lead.
I think it is. It's interesting, actually, what you're saying is absolutely right, that Barker running down that side is not going to help Hampshire's leg spinner, Mason Crane, but it is going to help Sussex's off spinner.
Yes.
So it's not a great idea for Barker to do it anyway. Did you guys, when you were in, I wasn't listening to the commentary, of course, because of social distancing, to explain to the listeners, I'm sitting in a little room on my own when I'm not in here. What did you make of Barker's innings? I thought it was a kind of odd innings, that he didn't look to score or push the score along.
Fuller comes in and bowls the Salt down the leg side, taken by a diving McManus. There is no run. Well, interestingly, I did say to Kevin, I just wondered, because he could hit a long ball kick, Barker, and I said to Kevin, I wondered whether he might decide to go for broker and a quick sort of 20-25, but he didn't do that.
He didn't. No.
So it was curious. Sometimes in a low-scoring match, that perhaps rather than hanging around for a while, you're just better off thinking, well, we'll go for broke here.
Well, I thought that because that would have left us even on first innings, but.
Fuller is in and bowls, and Salt is put down. It would have been a good catch, and it would have been the second time in the match that Phil Salt would have been caught and bowled by James Fuller. He was looking to pull it fairly straight on the onside, Phil Salt, and it went hard to James Fuller, who got a hand to it but couldn't hang on. I mean, it has to go down as a chance.
Oh, I think no doubt. Yeah, I mean, you know, if I'd held that catch on a Sunday afternoon, I'd have been extremely pleased with myself. But no question, that was a catch, and Salt on 20 is given a life.
Fuller again down the hill bowls, and Phil Salt has a bit of a wild swing at that, and I think James Fuller's got his goes up a little there, hasn't he? And Salt decided he was going to take him on.
I don't know about this, whether it would be preordained in this way, but I almost feel that both these openers have come out either deciding or with the instruction to put bat to ball. I know Salt doesn't need encouraging to do that anyway, but it does seem to me that's the way they're playing it, as if this is their chance to really pull ahead quickly.
Fuller comes in bowls to Salt, who clips this one firmly to mid-wicket. It's intriguing cricket. You can't take your eyes off this for a moment. 29 without loss. Lots of talk about the Isle of Wight. I mean, Shankly was a lovely cricket ground. I also went on a couple of tours and played at Ventnor Cricket Club. That's a lovely ground.
Oh, how lovely is that? Steep hill.
Ventnor's a lovely cricket in a bowl.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, there's a nice story about that. You could talk to Kevin James about that later. In his benefit year, he played an early version of 2020.
In comes Fuller and bowls, and Salt clips this one beautifully through mid-wicket, between mid-wicket and mid-one. It's going to run away north-east. Is in hot pursuit, and so does Dale, but they'll come back for 3 comfortable runs. And a nice looking shot from Phil Salt. He goes to 23 and Sussex to 32 without loss.
He played a game of cricket called Cricket Max, which was a thing invented by Martin Crowe and was a version of T20 before we played T20. So it would have been 1999 or 2000, something like that. You can actually find it on Cricket Archives, this game. And what happened in Cricket Max was that in the V, you got double the score for whatever. So if you hit 4 through the V, you got 8.
Okay.
And Kevin James was in his benefit, I think it was his benefit year, and he took a team over there to play Cricket Max, and something like a 12-year-old slow left-arm bowler took some wickets and was given an award at the end.
In comes Fuller bowls, and Haynes lets that go outside the off-stump. There is no run. End of the over, 32 without loss. Haynes is on 9, Salt on 23.
And the 12-year-old, I think he was 12, slow left-arm bowler from the Isle of Wight, who took the wickets, has a Hampshire and Sussex connection.
Right, okay, wasn't Danny Briggs, was it?
Yeah, it was.
Was it?
Honestly, yeah.
Really?
And you, if anybody wants to look it up on Cricket Archive, if you look up Kevin James miscellaneous matches, you'll find it. But Kevin could tell you, I remember going to see it, and it was just a lovely sort of day, really. I had some links with Ventnor Cricket Club at the time. I was sponsoring their indoor school, and along with a lot of other people, but
well, a lovely cricket ground in a bowl right on top of the cliffs. I mean, I mean that's probably going back now. For me, playing a game there on a cricket tour, it's probably 40 years ago now.
Yeah,
so a long time ago, but I remember it well. Keith Barker is going to come on from this, the C end of the ground. 32 without loss are Sussex. Comes in and bowls to Salt, who plays that into the gully area, misfilled by Fuller. And there is no run. There's a bit of chatter going on out there, you know. This is a competitive, it's a competitive first-class game of cricket.
Oh, yeah.
And Sussex are just getting their noses in front.
No, I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think it's been pretty hard going, you know. But yeah, I found it, actually. Here it is. Oh, it might not be his benefit, actually. I'm not sure why he went there, but I found the game anyway, so...
In comes Barker again, bowls, and Salt clipped this one down to fine leg. Now this could he get a couple of runs? No, good bit of fielding down there by Dale, but Phil Salt is so quick between the wickets that he comes back for that second run, and he goes to 25 and Sussex 34 without loss.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah, Danny Briggs for the Kevin James 11 against Ventnor. Danny Briggs 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 29.
And he was how old?
And he was, let's have a look. It was 91. He was 10.
So I don't know if Danny's on the ground today, if he remembers that. But and that was at Ventnor Cricket Club because he's from the Isle of Wight.
Oh yeah, absolutely from the Isle of Wight. Yeah.
In comes Barker again, bowls, and Phil Salt. Well, if there'd been a second slip in, it'd have probably been out, and Keith Barker had moved his second slip. Well, Phil Salt won't worry about that, but Keith Barker looks towards the skies as if to say, why did I change the field? But he did, and that's a runaway down to third man for 4 runs, and Salt is very quickly on to 29 and Sussex to 38 without loss.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. There weren't that many major players. Mark Garraway, who was a Hampshire reserve wicketkeeper, came from Swindon originally, but grew up in the Isle of Wight. He played in the game, got 92.
Well, Kev's back. He's next door now. He's probably going to do an update, and then he'll rejoin us so we can ask him about that game at Ventnor Cricket Club.
But I remember seeing it. It was great fun, and they gave an award to Danny.
In comes Barker, bowls to Phil Salt, looking to pull that one away on the onside. He's certainly looking to attack here, is Phil Salt. The ball thumped into his thigh pad, and there is no run. Live cricket here on the BBC. I hope you're enjoying the commentary wherever you're listening from. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent, myself Adrian Harms alongside Dave Allen, and Kevin James will rejoin us shortly. And it's been a really good couple of days cricket.
Yep, sure has. Really, really lovely to be back watching it.
As Barker runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and Salt is forward, and there's a gap on the leg side, and Phil Salt, that's good cricket. He just plays it quietly into the onside, picks up a single, and he goes to 30, and Sussex are 39 without loss. We've had 11 overs of this, so that's Ventnor Cricket Club. I think I graced with probably not very many runs, and
the Danny Briggs story, so Cricket Max.
But I know the ground. Lovely cricket ground it was. So yeah, we used to tour over there, and we played at a place called Northwood, I think.
Yeah.
That on the Isle of Wight.
Yeah. That's right. Cowes?
Now this is a Jeep Dales warm up. Yeah, we played at Cowes, and we played somewhere else. Which did we play at Bembridge? No.
Yeah. Could have done.
Anyway, happy days they were.
St Helens. How about St Helens? They had a cricket club there.
Remember we used to stay in Newport?
Yes.
And yeah.
There's a new ground there now, of course, or just outside New Close, where we played a county game.
Well, here comes James Fuller. We should be doing our update in just a couple of ticks. He comes in and bowls to Phil Salt, who clips this one around the leg side. He's off like a... Very quickly runs his first run as Phil Salt. And he picks up another single. He goes to 31. Yeah, Dave, Kevin's going to come in for me. And we'll have a little bit of a switch around. Hopefully this update will come during this over. To our listeners on BBC Sussex and BBC Surrey. 42 without loss are Sussex.
I'm wondering with this lead whether we might see Mason Crane sooner rather than later. I'm not sure. I mean, it would be taking a bit of a chance, or whether he's going to just go through the numbers and Holland will bowl and Dale will bowl. And they need a wicket.
Fuller in around the wicket bowls to Tom Haines. He lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by McManus, and there is no run. 2 slips and a gully. There's going to be a change in the field here now. Now what's happening here? I think it's like a leg slip is coming in, which is an interesting field placing. Harry Kane is coming across into that position, and the deep backward square has come up to square leg. So there are 3 slips, point, mid off, mid on, square leg, a leg slip and a fine leg, as Fuller is back to his mark at the far end of the ground, comes in and bowls, and that was down the leg side, and Haines might feel he slightly missed out there. He's looking to clip that one away on the leg side, but a good take by a diving McManus, and there is no run. 42 without loss. Lots and lots of blue sky around, some high level cotton wool clouds as well, but it's a lovely afternoon for watching cricket as Fuller wanders back to his mark at the far end of the ground. And he's on his way. In and bowls, and Haines plays that to that leg slip. So a good bit of field placing by James Fuller.
Yeah.
The dot ball. They obviously think there's something about Tom Haines, or something that they've noticed, that they think that's a good position to put a fielder in. Jeet Dale's been warming up, and he's just tying up his bootlaces. I don't know whether we're going to see him. There goes, still going through a warm-up routine.
I would think he will bowl, yeah.
As in comes Fuller again, and bowls, and Haines just plays quietly onto the onside, and there is no... Yes, into the afternoon session here. It's a gorgeous afternoon here at Hove, Sylvie, and Sussex are going along very nicely. They're 42 without loss in their second innings. Phil Salt is on 31, Tom Haynes is on 11, so to that you need to add 23, which was the Sussex lead at the end of the first inning. So Sussex effectively here are 65 without loss. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, Middlesex declared on 347 for 6. Surrey in reply are 74 for 1. Mark Stoneman on 45, Scott Borthwick on 20. And that's the end of that James Fuller over. So 42 without loss are Sussex, Salt 31, Haynes on 11. I'm going to make way for Kevin, and you two can wax lyrical about Ventnor Cricket Club.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I do have one question to ask him about it for sure. We're going to see Dale bowling down. We sit at the southern end. In fact, this is a hygiene break, which is part of the organisation in these strange times. Ollie Soames, the 12th man, comes on and takes Dale's jumper and hat from him, and the players assemble on the pavilion side. Nobody looks after the umpires on these occasions, which is a bit tough really, because the umpires are out there. David Lloyd was on the test match the other day talking about the umpires, and he said it don't matter who wins the toss, the umpires always lose it. They have to stay out there all day, which is my fairly feeble attempt at an Accrington accent. But yeah, nobody looks after them. Nobody rushes across with a drink. Oh, no, I thought Ollie Soames was going to for a minute, but they seem to be all right anyway. It's been the first hour, apart from losing North East, was okay really. Hampshire did quite nicely, but since then it's been Sussex Day. They've bowled Hampshire out cheaply, and they're now going along very nicely at quite a rate as well. And Kevin's suddenly looked concerned that he hasn't got something. I've got one question for you, Kevin.
I think this chair's lower than yesterday, but anyway, yeah.
Ah, I see. About that game, we were talking about that game of Ventnor and Danny Briggs at 10 years old taking 4 and so on, and it was Cricket Max and so on, and I'd always thought it was your benefit game, but it wasn't, was it?
I can't remember.
Well, it was 2001 and you'd retired by then, hadn't you?
I played a Cricket Max game on the other in Ventnor. Was it 2001?
Right. Yeah.
That was after I'd finished.
Well, that's what surprised me about it. Yeah.
Have we got the date right there?
Yeah, well, I think so. Well, the date on Cricket Archive, 5th of August 2001. I remember seeing it. I came across to watch it, but I'd always thought it was a benefit game.
So did I.
But it wasn't. Well, unless they got the date wrong.
I think I mean, who am I to criticise people at Cricket Archive?
No, they do get things wrong, mate. Honestly.
But I reckon they're 2 years out with that.
Yeah. Well, I thought that. I thought it's your. It was one of your benefit games, and it was Martin Crow's idea, wasn't it? It was about hitting in the V and getting extra runs.
Oh, well, there was zones, wasn't there, on the pitch or something on the outfield?
Right. Yeah. Okay, Ajit Dale, wide outside the off stump and far enough wide that Ian Gould signals such, and the score will increase slightly. Sussex on top now.
Yeah, it's been a good start.
Yeah.
For them, hasn't it? Perfect start, really.
They haven't messed about either, have they? They've pushed on, which Salt always will, of course, but has been a good start. But it is a beautiful afternoon. Dale has his captain North East on one side of him and Barker on the other, mid on and mid off. So there's lots of discussion and advice as he comes in and bowls again. Right arm, medium fast, and again, I don't know what's happening there because he's bowled another wide, two wides, and now North East is coming to talk to Barker, but it might be coming to talk to Barker about something he wants to say to Dale, because his confidence would have been quite high yesterday after a very good opening spell, but he won't be enjoying the start this afternoon with 2 wides. There's Salt, who's on 31 already. Dale in bowls. This time not quite wide enough to be called. I mean, I guess he's been told to keep it wide of the off stump. They've got an idea about Salt. I don't know, but He's not quite got the control. He's only got one slip in a gully though. They need wickets, don't they? So it's not particularly an attacking ploy with one slip in a gully to be bowling wide of the off stump like that. It's got man out at long leg, deep square leg, mid wicket and mid on, and Salt mistimes that one, hits it on or around off stump, and it just trickles out really to mid wicket and there's no run. Dale, an enthusiastic cricketer, looks as if he's going to run after the ball himself, but not quite the start he would have wanted. 42 without loss. Sussex. No, they're not. They're 44 without loss. 2 wides. No bowls. That's on off stump, and Salt just pushes it to cover. Cover has to run round, and they scamper a single. And Salt goes on to 32 from 36 balls, which is propelling Sussex to a very useful lead.
Certainly.
Very useful.
Certainly. If I was North East, I'd be starting to get a little concerned, thinking, who am I going to bowl?
Yeah, 68 ahead. Well, I did just wonder whether there's a case for getting Crane on sooner rather than later, because he might do something that other people are not at the moment. Everybody got a little excited there as Haynes played that shot, but it goes backward a square, runs down to long leg for a single.
I think I'd put Ian Holland on first. That's not to say he will,
Okay.
but Ian Holland bowled well in the first innings.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
I think he wants some bowlers to keep it tight at the moment, because Phil Salt looks a little bit impetuous at times.
Yeah.
He's playing nicely, don't get me wrong, but I think he looks like sometimes he just wants to hit the ball on the up a little bit more than he is doing. And when he does, he's not really timing it. It's not really that sort of pitch, really, but he will time the odd one here.
Dale in again on bowls, and again it's a round off stump and fielded by Crane, who's done a lot of fielding today and pretty well on the whole. Did you see the chance to Fuller?
The caught and bowled?
Yeah.
Yes, I did, yeah.
Yeah, it's one he'd be regretting. He'd have been pleased to have held it, but he'll be regretting that he didn't, I think.
Well, he probably took a slightly harder one yesterday.
Yeah, I think he did, yeah.
Which got rid of Salt.
Yeah, because it wasn't, I mean, it was shoulderish height, chest height, whatever. Dale in bowls, and that's just driven out on the offside, and Barker fields. There's no run, so Dale gets through that over in the end, and it is 46 without loss, coming up for 3:15 and 12 overs until tea.
A little earlier, I don't know if you heard it, Dave, we were talking about Smudger, David Smith, who played at Surrey and then came here.
Oh, yeah.
And Richard Shelley earlier, apologies, because I've only just seen this one, but we couldn't work out why Smith was playing in the England side around that sort of 89-90 season. He says, well, Smith was a replacement for the injured Graham Gooch for that winter out in the West Indies. So, yeah, talking about Smudger.
Am I right in thinking that in that pre-season game that effectively wrecked John Ayling's career, that it was him that John Ayling collided with in mid-pitch? I mean, it wasn't anybody's fault. Ayling, the batsman played the ball and Ayling went to field it and they collided.
Yeah. Fuller's round the wicket to the left-hander Haynes. He's playing missing outside the stump, bit of extra bounce or bowl. I don't, well, you're right, it was Surrey, but who it was that he collided with, I don't know.
It was certainly somebody of that size. I got a feeling it was him, you know. I'm not sure.
You could be right, Dave. Your memory's pretty good normally.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. It's either that or I read a lot of books in the winter. It's been a long winter.
It's a bit disconcerting. It's very low.
Swap.
No, that's fine. No, there's but I don't know what Adrian's doing in this. That's played up to mid-on. A quick single there.
He's sneezing now as well.
Yeah. We don't want to be sneezing in this current climate. God.
I'm just going to run out the door now.
Yeah. God. I must admit, touch wood, probably like most people, I've hardly sneezed or coughed for 6 months.
No.
Which probably says something on its own.
You wouldn't want to start coughing, would you? You'd just worry yourself to death, I think.
Yeah. Well, not in front of other people, anyway. 47 without loss then. So the lead is 70
Yeah.
for Sussex, which, in the context of this low-scoring game, with 10 wickets in hand, is mightily handy. Salt faces Fuller, who turns that away into the gap in the leg side for a single. They're looking for two, a bit hopeful. So he just turned into an orthodox mid-wicket position, and Salt moves on to 33. He's had a good game, young Phil Salt.
Yeah.
68 in the first innings, and here he's 33 not out in the second.
So he got the highest and the third highest score in the match. I suppose to comfort Hampshire supporters, Sussex did reach 56 for 1 yesterday, and they're now 48 without loss. So
could be that the older ball gets harder to play against. There's Fuller bowls, which is not unusual. Haynes pushes that up to mid-on.
I was going to ask you that. I was going to ask you whether you also whether you think there's any discernible change in the pitch since yesterday. I can't see anything.
No, I mean, if anything, it might have got slightly easier.
Yeah.
Maybe slightly less. I've never been loads of the bowlers, but there might be slightly less now. It could be that the new ball comes on a little bit more, giving it a bit more pace, so it's easier, and as the ball gets soft, there's less pace and a bit harder for the batsman to score.
Yep.
Here comes for the bowls outside the off stump. Good delivery, but Haynes leaves it alone.
Well, it is a good point, because I've just made that comment. We reached 61 for 1. And in the first innings, and Sussex were 56 for 1.
So there you are.
And now it's 48 for 0. So yeah, that could well be.
There we are. So we'll wait to get the ball get a little bit softer, and then things will start to happen.
In which case, I think Sussex will probably be all out for 120 by this evening.
That'll be a great effort, no matter how soft the ball gets. Out of the side off stump once more, and that's left alone, and that is the end of James Fuller's over. He's got through 7 overs in this spell, none for 16, much tighter figures than the first innings. And young Dale's bowled just the 1 over for 4 runs. Keith Barker 6 overs, none for 28 in his first spell up the hill.
A sub, who I think is Ollie Soames, has come on, and I didn't see who ran off, but it's probably not one of those terribly serious substitutions, just probably a temporary moment. And Dale is running in from the southern end up the hill, bowls, and a slash, nothing more than that really, a slash by Salt, which runs away to third man for 4 runs, and goes on to 37. He runs on
50 partnership between these two, 87 balls.
Right. Something flashed up on the screen and I couldn't make sense of it for a minute. But, I'm more rusty than Kevin, if you're listening, Joe. Mind you, I'm a lot older, so that's okay. It is 52 without loss, Salt 37 and Haynes 13. And North East is just pushing third man a little straighter, than put one in now, and then has to run around and do the fielding, and he throws at the stumps. I think Salt was safely in, to be honest, but he has to jump as the ball is coming towards his ankle, jumps over it, completes his single. Umpire Billy Taylor has to march from one side to the other. Billy Taylor, a Sussex bowler, the first man to bowl a ball at the Rose Bowl in the year 2000, exactly 20 years ago. And the first bowl he bowled was for Sussex, second 11, and he bowled it to Jimmy Adams on the nursery ground, not the main ground, the nursery ground. And that's Dale bowling it across Haynes there, lets it through to McManus, good carry again. And Billy Taylor, born in Hampshire, but started his career at Sussex and then moved back home to Hampshire. Very popular. The white ball crowds loved him, didn't they? There was something about Billy Taylor being a real Hampshire bloke, I suppose, and they were very fond of him. Took a hat-trick once on the Rose Bowl in the days when that's what it was called. Dale Bowls, and it's just pushed out on the onside. Harry Kane fields, throws it to Lewis McManus, and Sam Northeast, the captain, applauds and encourages his young bowler.
Talking of former Hampshire bowlers, Tom Barbara's got 2 wickets for Nottinghamshire.
Has he? He was expensive at the start.
It's Derbyshire, yeah.
But how fascinating. I wonder if he will finally make it. People often think very highly of him, and then it doesn't quite work. Funnily enough, the last time I saw him bowl was here for Middlesex, and it was that day when Finch made that 100 that I was talking about, and he didn't have a very good day that day. Dale bowls and effortlessly put through mid wicket for 4 runs, very nicely timed, and the score moves on again. There's picking up control of win, isn't it? From in fact, we were talking with Adrian yesterday about he's amazed that people don't sit out on those flats on their verandas and watch the cricket. What amazes me is that on an afternoon like this, they don't even sit out on the veranda with a martini or a gin and tonic or something and just take the sun in, because it's a quite beautiful day. But I can't see anybody. I can see one person, I beg your pardon. There's one person on the big white flats up at the north end. Dale bowls, it's a bit 2 leg side, and it's just played off his hip down 2 long leg. Scampers a single, takes him on to 18. Haynes, 58 without loss.
There's one or two.
Are there?
Yeah, there's somebody on the
somewhere
3rd
there,
floor. A couple of people on the 4th, the top one.
That's true.
That's away to our right.
Yeah. No, do you know, I was told this morning, you know this business about Joffer Archer coming down to Hove when he wasn't supposed to, and that tree above the scaffolding there, and there's a
whereabouts
on the right,
yeah,
and there's a big block of flats behind it, and apparently that's where he lives. He was here yesterday. Did you see him?
I didn't.
No, I didn't.
Funnily enough, I didn't see anybody.
No, but apparently he walked around the boundary with his dog.
Oh, right, okay.
Ivo Tennant, who's here covering things for the Times, was talking about
he never misses a trick.
No, that's right.
It's Holland to Haynes. Medium pacer to left-hander outside the off stump. Just comes back a fraction as McManus just moves smartly to his right to take it. Good delivery, but an equally good leave. 58 without loss. Sussex in their 2nd innings. Earlier Hampshire bowled out for 153, starting the day 77 for 4. 3 wickets for Ollie Robinson, 3 for Mitch Claydon, making his Sussex debut. Holland again. 3 slips away as Haynes pushes it. He gets an edge past a diving 3rd slip. That's Fuller. It's going down towards 3rd man. It won't go all the way. And it's Mason Crane running back with his towel flowing in the wind in his wake as he runs after it, as he's tucked it in his backside. 60 without loss, and Haynes moves on to 20. Good opening partnership from this Sussex pair. That will please the head coach. It will please the rest of the Sussex team, as they've got a healthy lead in this game of 83. Just putting some pressure on Hampshire here as Holland comes in. Hampshire need a breakthrough here as Haynes pushes up towards mid-off. Look fairly comfortable these 2 days.
They do, yeah. They absolutely do.
Been 1 or 2 sort of moments from Phil Salt where he's just had a little waft outside the off stump, and he's got a couple of thick edges which have gone just behind square in the air. Could have gone anywhere. Hasn't quite been in control of 2 or 3 shots probably. Other than that,
yeah, they're not Dominic Sibley type openers, but
oh god, you wouldn't too many of them, would you? That's Haynes getting tucked up there a little bit. Got repped on the thigh pad as the ball goes out on the offside. 1's enough for me. I'm not sure I'd pay 20 quid to go and watch him a day. If he was on my side, I'd be happy.
Yeah,
more than happy. But to pay and watch as entertainment, no. bit like Hamid. I was pleased for Hamid yesterday, scoring runs for his new county knots, but to watch him, no.
Yeah.
Outside the off stump and left alone by Haynes. We moan sometimes, don't we, that players play rash shots and you know, they're not in great positions sometimes, and they try to hit the ball on the up and the red ball does a little bit, and but at the end of the day we want to be entertained.
Well, and that, of course, we do moan, but that's the nature of cricket, isn't it? Otherwise, you know, it'd be 600 every time and every game would be drawn, wouldn't it? Because no batsman ever made a mistake.
No. Holland again to Haynes. Haynes edges, he rats on the pad, he's gone. LBW. Hampshire have taken their first wicket. Haynes goes for 20. And Sussex, in their second innings, 60 for 1.
And it was another one of those. There have been a few of them in this game where you almost. I've said before, we're commentating from about second slip down on the boundary. You were almost in no doubt about that. It was as if Holland was getting it and keeper was giving it, and everybody just concurred. And that's interesting as well, because I was running through those first inning scores, and again, you know, yesterday, and no close to 200, and it's and yeah, 61 for 1 yesterday, 60 for 1 this afternoon, for 60 for 1 for 1 for Hampshire at one point. So it's interesting that all the innings so far have subsided after a reasonable start. And here comes Harry Finch, who had a pretty torrid time yesterday. Just seemed to be settling down. He only scored about 8, I think, but just seemed to be settling down when he got himself out. But he didn't look in any kind of nick at all. And
LBW to Holland.
LBW to Holland, yeah. So he'll be desperate to prove that he was the right selection, given that there have been 1 or 2 discussions about who Sussex have picked and haven't picked for this game in terms of experienced batsmen. He'll be desperate to get some runs.
25-year-old from Hastings. Used to be a nice county ground at Hastings, though.
Yeah, they did, yeah. Well, I mean, there were some lovely grounds all around Sussex, Hastings and Eastbourne. I think they weren't due to go to Horsham this year, if I remember rightly. Worthing, they used to play. Well, do you know they even played at Chichester?
Really?
Hampshire, post-war, Hampshire played a game at Chichester, and if you go to that ground, which is off North Street, it just looks tiny, and you think, how on earth did they have a county cricket ground at Chichester? Dale Bowls, and that was an indeterminate shot. It was a shot of a man who couldn't quite decide what he wanted to do, which is not quite the way Salt has played so far.
It just nipped away from him. That's a good delivery, that little leg cutter there from the debutant.
Yeah.
Still shows there's still a little bit there from time to time. You've got to keep the ball in the right areas to make the most of it.
Yeah. I think that's the thing about this pitch. It's been a good pitch, actually, because it hasn't been a bowler-friendly pitch, but it has been a pitch that there has been something in it for both of the days, Hisdale. And Salt drives that much more decisively. It's straight to Mason Crane at mid-off, there's no run.
So Hampshire played Sussex at Chichester?
Yeah, Priory Park, Chichester, which is sort of the back of North Street. Well, it's sort of between North Street and East Street, and they still play club cricket there.
Yeah.
But what's hard to imagine is a county team going out there and playing, and it being ringed by spectators, because it was in the 40s when there were big crowds, and it would have been a really popular game. But I don't know. Somehow they did. Perhaps they had very small boundaries. Salt, when he hits at that with sort of bat speed, quick hands, but again he doesn't quite time it, I think. And North East and Crane between them contrived to stop the ball behind the bowler and no run.
Perhaps you should call up that scorecard, Dave, at the end of the over.
Yeah,
we'll have a look. Is it at the end of the over?
Yeah, could do that.
Chichester, wow. There are places and grounds that you would never ever believe that any county cricket was played.
Absolutely. It's Dale again, and this time Salt pulls it, very confidently pulls it, but it's nicely fielded at mid-wicket.
Felix Organ.
Yep.
I think, or is it Tom Alsop? Allsop.
No, it's Tom Allsop, yeah. He doesn't usually field there, but...
No, I was going to say that's what caught me out.
Yeah, I remember being in Glastonbury, not to do with the festival, but actually in the town of Glastonbury, and went out to that part of the town where they used to play quite regularly. Somerset, and Glastonbury still play, they've got a cricket club. But again, you just thought, county cricket, goodness. The great days of the outgrounds. And again, Salt gives it bat and speed there. And now, who fielded that? That is a sub, but it's not.
Yeah, I think that might be Scott Curry.
Yeah, it's not. Yes, it's not Ollie Soames. And I thought Ollie Soames came on earlier, but perhaps Scott Curry is. Scott Curry was in the squad, but hasn't made a first-class debut yet. But it was him. He's fielding an extra cover. Dale in. And again, hits that out on the offside, but no real power or timing, and it's the end of the over, so Dale has kept that under control. It's 60 for 1. Kevin will tell you about the next over, and I will find...
Tell us about Chichester.
Chichester.
Market town in West Sussex.
Yeah. Lovely.
So if I, off the top of my head, said to you, places that Sussex have played in Sussex, obviously Arundel, Hove,
Worthing,
Horsham,
Eastbourne, Hastings,
and Chichester.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be any others, you don't think?
I wouldn't bet on that. I've got a feeling there was more than one ground at Brighton, to be honest with you, but I'm not quite sure is that, or at least there was a ground in Brighton in the early days, and then it became Hove. But I wouldn't. Somebody might tweet us about that. That would be.
That's Solent Sports.
Yes, that might be interesting. I suspect the game I'm remembering is simply because Hampshire played, and that actually they played.
Holland to Finch. Sorry to interrupt, Dave.
Sorry.
Finch is in behind that one. Watchfully plays it out on the offside.
I think they played more often at Chichester. Oh, here it is, 1947, and Hampshire won by an innings. Cool.
That's why you remember it, Dave. You've teed us up nicely then.
Yeah. I do apologise to all the Sussex listeners. They won by an innings, having in the first. They made 279 all out.
Right. Okay. Let's go through it. Here's Holland to Salt again. Salt guides that into the ground. Well fielded in the gully by Fuller. So who batted first?
Well, a man that you knew, two men. I don't know whether you would ever have known.
So Hampshire batted first?
Yeah, Hampshire batted first. I don't know whether you'd ever known Johnny Arnold, who played once for England at football and once at cricket, but he was an umpire, but probably before your time, I think. He had one game, one football and one cricket match for England. So he opened with Neville Rogers.
Neville Rogers,
you did know Neville.
Here's Holland to Salt once more. Salt in behind it, pushes it out square on the offside, fielded by Crane.
And Neville made 90. Those two put on 81 for the first wicket, and then it was a bit like this that we've been talking about. So it was 81 for 1, 86 for 2, 93 for 3. So there was a bit of a collapse. And then Leo Harrison made 47. You knew Leo a bit, did you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Lofty Herman, Bob Herman's dad, made 47. So they got 279.
So you got wickets for Sussex.
Oakes, Charlie Oakes.
Here's Holland to Salt once more. Salt whips that away on the leg side, down towards Dale, who comes in off the fine leg boundary, keeps it down to 1, and the total moves on to 61 for 1. Salt has 38.
Charlie Oakes got 5 for 87. Then we bowled Sussex out for 90 in 18 overs and 3 balls. And in fact, all that happened on the first day. So on the first day, Hampshire made 279, Sussex made 90.
Who got those wickets?
And
for Hampshire?
For Hampshire, it was Ransom and Heath. I'll tell you about Ransom in a minute. Ransom and Heath bowled unchanged, 5 each.
Salt faces once that's driven inside edge into the ground, and it goes through to Lewis McManus.
Vic Ransom was really a Surrey man, played for Surrey seconds and a bit for their firsts, but we were so desperate for pace bowlers that he played for us as an amateur, but he wasn't a kind of Oxford University amateur, he was a butcher.
Oh.
So he had a business. So a bit like Charlie Knott really, who was an amateur who hadn't been through all that.
Holland to Salt, comes in down the hill. Salt works that into the gap just in front of square on the leg side. Jogs through for a single. 62 for 1. The Sussex lead now is 85.
But there were some famous people playing for Sussex. John Langridge, Billy Griffiths, who was big at the Lords, of course. Harry Parkes played. George Cox.
Harry Parkes?
Yeah.
Nothing to do with Bobby Parkes?
Yeah. Uncle, isn't he? Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. There were 2 Parkes.
And Jim Parkes' his brother?
Yeah, well, Jim Parkes' senior brother.
Oh,
yeah,
right,
not
right.
Jim Parkes, who's Bobby's dad. So
No.
his grandfather and great uncle. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Jim Wood, who was a pace bowler, he played. And then Sussex followed on. They were 30 for 2 at the end of the first day, and they were bowled out for 156. And George Heath took 5 for 31 and 5 for 62. And George Heath has a connection of sorts with Kevin James.
Oh, God.
And
we both owe a lot of money somewhere.
Yeah. He was born in Hong Kong, where you've played cricket.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a tenuous link, but you're right.
And I'm sorry, it's Dale bowling. I was getting too excited about 1947.
Well, you can keep talking. I'll do the commentary. You keep talking
all
about
right,
that for a while. Let's do that.
Well, what I was going to do was see if there were any other Chichester games, you see.
Yeah, no, you do that.
Not
Because
necessarily
I love this thread. I'm loving it because I'll be honest with you, until 5 minutes ago, I never realised that any first-class cricket was played in Chichester. There was no reason for me to think of that. Every time I go past Chichester and get stuck at those roundabouts, I never think it's all right because they used to play first-class cricket here, but no, I will.
Yeah, I think that's lovely.
62 for 1. Here's Ajit Dale then. Right arm over, bowling to Phil Salt, and Salt swings that away into the onside, and it's well fielded at mid-wicket by Tom Alsop.
Well, there were various games there in the 19th century which weren't county games. First county championship match there was 1906, and it was Sussex, Hampshire.
So a lot of Sussex, Hampshire games.
Yeah, and 07 and 08. But then Sussex, Warwickshire in 9. So they played there 1906 to 1911, and then they played 1946 to 1950. So there were 2 blocks of games at Chichester, and then 1950 was the last one against Glamorgan. So there are a good few games there.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Here comes Dale, and bowls, and Salt drives up to mid-off, fielded by Barker.
I go to Chichester a lot. I mean, it just suits all kinds of things that I'm fond of, really. Not least that there is a quite wonderful art gallery there called the Pallant Art Gallery, which, like everything else, of course, has been shut all year. I've got my wife Lou and I have got memberships for it, and we're about to go back in about 10 days' time. You have to book now, and you get an hour with a small group of people to go and see the new exhibitions, that's great. Yeah. But very fond of that.
Dale in his 4th over here, bowling to Salt, and Salt drives into the ground over the head of Dale, but mopping up at mid-off is Keith Barker. Always rubs the ball in his shirt at the front, doesn't he? Have you noticed? He's one of the... I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that before. It's almost as if his shirt is... It's got a little bag on the front or something, and he's put it in it.
It's a bit like me in my painting studio, where I wear T-shirts that get treated like come on multicoloured. I'm just going to have a look at Sussex and see. There are probably going to be too many. Oh, there's so many grounds here, but I'll just
have a look. It might throw another one up, Dave. Deep Dale bowls and Salt drives again. It's that man Barker, who I'm sure will get his shirt out again. No, he's not actually. He's just holding the ball this time. Slight variation. He's rubbed the ball on his trouser leg. Now there it is, front of the shirt. Yeah. Hands wrapped around it. He's giving that ball a good rub, making it dry. Just imagine it's quite warm out there, despite the fact that it's a bit breezier than yesterday. A bit breezy on the coast this morning when I had a little walk before breakfast.
Okay, yeah.
Quite breezy last night when I walked back from the team hotel.
You were down here, yeah. Where are they staying?
They're staying in town on the seafront. Yeah, I'm staying on the seafront a bit further up. A bit cheaper. That's driven out to the covers. They're going to look for 2 and decide against it. Although Salt was looking for 2, but Finn said no. I probably am running to the danger end. In the end, Scott Curry, the substitute fielder, did throw to the bowler's end. And that is the end of Dale's over. 4 overs, none for 15. Sussex 63 for 1. Salt has 40. Finch has 1. The 1 wicket that has fallen. Tom Haynes, LBW to Holland for 20. 63 for 1 means Sussex lead by 86.
I've got a Brighton ground. It's called the Prince of Wales ground in Brighton. There was a game against Hampshire. Well, it was a combined Hampshire and MCC side, but we are talking about 1790s. 1790s, yeah. Those were the early days of first-class cricket.
Was first-class cricket played then?
Yeah,
I always thought it was 1800s.
No, earlier than that. I can't remember. Most of the initial first-class games are games. Sorry, I've just noticed that Felix Organ is going to have a bowl.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Into Barker's footprint, footmarks.
Yeah, I'm not surprised really, because it's not Mason Crane's line.
No.
So I don't think this is Hampshire not having any confidence in Mason Crane.
No.
Far from it. It's the fact that the line that Felix Organ will bowl to turn it into the right-hander will naturally start it just outside off stump, and that's where Barker's footmark is. So. A bit like Jack Carson bowled for Sussex, the off-spinner, from that end, from the far end, Cromwell Road end, into that footmark. So Felix Organ will be looking to do the same.
I've also found a ground in Sussex in Chiddingly, which I was talking about yesterday in entirely different context. There's a little village where I've done a number of gigs in my life.
Ooh. Here's Organ then, or his off-spinner, short, and it's pulled away, hammered away on the leg side for 4 runs.
Ian Gould was not delighted with that shot. He was taking evasive action.
That's a loosener. Well, Felix Organ got a maiden 5-wicket bag last year.
Yeah, he did, against Surrey.
But I wouldn't say he's a regular bowler when he plays in the first team, but I think it's a good move from Sam North East. It's certainly worth a try for 2 or 3 overs, because if you can land 1 or 2 in that rough, then it'll be interesting. Now, Salt swung away now, he's in on the pad. Half shell for an LBW. Looks like Salt's going to have a go here. That's a perfectly decent ball. That swung across the line. Just watching it on the replay. In fact, it's hitting maybe just outside of stump. He's trying to heave that away over mid-wicket. 67 for 1. Here's Organ again. And Salt's hammering that away on the leg side. That's short and that's 4 more. I'm afraid, Mr. Organ, you can't really bowl that length. With 6. It's actually gone all the way, and that's 50 for Phil Salt, his second 50 in the match. That's come off 61 deliveries, and he does look as though he's going to go after Organ here. Now, whether he wants the short leg out, I think Hampshire have to keep the short leg in. I'm not sure if I was fielding there right now I'd want to be there, but I think Salt certainly has decided that he's going to have a little go here a little dart against the off-spinner. 73 for 1, sorry, we'll come back to that in a minute, Dave.
That's okay.
Here's Organ again from the Cromwell Road end. Salt gets one that's on the line of leg stump and wants a single as he goes out towards mid-wicket, but no, says Finch. So what's that ground called again? Or that place called again?
Chiddingly. Yeah.
Where is it?
It's a little village north of Brighton, up on the, I think, off the road up to London, but I can't quite remember.
Organ bowls again, Salt on the back foot, works out up to deep mid-on. So, Salt's putting Organ under pressure here a little bit.
Yeah.
74 for 1. It's good batting, to be fair.
Yeah.
Don't let the off-spinner settle.
I think it was a good move by the captain. I think it was good batting by Salt. It probably won't last long as an experiment if Salt keeps playing like that. But I think North East did the right thing.
Yes, you've got to try it.
Yeah.
You've got to try it, but Phil Salt's definitely trying to hit him off any sort of rhythm. Now he's bowling forward, and where's that gone? That's beating the batsman, it's beating the keeper. I'd love to see that on the replay. He's given us buys. So Organ bowled there, and it's, in fact, the batsman's played just inside the line there. I think that's probably what surprised Lewis McManus. You'd expect the ball to pitch and turn a bit, and somehow the batsman's played inside the line. End of the over, 75 for 1. So what was that one game there?
Oh, it wasn't a first-class game. It's just that I noticed it. No, but I have found one interesting game that's worth talking about. And I remember being in Worthing with my family in August 1961 on, the school holidays, summer holidays, and we went to Worthing. And now this is interesting. Actually, sorry, I'll interrupt myself here because Holland is now bowling from this end. Do you think Organ bowled that one over just to allow change of ends?
Might have done.
Maybe. Well, we'll see. I remember being, and it was in the local paper, maybe my dad bought it. We didn't go to the cricket, but at Manor Sports Ground at Worthing, where Sussex played through the 34-metre cut, I did a coaching course with Les Lennon when I was a school teacher, and he said, right, I want somebody who can't do something, wants something sorted out. And I said, I can't cut, so I can play off the front foot and pull, and so. And he taught me to cut, and it worked.
Now here's Holland then, bowling to Harry Finch, who pushes out in front of the square, and he's picked up a single there as he's got it into the gap, fielded by Mason Cranes. Good little period this for Sussex.
Yeah.
76 for 1 in their second innings. If you know sort of Worthing and you're trying to place where the Manor Sports Ground is, I can tell you it's on the side of the A24 at the junction with Sonting Avenue. Okay. For our younger listeners, it's just down the road from Starbucks Cafe.
Lovely.
Other coffee houses available, of course. Here's Holland bowls. He's playing this and that one, Salt outside your stump.
I don't know if I guess it's still club cricket there. It'd be nice to think that.
Well, it's still called the Manor Sports Ground according to my map.
And always, of course, develop a lot of their own cricketers from within the county. They've been really good at that as well. Occasionally we pinch them like Mason Crane, but
well, they didn't want him. 76 for 1. Here's Ian Holland, and there's a pleasant drive up to mid-off by Phil Salt, but no run.
And families is the other thing. You know, the Cox family, the Parks family, the languages, the Lenham, Neil Lenham, you would have played.
Yeah, I played against Neil.
Yeah. You know, there's always been families here. The Wells boys. You know,
played against both of them.
Father, uncle, and son. So that's another characteristic. Sussex cricket.
Holland to Salt, and Salt sees that one go on the leg side, and Manus moves smartly across. But they've never played at Haywards Heath. Has that never been a ground?
That's a good question.
Crawley?
And that's a good question. And the truth is, I don't know.
Oh, Dave, go on there. Yeah, there's your next little task. Dave had a great task. I set him sort of early this morning when I said, go on, and how many first-class debuts were there yesterday? And he came back with the answer. If you missed it earlier, it was 14 full first-class debuts around the country yesterday. And always he gets that one who he has a bit of extra bounce there for Ian Holland outside the off stump. Salt had a little nibble at that. Didn't get anywhere near it. Well, it might have come close anyway. That's the end of the over. Yeah, just nipped away a fraction to Phil Salt again, as I keep saying. Just from time to time, the ball just bites a little bit on the seam, on the surface, and there is stuff there for the bowlers to keep them interested, but they have to keep it in the right areas. 76 for 1, Sussex. Felix Organ's going to have another over. A little bit expensive in his first one, went for 11. If he does it again, I don't think he'll get a third.
There are pitches at Crawley, a number of grounds at Crawley, but no first class.
No first class cricket, okay.
What was the other one? Haywards Heath.
Haywards Heath. I can't believe they haven't played a game at Haywards Heath.
Ardingly College they could have played, couldn't they? Well, they haven't, no.
Did that come up yesterday, Ardingly College? Did the Hampshire women play there?
That could be
and
true.
Sussex women. Off the top of my head, I think there was a game there yesterday. I could be wrong. Maybe Sussex second team played there. Here's Organ from the Cromwell Road end, a little bit too straight, so it's turned to mid-wicket, but there's no run. It's Finch facing. He's on 2.
Recreation Ground, Haywards Heath, second 11. Sussex second 11, but not first class.
So they do the second team play there. Okay. Organ bowls, Finch in behind that one, watchfully plays it into the ground.
Crawley, difficult to know about Crawley because there are a number of grounds there, but it's not obvious.
No.
Which one is a major one, and most of them it just lists other games, you know.
Well, I would have thought wherever Sussex are playing, that would be there. No, he's trying to pull that away, hits him on the pad, but it must be going down the leg side. Just kept a little bit low on Finch there. We've got another over to do after this, and it'll be tea. Just watched it on the live feed, which you can catch on the Sussex official Sussex cricket website, as well as the Hampshire cricket website, so you can watch the pictures. Finch in
can't see anything at Crawley at all about women or anything, but somebody out there listening will know and tweet us and give us the history, and that'd be good.
They might be more persuaded to email Adrian, because they feel that he's their friend, Sussex friend. Down the leg side, no run. Stephen Eason, who's emailed me, actually silentcricket@gmail.com, is just talking about grounds. I think that Hampshire won the Sunday League one year at Morton in Marsh. In 1986? No.
No, they didn't, because
Did Kevin James play that match? Yes, I did, but not in Bolton in the Marsh. Now that's nearly got through the batsman once more. It goes behind wicketkeeper Lewis McManus, and again there's more byes.
Kevin James played, and I was there watching, and it was the Oval in South London.
Yeah, Morton in the Marsh or the Oval.
We did play the first ever Benson Hedges game, I think, was at Morton in the Marsh in 1972, perhaps, but you could check that. And if I'm right, it took 3 days to get it played, and it wasn't 3 consecutive days. It was Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, because of the bad weather.
Yeah.
But we've won 3. We've won 3 Sunday leagues. The first one in '75, which you might be thinking about, was at a place called Darley Dale against Derbyshire, and it's the only match between first-class counties ever played at Darley Dale.
Darley Dale.
Yeah, I didn't see the game, but years later I was driving in Derbyshire and I took a detour just to do a little penance.
It's Holland bowling. And that's a good length delivery to Finch, who plays that out into the covers. Darley Dale sounds like one of those lovely grounds, and somebody will pull me up on this, I know. That probably sounds better than it actually is.
The one that always comes to mind for me, and I think you were there again in Derbyshire, I think Darley Dale was quite nice, but the one I thought was going to be nice and seriously wasn't really was Heanor.
Yes,
do you remember Heanor?
I did play there.
Gee, that was and the other
hideous.
Yeah, the other time we won the Sunday League was at Bournemouth in '78.
Holland bowls, and he's behind that one. Finch plays it back down to the bowler.
But I reckon that Morton in the Marsh, I reckon Gloucestershire, first ever Benson Hedges match, probably '72, possibly '71, but like I say, somebody could look it up and tell Kevin later and confirm that, and I'm pretty sure it took 3 days. And the only reason I'm being hesitant is I've just shut my computer down, because I haven't brought my lead with me today, and there isn't much battery left. It's wearing out like me.
Is Holland outside the off stump, and that's left alone this time. Mike Martin at Sunnet Sports says, at the risk of turning the commentary into an arts review show, I mean Dave tries all the time, I have to sort of keep bringing him back. Dave is right about the Pallant House Gallery that you were mentioning. He says it's wordful. Saw an Edward Burrough show.
Oh yeah.
Or Burrough?
Yeah, Burrough,
Edward
which was
Burrough,
brilliant. It's a lovely human-sized gallery. That's what I like about it. Mostly British 20th century art.
It's the next ball again, which is played quietly out into the offside. Sussex playing for tea here. This should be the last over before tea. We've got 2 balls left of it. I missed the earlier one from Mike Martin. Actually, Mike, good afternoon to you. He says, so good to hear your voices again. Such strange times, but at least we have sport to enjoy again. Yeah. We've loved it. I take it we are not getting our overseas players back at all this season. I know Fidel is not available. No, we're not, basically.
Yeah.
There's a quick answer. This is the before tea answer.
But
Fidel's not coming. He's coming back next year for a testimonial game. Even though Hampshire said it's unlikely he'll be back. It's not going to happen. That's pushed out square on the offside. It's just not worked.
It has been a struggle for Hampshire today. It's been Sussex today, but it's still an absolute delight just to be sitting here and looking at cricketers playing on grass and the game developing and so on and so on.
It's been an absorbing game. Really, I don't know whether maybe 5 games into this tournament, that by then we've already had enough of it. I don't know. But second half century of the game is 51 not out. Harry Finch. Alongside him, his 3 not out. The 1 man out to Tom Haynes, LBW to Ian Holland for 20. Sussex will be enjoying that food that they brought on the ground. We're not allowed to bring food on. We were allowed to bring food on the ground. We're not allowed to taste food that's being made on the ground. I'm not sure what the players are doing, but whatever they're doing over the next 20 minutes, I'm sure Sussex will be enjoying this break. So join us again in 20 minutes. We'll have more live commentary.
I'm here. Hello Sylvie, sorry about that. So it's tea here at home on the second day of this match between Sussex and Hampshire, and Sussex are certainly batting themselves into a really strong position here on this match. They're 80 for 1 at lunch. Phil Salt's gone through to his second half century of the match. He's batted really well in both innings. So the lead here for Sussex is 103 with a lead of 23 in the first innings. We've got another 31 overs to be bowled tonight. Sussex going along very nicely at 80 for 1 at tea. So, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove for the final session of the second day in this Bob Willis Trophy match between Sussex and Hampshire. And Sussex are starting to back themselves into a good position in this match. They're 80 for 1 in their second innings. That's a lead of 103, a 23-run lead on the first innings. Phil Salt is on 51, his second half century of the match. Harry Finch is on 5. The only wicket to go down, that of Tom Haynes, who was LBW to Ian Holland for 20. Kevin James is sitting next to me. It's a pretty obvious thing to say, but I guess Hampshire could do with a couple of wickets here, fairly sharpish after tea, because Sussex are building a nice platform here.
There they are. This has been Sussex's day so far. They've won the first 2 sessions. If Hampshire can try and win this one, they'll sort of restore. You just feel Sussex are getting away from Hampshire here a little bit, so Hampshire need to win this session.
And it's going to be Mason Crane who's going to get us underway. We've got 30 overs remaining in the day. Harry Finch is going to face. With a slip and a short leg are the close fielders. As in comes Crane, right arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and Finch turns that one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Now, I think you were saying at tea time, Kev, there's a bit of rain about down at raining down at the Aegeus Bowl, apparently.
Yeah, if we were playing at the Aegeus Bowl, we wouldn't be playing at the moment, apparently.
Right, so there's obviously a little bit of rain around. I think it's making its way along the coast as in comes Organ and bowls. I'm sorry, I thought that was Mason Crane, and I do apologise. It's Felix Organ who's bowling from that Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Hopeful appeal there. He's well outside of stump.
He is. A slip and a short leg, as I say, are the close field. I'll give you the rest of the field in a minute, as Organ is in off a relatively short run, 3 or 4 paces. He's in and bowls, fights it, and Finch flicks that one back to the square on the leg side, and he's going to pick up a boundary. Is Harry Finch. He goes to 9, and Sussex to 84 for 1. Organ in his 3rd over of this innings. Didn't bowl first time around, bowl in the first innings, but he's bowling in this innings. I must mention as well, I know before tea you and Dave were talking about cricket grounds in Sussex. I'll just break off for a moment as Organ is in again over the wicket, bowls, and that gets a little low, and Finch just digs that out and plays it back to the square, this time on the offside, and picks up a single. He goes into double figures. He goes to 10, 85 for 1. Yeah, you were talking about cricket grounds, I think, down in Chichester.
Mainly in Chichester, yeah.
Yeah, and Brian Owen, who's our excellent chap, writer for the Argus, mainly on the Albion, sports writer, said that there's still a pub called the Bat and Ball on the street corner overlooking that park in Chichester. As in comes Organ again, bowls to Phil Salt, who plays that firmly down the ground, too long on, and picks up a single. Does Phil Salt. He goes to 52. He was dropped, a caught and bowled chance, Phil Salt, when he was on 20 to James Fuller, who caught and bowled him in the first innings, funnily enough. In comes Organ and bowls, and Finch looks to dab that one away on the offside, fielded at slip by Ian Holland. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 3 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 17 for Felix Organ, and Sussex have moved on to 86 for 1. Phil Salt is on 52. For the record, he's to face 69 balls. Harry Finch has made 10 of 23. And Sam Northeast, straight after tea, is returning to who I think has looked the most dangerous Hampshire bowler actually throughout the match, really. I think he's been the pick of the Hampshire bowlers, was is Keith Barker.
Yeah, a little bit expensive in his first spell, 6 overs, none for 28. But again, still shaping the ball away from the left-hander and into the right-hander. Will always be dangerous if he does that. He keeps walking towards us. It looks like he's marking out his incredibly long run. But as bowlers aren't allowed to give the umpires anything, we saw it with George Garton, didn't we, earlier in the Hampshire innings, that the bowlers, if they've got a cap, which Barker has, then that has to be deposited over the boundary rope. So that's just in front of us, and now he's walking back towards his mark, which is about halfway back towards the stumps. He hasn't suddenly developed a long run. 86 for 1 then. So a good day for Sussex so far today. They've been good basically since about 6 o'clock, 5:45 last night, didn't they? Where they picked up 2 or 3 quick wickets and then set Hampshire back a bit, and they've carried on today. And a game which has looked very even. In fact, if anything, probably Hampshire, with their noses slightly in front, is going very much Sussex's way at the moment. As Barker bowls, it's on the money. He's going for a run here, and he's been sent back, and the throw comes in by Organ. Out in the covers, Salt took off, and Harry Finch had to send him back, and he was a good third of the way down the pitch at least.
He was. I think he's too happy, Phil. So I mean, to be fair, it's his call, isn't it? I mean, he's played it in front of the wicket, and he's very, very quick between the wickets. But Finch was having none of it.
Umpire Ian Gould is just telling Phil Salt to get off the pitch. His Barker turns, left arm over. Comes into bowl to Salt once more. It's come back at him. Oh, he's got an inside edge through to Lewis McManus. Oh, what is that? Missed. It's missed the inside edge somehow. It's missed the pad somehow, and somehow it's missed the stumps. It's missed everything.
Wow, that was a terrific delivery, wasn't it? I was expecting to see, when it went through Phil Salt, to see those stumps, but it's
quite incredible. It's missed everything, because if it had touched the pad, there was an LBW decision to be made. If it hit the bat, it carried through to McManus, and then somehow it's missed the stumps as well. It's one of those that there was 3 options there, and in the end there was none. Quite incredible. Barker comes in again and bowls to Salt once more, and Salt's in behind that and watchfully plays that up towards mid-wicket. You wouldn't have expected anything else.
Talking about rain being about, there's a rain delay down at Taunton, which is some way from here, of course. But we understand a bit of rain down in Southampton at the moment. Playing everywhere else though in the Bob Willis Trophy. In the Southern Group, Surrey 139 for 2 in reply to Middlesex's 347, and Essex 120 for 3 in reply to Kent's 387.
There's a few runs around, isn't there?
There is.
Not so many here. As Barker comes into Salt once more. Salt drives up to mid-off. Fielded by Dale. Again, it's one of those shots that doesn't really get timed, does it? I think as the ball starts to get older, it's quite interesting. We were saying earlier that sides in this game seem to get off to a decent start, and then as the ball gets softer, it gets a little harder to maintain that momentum. Have to try and force it. Salt to face again. It's quite blowy today compared to yesterday. It's blowy on the old seafront, as that's worked to mid-wicket. Certainly be twice as blowy down there, wouldn't it, as it is here?
Oh, definitely. In fact, funny enough, Brian's been in touch. He was you were talking about Chichester and the old ground in Brighton, and I apologise. The Baton ball overlooks the old ground in Brighton. Brian sent me an email, but I didn't get it actually, Brian. So I don't quite know why that was. But you weren't talking about Chichester then. You were talking about the old ground in Brighton.
Which was where? Do you know?
Well, Brian would know. I don't know.
No.
But the pub is still there.
The Baton ball. So wherever the Baton ball is, I'll look it up. Barker in again. And bowls, and again, Salt's punching the ball on the up to mid-off. Dale Fields, end of the over, 86 for 1. Salt has 52, Finch has 10.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent, from a sunny afternoon here at Hove. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Kevin James. Dave Allen with us as well during the 4 days here. I have to say, we were saying a bit earlier on today, this looks like it might all be over in 3 days, but the way that these two are playing, whether the pitch has got a little easier to bat on, or the fact that the players have had one opportunity, and this is like the first match of the season, really. So who knows what's going to happen? But the weather forecast good for the rest of today. I think tomorrow there was a suggestion of a bit of rain about. Whether that will happen or not, we'll have to wait and see. But going into next week, the weather looks like it's warming up. And I was just reading across Europe, there's a heat wave in Spain and parts of France. It's 40 degrees. I think even in Switzerland it's very hot at the moment. So I think it is due to get hot here by the end of next week.
What a shame you can't travel anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, you can, but...
So, it's going to be Ian Holland who's going to pick up the attack from the far end of the ground. So that little experiment with Felix Organ didn't last too long after tea. And Holland, with the 1 wicket so far, 4 overs for 8, comes running into bowl to the right-handed Harry Finch, who's forward defensively and plays straight back down the track. And there is no run. I guess here, Sam North East is probably thinking to himself, well, I need some wickets. But he can't afford bowlers to leak too many runs here.
Not now.
Not with Sussex, with a lead of what's that, 109 now? Yeah. As Finch waits and Holland comes running in down the hill, bowls, and Finch is forward, plays to backward point, fielded by Kame, and there is no run. There's 2 slips and a gully, a backward point, cover mid-off, a mid-on, square leg and a fine leg. I can see Sam North East is in deep conversation there with Keith Barker, who's fielding at mid-off. Finch is ready, and Holland turns at the end of his run and he's on his way, comes running in and bowls to Finch, who covers up and plays straight back down the track, and Holland with a neat bit of football kicks the ball in the air and fields himself. Just to say, the live stream is up and running. The Sussex media team, and that sounds like it's a massive team, but it really isn't, have been working very hard to get it sorted out over the last couple of days, and it's now working. So if you want to go onto the Sussex website, click on there and you can see pictures alongside the commentary. So well done, fellas, for your work in getting that sorted out. Holland just wants his cover just to go a little straighter as in he comes to bowl to Finch. He's in and bowls, and Finch again just covers up and plays with soft hands into the offside, and again there is no run. You said cool, what's that about? Are you looking at temperatures, or are you looking at the old Brighton ground?
I found it, yeah.
Oh.
I should imagine it's fairly, well, the area might be fairly familiar with people that know Brighton, whether or not they knew that first class cricket had been playing there. So the road that goes out of the main drag, really, sort of north of the pier, Ditchling Road.
Right.
And then
in comes Holland, bowls, and Finch drives down the ground. That's a nice looking shot by Harry Finch, but an equally good bit of fielding by Sam North East at mid-on. I think Finch thought he was going to get a boundary then. Nice bit of cricket all round. And there is no run.
So it's on the corner of Oxford Street and Ditchling Road.
Okay.
Just there. There you go. And there's a big park there.
Right, and there's another
Union Road goes through.
Oh, there's the Bat and Ball pub and the Druids Arms as well.
Yeah. Do you know it?
No.
Right.
There's a McDonald's there.
Do you know that?
No. They're all the same, aren't they?
Other fast food restaurants available.
Yeah. In comes Holland again. Finch plays out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 86 for 1. Of course, in terms of restaurants and things, Kevin, as of tomorrow, the Chancellor's offer starts, doesn't it? So you can eat out for half price up to a maximum of a tenner.
Yeah. And guess what?
Go on.
I'm eating at a place on Wednesday at a place that's not involved in that scheme. Isn't that typical?
But why, as a restaurant, wouldn't you be involved in that? I mean, you're getting. I think the restaurateur is able to claim the money back from the government. So I'll be amazed if surely if you run a restaurant, you want to do that.
Well, you encourage people, wouldn't it?
Well,
I think you can get it back within a week. So it's not like you're waiting for 6 months to a year to get your money back. I think that's in theory what's supposed to happen. Here's Barker, bowling to Phil Salt. Salt gets one that comes back into him, just gets tucked up a bit, takes the bottom hand off the bat as it goes out on the onside.
I think it only runs. I think it's Monday to Wednesday.
Yes.
You get your tenner off. But you could have a table of 10 people and everyone could get the tenner off, couldn't they? So.
Separate households, though.
Yes, it would be. That's a very good point.
I mean, I'll be honest with you.
I've got a bit confused on the rules, on the different households and things. And
don't ask me to break that down. How that would
no,
work.
But you could. Okay, so you could go out with another couple or with a mate or whatever, and you all get your tenner off.
Yeah. Barker to Salt. Salt drives up to Ajit Dale at mid-off. Yeah, it's typical, isn't it? I think where we're going, I think we had a choice of. Well, it depends on my daughters what they want to eat and blah blah blah. But I think we had a choice of about 3 restaurants, and the 2 that are doing it, they didn't want to go there. They wanted to go to this one that isn't. Typical.
Perhaps your daughter will give you the tenner off and claim it back. Claim it back from her dad, more like.
But I can't say that do me a little favour here, because basically I haven't eaten out for 6 months. Yeah. So it's not like I'm sort of I should be a bit of a spendthrift. Let's come back as well. Good bowling from Barker. It's played out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Alsop. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward. I've forgotten what to do when you like this. When we started 11 o'clock yesterday morning, I've forgotten what you do when you go to a restaurant. I'm a bit nervous about it. It's a bit like here. I don't want to touch too many things. I don't want.
Yeah. Well, when we're in here, we've got a lot of hand sanitizer. We've got some spray and some wipes. I mean, I think a lot of restaurants are. Not that I know. I think they've got plastic screens down the middle and various things, haven't they?
Fun, isn't it?
You get the feeling it could be for a little while.
Here's Barker again then. To Phil Salt, who's on 52. Salt drive down the ground, beautiful. Between bowler and mid-off. Over-pitched. Salt hit through the line, timed it nicely. Hasn't always timed those shots up towards mid-off. He did that one. 86 for one.
That was gun barrel straight, wasn't it? Driven down the ground. He's an exciting cricketer, Phil Salt. And I think it's always exciting when you see an opener who looks to get after the bowling as well. I mean, it doesn't come off every time, but it can get you off to a flyer in red ball cricket.
He must be annoyed that it's a shortened season so far. 100 for the England Lions against Ireland. Runs in the first innings, runs here. Barker bowls, he drives, and it's half hit this time and half stopped by Barker. Didn't quite get hold of that one. 90 means the lead now for Sussex is 113.
It is. Yeah.
Any plans to eat out in the future?
Nothing over this. We might have to think about that. About this, and I think the offer that makes me feel like I'm, just want to save money, doesn't it? But you do sort of think, well, if it's a tenner off.
Yeah. Here comes Barker again and bowls and Salt.
Yeah.
Forward defensive out towards extra cover. Fielded by Organ. End of the over, 90 for one.
I was almost more pleased to see that forward defensive there from Phil Salt actually having hit the boundary. He's got his 4 runs for the over. Keith Barker has been asking questions throughout the match, but that was well pitched up delivery, and Phil Salt played it exactly on its merits into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, I don't know about you. I've spoken to one or two friends and they say, "Oh, I'm hundreds of pounds better off each month," and I'm thinking, well, I'm not.
Well, I think we're spending more money on food at home, to be honest. Yeah. Strange times. It must be costing the Chancellor a fortune, I should.
Looking forward to paying 50p in the pound tax in about a year or two's time. I'll be doing this for free soon.
Ian Holland's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and finches forward, plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. I
bet I'll be paying the BBC to go out and about.
Big opportunity this for Harry Finch. I mean, we're into the final session of the day. He didn't have a great season last year, so a real opportunity. Get his head down.
Yeah. There's no pressure on him here, is there?
No, it's Phil Salt is in good touch at the other end. Sussex in a nice position, so a good opportunity here for Harry Finch as Holland comes running in, bowls, and Finch plays firmly to mid-off, fielded by Keith Barker, and there is no run.
Look, he scratched around yesterday, and we said that, or I certainly said it, for his 8.
Yeah.
Before he was LBW to Ian Holland, but I think just that time spent at the crease yesterday would probably be worth a dozen nets, probably more actually. So I think he will benefit from that. He'll benefit from the situation Sussex are in at the moment. 2 days left in the game after this, plenty of time.
Yeah, Holland comes in bowls and Finch covers up, plays back to Holland, and there is no run. I mean, it's an ideal opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, perfect. This is just the situation you want when you're looking for a decent score to get you back into the swing of it.
Goes away and taps away at the pitch as Harry Finch has a look around the field. He'll see there are 2 slips and a gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I can hear the seagulls making a hell of a racket somewhere, but I can't see anywhere. I'm not sure quite where they are.
It's been nice, isn't it, for 2 sessions, not hearing so much of them?
Yeah, barely a seal. There's 1 above the ground, but apart from that, as in comes Holland again, bowls, and again Finch just plays defensively down the offside, and there is no run. Looks a useful cricketer, Ian Holland. James, I thought Kevin, he was impressive last week, and he bowls a tidy line and length. He's in his 6th over, 1 for 8.
He's just a good all-round cricketer, isn't he? Almost an old-fashioned type all-rounder. Really sort of good medium pace. Will give you good. As a captain, you want to chuck somebody the ball and say, look, give me 6 overs, give me 7 overs.
Comes in and bowls, and Finch plays from the crease. The ball bounces into the air, and there is no run. Yeah, so particularly perhaps when the ball's flying around the ground a bit, he's somebody who's going to keep it relatively tight. Yeah,
I mean, he's not going to knock anybody's heads off. He's not going to blast through anybody. But you know what you're going to get. I think that's so important. County cricket it's so much about people just doing their normal jobs, because that's why you pick a team of 11, because this person does this, that person does that. You're going to get this from them. You're going to get that from them.
Yeah.
The hardest bit is picking somebody you think, well, potentially he might do that, but actually he might give us this. And if he does, that's going to not help. So it's difficult to pick. If you can pick players that you know what you're going to get week in and week out, much easier.
Changing the field, second slipper's gone into short mid-wicket as in comes Holland and bowls, and he's hit on the pad, that's toast, and Harry Finch is on his way. And he looks heavenward, and you know, sometimes I wonder whether that's a crafty bit of captaincy from Sam North East. He just made that move, he moved the second slip to mid-wicket. I wonder whether that just makes a batsman just think to himself, well, I wonder why he's done that. It might have just played on Harry Finch's mind, and he was back and across, and he was hit on the pad, really, from the angle, and I'm afraid that's another disappointment for Harry Finch. He's on his way for 10, and we were just giving him the build-up there, weren't we, saying, this is a great time to bat, and I still believe it is a good time to bat. But Finch has gone, and credit to Ian Holland, because as you said, he's a reliable cricketer. He's just plugged away, round and about off stump, and he's forced the error from Harry Finch. But I just wonder whether that little fielding change just puts something in your mind. I mean, does it make you think, I wonder if he thinks I'm going to play it? But anyway.
Well, yeah, no, it does. I mean, it does. You make a note of every field change. Of course you do. Mental note, or subconsciously, of course, you're always aware of it.
Yeah.
I think there, he just got stuck. He got stuck on the crease there a little bit. He's played slightly across it. The ball nipped back on him a fraction. But I think we're seeing this with a number of players in this game, is that when they come out, we see them sort of nice forward defensive, get forward, bat and pad close together, and then they're in for a little while, and then they think that good length balls, they've just got to nudge into a gap. They forget to sort of come forward. They forget to go right back. They just want to work a ball into a gap. And of course, if it's that one ball that just does a little bit of nibbling off the seam, then you're exposed. And I think Harry Finch is there. He's been in for a little while. Probably thinks, well, look, I've only got 10. Maybe here and there I should just nudge the odd single to keep my score ticking along. I think we've seen that several times in this game. People just stuck on the crease, where when you see them bat their first 10 or 12 balls, it's almost, I wouldn't say an exaggerated forward defensive, but there's an exaggerated defensive shot there somewhere. But a lot of them are just getting stuck on the crease once they sort of feel that they're starting to get a feel for the pitch.
Yeah. I wonder if this might change the way that Phil Salt bats now, because he's got young Tom Clark in with him, and he wants to just sort of guide him through a little. We shall see. I think it's you.
Oh, was it me? Sorry.
I think
Parker bowls. That was the end of the over, wasn't it? That's driven up to mid-on. He's fairly deep, Sam North East. It went quite quickly to him, so
giving him the single here, aren't they? I mean, mid-off is 2/3 of the way back, so clearly.
Yeah. It's an interesting move from North East. So LBW Holland in the first innings for 8. LBW Holland in the second innings for 10 was Harry Finch.
Tom Clark, 19 years of age. Born in Haywards Heath, just up the road.
Quite a tall man, isn't he? He's at the non-striker's end, and that's driven with a bottom hand hit there by Finch. A lot of bottom hand in that shot. As it goes down to North East, this time Salts decides to take the single and moves on to 57.91 for 2. Sussex in their second innings. He does use a lot of bottom hand, doesn't he, Salt, at times?
Yes, he does. Yeah, track that one down. This is interesting. I just wonder. I mean, I'm not saying Phil Salt is going to change the way he's going to play necessarily, but he's just gone down there. He's having a word to Tom Clark, and I think that's good to see. And it was interesting listening to Jason Gillespie this morning, who was talking about people doing things for the team, not doing it himself necessarily. And he was saying that Ollie Robinson had spoken this morning about whether he would bowl, which end he would bowl from, and had spoken about Jack Carson. So there's clearly this sort of feeling about the team. So let's see how Clark goes.
Left armour to left-hander. Clark's on the back foot, steers that out square on the offside, and there is no way. That's a good point as well. There are plenty of players that want it their way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If they only want to bowl at one end, they only want to bowl at one end, and they'll make noises to say, no, I don't think I should be bowling that end. I only want to bowl this end. I only want to do this. The wind's in a certain direction. That'll assist my this or that, or the hill, or don't want to bowl uphill because it's too much like hard work. But it's to have a bowler that wants to bowl either end, even if one end probably doesn't suit them, again, is ideal. Barker bowls. He's playing a missing outside the off stump. Coming forward again, there's that shape away from the left-hander.
I thought Jason Gillespie was very interesting this morning, wasn't he? I mean, he came and made it pretty clear. There'd been a few texts and tweets and emails we'd received yesterday about the selection, or the Sussex selection for this game, but he made it pretty clear, didn't he, that the performances in four-day cricket hadn't been good enough, and he said that on a couple of occasions during the time he was on commentary.
So why would you stick with the same team?
Well, I think that's exactly the point he was making.
Even if there are some difficult decisions there somewhere along the line. Barker bowls. I think he's playing inside the line there. I think I'm going to give Clark the benefit of the doubt on that occasion. But I think, whether you agree with selection decisions or not, and I'm sure there are several people either close to what's going on or not so close that think, well, such and such should be playing or such and such shouldn't or whatever thing. I think to actually hear your head coach explain the reasons, whether you agree with the reasons or not, is immaterial. Somebody has to make a decision, and somebody has to give you it doesn't have to give you a reason, he just has to make a decision. But I think for him to make the decision and explain it, I think you have to give him huge credit for that. Clark plays out on the onside and the leg side. That ball just held its line, so Clark gets a thick inside edge, fielded by Crane. I think full marks. As I say, whether you agree with the decisions for leaving certain players out or not, he's made them based on that reasoning.
Yes. Yep.
It's all subjective, isn't it?
Yep. And I think got based on statistics and how players have performed over the last couple of seasons, which is why we've got a very different Sussex side today, who are batting themselves into a good position. But this is by no means a done deal, and they'll be aware of that. The lead is 100 and come on, Adrian, 114. Is that right?
Yeah.
And Phil Salt will know here as well. He's got young, Tom Clark at the other end, Ben Brown next in, the skipper. But Phil Salt waits for Ian Holland. Again, a slip in a gully as Holland is in and bowls to Salt, who plays very correctly down the ground, and Holland fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. This is going to be a good contest. Holland, very impressive figures into his 7th over. 2 maidens, 2 for 8. He's picked up both the wickets to fall. Tom Haynes and Harry Finch, both LBW, which perhaps shows that he does bowl wicket to wicket, Ian Holland. And he makes batsmen play. And he's coming running in lovely sunshine here at Hove, bowls to Salt, and Salt eases that one onto the leg side and takes a single to Northeast, who's relatively deep there at mid-on and needs to run to his right to field. And Phil Salt goes to 59. When Phil Salt hits the ball, it makes that lovely sound.
Yes.
It almost sounds, almost every time that he hits the ball, that it comes out the middle of the bat. He goes to 58, and Sussex to 92 for 2, and that brings Tom Clark onto strike. And as you would expect for the new batsman, Northeast posts a more attacking field. There are now 2 slips in place, Allsop and Weatherly. James Fuller in the gully. There's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Clark waits. Now Ian Holland is asking his fine leg to go a little finer down in front of us here, and he starts his run. This straight approach to the wicket. He comes in and bowls to Clark, and Clark gets an edge, and well fielded by Fuller away to his left-hand side in the gully, and there is no run. Clark yet to score. Salt on 58. Live cricket on the BBC. I've really enjoyed these 2 days. I don't know whether it's just because it's it's the start of the season, or maybe it's even you, Kev. I don't know, but it's just been good fun.
So it's because of me.
Really enjoyed it. In comes Holland running in, bowls, and Clark drives. Didn't really go where he expected to go. He was looking to play that into the covers, but he played it to backward point, fielded there by Mason Crane. And there is no run.
Well, it's certainly been good fun. Yeah,
it's been good cricket, and Sussex have got their noses in front here, but a couple of wickets here would change a lot. Or Sussex will think if they could just get this lead, 150, 200, they're in good shape. They'll want more than that, of course, but it's a really good game. In comes Holland, round the wicket, bowls to Clark, who just lets that one go outside the off stump, and there is no run. James Fuller seems to have taken slightly closer order there. Would you? I mean, he looks to me almost as if he's in a 4th slip position now instead of gully.
Yeah, he's not really in a position for the slash, but I don't think we've seen too many of those. Whether or not it would carry to where he is, I'm not sure. I don't think. I mean, they are fairly close. When you look at that ring of 3 slips and...
He's brought in another slip, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Felix Organ has gone in there.
Very close.
Holland comes in bowls to Clark, who's forward and plays into the offside. There is no run. Another very tight over from Ian Holland, and you were saying that North East was probably looking at someone he could chuck the ball to, who could just try and keep an end quiet for a few overs. Well, he's doing a good job for his county. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 9 for Ian Holland. Sussex are 92 for 2 with Phil Salt on 58. Tom Clark is yet to score. And just a reminder, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent.
Drives on the up now. Dale again is deep at mid-off, so the single is an easy one to take for Salt, who moves on to 59.93 for 2. I just want to mention that they've been running a podcast throughout, I think since Christmas, not quite every week, but pretty close. Myself and Dave, just before tea time, were talking about, obviously apart from the cricket grounds in Sussex, sort of 1 or 2 players that had sort of played for Sussex and Hampshire. Billy Taylor's name came up, who's umpiring in this game alongside Ian Gould, and Simon Jones of the Hampshire Cricket Board has tweeted me. Here's Barker, goes to the left-hander Clark, who's pushing that out towards extra cover, fielded by Organ, and he just says that he heard me mention the other day that I listen to their podcast when I'm on that treadmill thing. It's not treadmill, it's the other one. Cross trainer, thank you very much.
Cross trainer, sorry, put the mic on.
It sounds like I do loads, but I don't do loads of it. Believe me, it's rusting because I use it so infrequently. It's rusting. But he said that our next edition is out this coming Friday and features Billy Taylor on his journey into umpiring. So that's definitely worth looking out for. As Barker bowls, Tom Clark does well actually, keeping it down, but it's a thick outside edge as it goes behind square on the offside, fielded by James. The easiest way to find it is if you just go to the Twitter feed, the Hampshire Cricket Board Twitter feed, and you scroll down, and from at some point you'll come across their Umpire Strikes Back podcast. And if you actually click on that, it also gives you other editions that they've done over the weeks, and some of it's quite interesting, where they've talked about club cricket during lockdown and what have you. So anyway, that's a quick shout out for them. And to listen to Billy Taylor. Barker runs away from us. Clark leaves that one alone, a little bit closer to him, but good leave.
Actually, I picked up a couple of these emails actually when you were talking about old cricket grounds, and apologies, these have just come through. So Paul Limmer got in touch and he says, I believe Sussex played Surrey at Petworth Park. Also, they started playing at the Royal New Ground in Brighton, and then I've got Brian's email now. He said,
Petworth Park. Dave will be absolutely waxing lyrical.
There we are.
There's another ground.
Here's a picture for your colleague from Pompey from our library. Apparently, it was taken from a painting in 1849. It's in Brighton on the approach towards the pavilion and the pier as you come south from the A27. So that's what the ground you were looking at.
That's me, isn't it? Sorry. I was too busy thinking about Petworth Park. The big shout for an LBW there. I think he may have gone outside the line of off stump. Umpiring Gould says not out. I've just missed it on the live feed, unfortunately, so I can't give you much more than that. But my initial thoughts were he may just have crept out outside off stump. But you'll be able to make up your own minds if you're looking at the live feed, and you can always tell me where I've gone wrong at Solent Sport.
So apologies to Brian, this is a great email actually with a picture, so I'll show that to Dave and then he can, I'll read it out again in a minute, but I wasn't privy to your conversation. I was in the in the bubble next door during that.
You're in your own little bubble.
Yeah, I was in my bubble. Dave's in the bubble now.
Barker to Clark, who's yet to get off the mark, comes in and bowls now short, and Clark pulls that away. There's his first runs. Pulled that away nicely. That's 3 or 4 bounces over the rope away to our left, and that is 4 runs. Clark moves to 4, 13 deliveries he's faced, so his first run's off his 13th delivery. Sussex move on to 97 for 2, a lead. That's quite an easy one to work out, isn't it? 120.
Yeah, so it said, hi Adrian, here's a picture for your colleague from our library. So Brian works at the Brighton Argus. He says, apparently it was taken from a painting in 1849. It's in Brighton on the approach towards the pavilion and the pier as you come south from the A27. The area is still a park, it hasn't been built on. And the caption reads, Sussex v Kent cricket match on Ireland's old ground, now called the Level. St Peter's Church is in the background. Beryl Tucknott supplied the picture. Her ancestor William Lillywhite is bowling in the painting. How about that? Here comes Ian Holland, comes in and bowls to Phil Salt, who's forward. Doesn't time that, playing on the inside and playing on the leg side, and Holland fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So thank you, Brian, and I'll pass that on to Dave when he comes in. Jeff Lloyd has been in touch. Hello, Jeff. Lovely to hear from you. Lovely and sunny here. I think Jeff is in Lancing, which is not a million miles.
Unfortunate.
And I'll read you what he says in a minute. Here comes Holland running in towards us and bowls, and Salt plays this one down to third. Oh, it's deep backward point and picks up a single. He goes to 60 and Sussex to 98 for 2. Good afternoon, Kevin and Adrian. I'm really enjoying the county cricket again. Nice that Phil Salter's made another 50, but as I write, Harry Finch goes again. His form has really gone. Lovely and sunny here. Best to you both. Jeff Lloyd. Jeff, thank you for getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you too. And if you want to join our conversation, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Solent Sport. And Ian Holland is coming running in with 3 slips. The sun has momentarily disappeared. He's in and bowls to Clark, and Clark is forward and plays quietly into the onside, fielded by Organ, and there is no run. So 3 slips and a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. And if you're just joining us for the first time today, this match delicately poised. Hampshire bowled out today for 153. A lead for Sussex of 23, and they're now 98 for 2. As in comes Holland over the wicket bowls, and Clark shoulders arms. Lets that one go through to McManus, and there is no run.
I've just been sent another ground.
Have you?
Yes. Now, I don't know if you've ever heard of this. Sheffield Park.
Yes. Now, isn't Sheffield Park on the old Bluebell line? And I think that's near to Haywards Heath.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I think the Bluebell line runs from East Grinstead, and I think it finishes, or one of the stations is Sheffield Park. Holland in again and bowls, and that was well played by Clark actually, because he was thinking about playing it at the very last minute, changed his mind and let the ball go past and taken by McManus.
So this was from, I just lost a tweet. I was just about to read it and it's just disappeared. David Ackland at Solent Sport says, first class grounds in Sussex, Sheffield Park. Touring Australians played there.
Wow.
And the owner donated the Sheffield Shield.
Well, how interesting.
Well, Dave,
that's amazing.
Dave, I mean, there's so much here
incredible.
for Dave to get his head round.
Oh, what a great... Well, so
love it.
That's incredible. Is that, and presumably that's why it's named as such.
I have to take David's word for it. I haven't fact-checked it.
Well, that might be a question for Jason Gillespie about the Sheffield Shield. Well, I wonder. Anyway, in comes Holland and bowls, and he's struck on the pad. It bounced on the offside. There is no run. End of the over. Another very accurate over from Ian Holland. 8 overs maidens, 2 for 10. And perhaps David could let us know, because I'm pretty certain that Sheffield Park is on or around the Bluebell railway line. Let's say that runs from East Grinstead down towards Haywards Heath.
Yeah.
So 98 for 2, and Keith Barker's going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground.
Well, the Sheffield Shield was donated by Lord Sheffield and first contested during the 1892-93 season between New South Wales and South Australia and Victoria.
Well, I'm blowed.
But I've got here something else here. Why is it called the Sheffield Shield? There's no mention about Sheffield Park. Here's, unless I've got that wrong, Barker, and Salt's put that to mid-on. Quick single to him, takes him on to 61. Ultimately, a new tournament was decided upon and named the Sheffield Shield in honour of its benefactor. It commenced in the 1892-93 season between New South Wales and Victoria. So I don't know. Dave, so we've got some grounds for you in Sussex. Sheffield Park, yeah, he's there now.
Another tweet here from Simon Levinson. Good to hear from you, Levo. A big Albion fan, big Sussex cricket fan as well. Sussex also played at Petworth in 1849. The first ground in Hove was near the seafront between 3rd and 4th Avenue. The Royal Brunswick ground was used between 1848 and 1872.
Barker to Clark. Clark pushing forward, thick inside edge, out square on the leg side. No run.
Thank you, Levo.
Dave's missed 2 grounds. I can't believe it. Richard Shelley at Solent Sport says, can confirm that Hampshire played Sussex at Petworth Park in the first class match between them in 1825, and Kev wasn't playing.
Now, were you commentating, or?
I just missed it.
It's amazing it goes back, that amount of years. I mean,
Great, isn't it?
Almost 2 centuries ago. Incredible.
Dave, you could write a book on first-class grounds in Sussex. Loads of them. Barker Bowles and Clark. It's got turned around a fraction, but pushes that up to mid-on. Score remains on 99 for 2.
I've got another one here from Paul Gibbs. He says, when I was younger, I remember Sussex playing at Pagham against the university team. Remember Imran Khan hitting a ball over the Red Lion pub. Cheers, says Gibbo. That's great, isn't it? So, Pagham, down on the coast, yeah.
You see, I can imagine Imran Khan playing in Bognor Regis or something, you know what I mean? I could just imagine it.
They're great. So there's a whole list of these grounds. Incomes at Bath.
That's me, isn't it?
Oh, sorry.
Outside the off stump, Clark leaves alone.
Getting carried away, I do apologise. Yeah.
Dave, there's loads. Pagham. Hey, who'd have thought it? Garth charging down at Pagham.
I thought Gibbo was going to say, I remember Imran Khan hitting a ball over the Red Lion pub into the sea, or something like that, and the fielder's able to go in and get the ball back. Remember playing a game down at Sidmouth on a cricket tour, and there you could hit the ball onto the beach.
Could you?
Yeah.
Sidmouth, I bet.
Yeah, not that I ever did, but somebody did.
That's a nice ground. In fact, I think I saw something. I'll come to that in a moment. That's swung away and left alone by Clark outside the off stump. In fact, I think I saw Dorset have confirmed their sort of. There's no minor counties cricket as such this year. And Dorset, I saw a tweet earlier just confirming their fixtures, their friendly fixtures for this year, and they've got a game in Sidmouth.
Right.
And I must admit, I looked at it and I thought, fancy a couple of days down there, and Sidmouth was the one I picked out. I thought that'd be quite nice.
Yeah,
actually.
lovely place to go touring. We used to stay in Exeter.
Yeah.
And go along. Yeah, happy days they were.
Oh, hey. A few drinks.
Just a couple. Fancy dress.
Barker to Clark. Clark gets one down the leg side as he nicked it. They think so, and Gould gives the nod, and he's gone. Clark has got caught down the leg side. He's out for 4. Sussex lose their 3rd wicket, 99.
He was rather strangled there, wasn't he? Tom Carville. He's sort of virtually dragging himself off. I'm not sure whether he actually walked in the end, or I was at the wrong angle to see whether Ian Gould put the finger up, but he did wait, and Keith Barker knew that he'd got his man, and Tom Clark walks off very slowly towards the pavilion. He's gone for 4, faced 22 balls, and that brings the skipper out. So this game, which has ebbed and flowed really throughout, has taken another turn in the last half hour, with Sussex losing a couple of wickets, and Harry Finch and Tom Clark on their way, and now the skipper coming out on we don't want to remind him, but he's on a king pair.
I'll remind him for you.
Yeah, he'll be okay.
Just for the record on the live feed, on the Sussex live feed, he's on a king pair.
Thanks, Kev.
Sorry.
He's all right, Ben. He'll get a big score. They've got Delray Rawlings coming out, but that isn't Delray Rawlings, I can assure you. That is the Sussex skipper, Ben Brown, who's coming out to bat.
Yeah, that's certainly not a picture of Delray Rawlings. No. You're right.
We used to have tour T-shirts, and one of the days would be fancy dress, and it was only a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but come the Sunday, the skipper's probably looking around to see who's sort of fit to play. Really, it was one of those tours, Kev. I was never the greatest, but.
Of course, no, I'm sure you were much better than that.
But great fun, nonetheless.
Can I read out these 2 tweets, and then I'll let Dave come in?
Yes, please do.
I know you've got to do the commentary.
That's all right.
David Ackland's tweeted me twice with quite long ones, actually, but all about this Sheffield stuff. He says, a particularly notable fixture against Australia in May 1896 was attended by 25,000 people, including HRH, Prince of Wales.
In comes Holland, bowls to Salt, who plays back to Holland. There is no run.
I think this is Sheffield Park, isn't it? Later, Edward the 7th. Banners lined the route up from the railway to the garden, and no expense was spared. The first cricket match was played at Sheffield Park in August 1845 between 2 local villages, Fletching and Chailey.
Right.
The original ground was built just prior to this match by the 2nd Earl of Sheffield for his 13-year-old son, the Viscount Pevensey, later the 3rd Earl.
Well, I'm blown.
It's a history lesson.
They're wonderful to get all that information. Chailey Common as well. As in comes Holland and bowls to Salt, and Salt plays into the offside, and there is no run. He's on 61. The Sussex scoring rate that was really rattling along has just slowed with those wickets going down, and this is in a really interesting phase of the match. Sussex leading by 122, so 122 for 3 effectively. And whilst you would still think that Sussex got their noses in front, that sort of advantage has just been pegged back a little bit in the last half hour or so. In comes Holland running in towards us and bowls, and Salt drives firmly to mid-off, fielded by Barker, and there is no run. Kevin's gone to have a break for a few minutes. Dave comes and joins me in our big commentary box here at home. That means we can all sit 6 feet apart and observe all the social distancing rules. And I'll tell you what, you started something, you know,
Yeah.
Dave Allen, with this about grounds. We had
Yeah, I am.
Brian Owen from the Argus very kindly sending us all sorts of photos, which I'll send on to you in a minute, as in comes Holland. Bowls to Salt, who clubs that one away to deep backward point. He picks up a single to Salt, and it'll bring Ben Brown on to strike, the Sussex skipper. 100 up for Sussex, 100 for 3. Salt goes to 62. And we've got an update coming to our listeners on BBC Sussex as well. So I'm afraid we'll have the commentary in our ears just for a few moments. Dave.
Schools will be safe in September. We've published very detailed guidelines, and of course we're going to keep working with head teachers.
2 slips. What do you call that? 2 slips? I would always call it 2 orthodox slips, then almost a 4th slip actually for Ben Brown, as in comes Holland running in down the hill, bowls, and Ben Brown is, oh crumbs, I thought for a minute he'd been caught behind. He was looking to drive that one away through the offside, but there was good movement there from Holland away from the right-handed Brown. And the ball goes through to McManus. Now I've lost speed completely, so I don't know quite what's happening at base, but we won't worry too much about that. Hopefully they'll come back to us in a few moments' time. Vital stage of the match here. As in comes Holland, bowls, and Brown this time shoulders arms. Let that one go by outside the off stump, taken by keeper Brown. It is the end of the over, and Sussex are 100 for 3 with Salt on 62 and Brown yet to score. So yeah, you have to give me your email address
Okay.
in a minute, Dave, and I can forward this email. If that's all right with you, Brian, or that Dave can at least have a look at this photograph and tell you all about these grounds in Sussex. So thank you everybody for getting in touch. Loads of stuff I had no idea about, I freely admit to that, so thank you to everybody who's got in touch. And good to hear from Simon Levinson, our good friend who's listening in Sussex. And this is intriguing, isn't it? I mean, a lead of 123, so you have to say a low-scoring match. I mean, I've got Sussex with advantage, but if another couple of wickets went down here...
Yep, agree absolutely. Yeah.
In comes Barker, just with the 1 slip, bowls to Salt, who hammers that one away. He does hit the ball hard, Phil Salt, to mid-off, fielded by Ajit Dale, but that does mean that Ben Brown, the new batsman, will be on strike. And he takes guard from umpire Gould. 101 for 3. Salt goes for 63. He's been slightly starved of the strike in the last few overs, has Phil Salt. But I think it's really important. I just wonder whether he may approach this slightly differently now, because wickets have gone down. He'll know there's a big score from here, but he certainly won't want to. He's a senior batsman now in this Sussex lineup.
I think given the
strange though it says for a 23-year-old.
Given the time left, and even though it's a low-scoring game, I think they would still want to be setting Hampshire in advance of 250.
Oh, for sure. In comes Barker, bowls, and Brown lets that go outside of the off stump.
And that's quite a long way away, isn't it? They're not halfway to that yet. Yeah. Well, they're about halfway to that now. So in fact, I think 300 probably, but. And a lot rests on Salt in that respect.
Yeah, it's important. What have we got? Another 19 overs. If Phil Salt can still be there, so he's coming first thing tomorrow morning.
Bit of a tale, isn't there? Well, we don't know really, because 2 of them are debutants. But a bit like Dale, you wouldn't be looking to them to score big. And Mitch Claydon comes in at 11, so.
In comes Barker, running around the wicket. He's in and bowls.
Keeping his eye across the wicket is Adrian Holmes.
Yes, thanks, Sylvie. Sussex 101 for 3, so they've lost a couple of wickets since you were last with us. Harry Finch and Tom Clark, the batsmen, out. Phil Salt is still going along very nicely. He's on 63 and has been joined by the Sussex skipper Ben Brown. So the Sussex lead here is 124. Meanwhile at the Oval, Surrey lost a couple of wickets as well. They're now 153 for 3. That in reply to the Middlesex total of 347 for 6. As in comes Barker running in over the wicket and bowls, and Ben Brown looking to play that away on the offside, but the ball goes through to keeper McManus, and there is no run. The Sussex score remains the same on 101 for 3.
It's not of earth-shattering significance, but Keith Barker is now on 399 first-class career wickets.
What a great spot! Thank you. Well, you know, I mean, from a Sussex perspective, I don't particularly want to commentate on his 400.
No, if it happens, I'll take over.
But if it happens, then we will give him due congratulations, because that's a terrific achievement. In comes Barker, running in over the wicket and bowls, and Ben Brown is forward and plays quietly into the gully, and there is no run. He's a vastly experienced batsman, Ben Brown, 18 first-class hundreds to his name, but I mean, even he, I'm sure, you know, when you're on a pair, no one wants that. No one wants that in a game. So I'm sure Ben is very keen to get his first runs under his belt in this innings.
Absolutely certain. Yeah.
He waits at the far end of the ground. 2 slips and a gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, a straightish mid wicket, square leg and a fine leg. Barker in and bowls, and there are his first runs, chipped nicely around the corner by Ben Brown. He's very quick between the wickets. He'll think about 2, but that's a very good piece of fielding out there by, would that be Mason Crane or Felix Organ? One of the two, I think.
I think it's Organ. Yeah, I don't think it's.
But it just goes to show how the quality of fielding has improved in county cricket, because he was around, you know, you'd almost think that was nailed on too, but he was around very, very quickly, and a good throw. But Ben Brown is on his way, and he'll feel a lot better with that, will the very amiable Sussex skipper. He's on 1, Sussex to 102 for 3. And I think, as you say, this is an important partnership for Sussex. Still batting to come. Delray Rawlings coming in at 6. George Gartney made a half-century at 7. But you know, these two will know that if they can get through these overs and get to the close with Sussex 3 down, or you know, maybe at the most 4, they're in a good position in this match. As in comes Holland to bowl to Ben Brown, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by McManus, and there is no run.
I was listening to your commentary in the bubble, but it's about 2 balls behind. Yeah. So I kept turning around and smiling when you said something about the cricket, the pitches or something. And of course, by that time, you were saying something different, which was quite odd, really. But I was picking, and that was great. The Petworth I'd forgotten about, but that's lovely.
There's the picture that Brian Owen sent through. So if Brian,
I know that picture. Yeah.
In comes Holland and bowls to Brown. He's forward and plays it to the offside. There is no run.
Yeah. The other thing to say, I don't know whether you got this, but the Sheffield Park, Lord Sheffield's ground, which was resuscitated in the last decade, but a lot of money was put into it, and a big game was played there, and a publication came out. But the original Lord Sheffield gave money to cricket in Australia, which is why the Sheffield Shield was so called.
Yeah, and that's what
get that one.
Yeah, that's what David said in his email. So it's a terrific story.
Yeah.
As in comes Holland bowls to Brown, who looks to force this one through the offside, but doesn't time it. The ball comes off the bottom of the bat to the mid-off, and there is no run. In this photograph, you can see all the. Well, actually, it wouldn't go down well today because I can't see a female in that picture. It's all there's all the men standing around with their top hats on.
The grand gentry, yeah, and they're all having their picture painted rather than watching the cricket.
Yes, they are.
But it's a good picture, yeah. Historic significance.
In comes Holland and bowls, and Ben Brown looking to turn that one on the leg side and gets rather squared up. The ball goes into the offside, there is no run. And Brian has just said forward the email by all means, so I'm going to send you this email.
Thank you very much, Brian, that's lovely.
Good old Brian, he's
brilliant. Was he here yesterday?
Yes, he was. He's the chief sports writer now at the Argus, and primarily covers the Albion, but loves to come down and watch the cricket. I don't know how he finds the time really, but it's always good to see him. As in comes Holland, running in over the wicket bowls, and Brown just covers up and plays quietly into the onside, just feeling his way into his innings is Ben Brown.
The other one I'm fascinated about, because I can't find a record of it, there's a site called Cricket Archive, which people like me use all the time. It's a pay site, so you won't necessarily have access to it out there in listener land, but if you do, and if you're interested in these things, great. But Pagham doesn't feature as a ground in Sussex
Interesting. In comes Holland and bowls, and Brown lets that one go. Holland nearly fell over in his delivery stride, but there is no run. End of the over. 102 for 3 with Salt on 63, Brown on 1. Yes, it was. Who is it who got in touch to talk about Pagham? I'll find that email in a moment.
We saw Imran Khan.
Yeah.
Was it in?
It was
in
Paul
the
Gibbs.
University side or something?
Yeah, Paul Gibbs got in touch. He says, I remember Sussex playing at Pagham against the university team. Remember Imran Khan hitting a ball over the Red Lion pub. I have no idea whether there's a Red Lion pub in Pagham still. Perhaps someone might be able to let us know.
Yeah. That's fascinating. And I mean, the fact that it doesn't feature on Cricket Archive means very little, really, because if it isn't a first-class match, then it probably just means that people playing at Pagham haven't informed Cricket Archive of any games that have gone on there.
In comes Keith Barker in bright sunshine, bowls to Phil Salt, who works this one onto the onside, and there is no run. Salt's on 63. He's... I think it's fair to say he's just reined himself in a little bit here, Phil Salt. I may be wrong, and he's an aggressive player naturally, but I think the situation perhaps demands that he's... he hasn't had a lot of the strike either. I mean, if it'd be quite interesting to get some sort of stat as to how many balls Salt has faced in the last half hour or so.
He was going at about almost a run a ball, and he's now going at about 65%. So he certainly has cut down.
Barker bowls to Salt, and again he covers up to a ball, pitching round about middle and off, and just plays it quietly into the covers. And there is no run.
Might be instructions as well. Do you know, when we were on before, I was speculating that when the openers came out and were, in a sense, just cutting loose a lot of the time, that I suggested that maybe that was Sussex policy. But, you know, suddenly, 60 for 1, 99 for 3, okay, they decide they will rein it in, and the captain's in now and will have said something to him.
In comes Barker bowls, and Salt again plays very sensibly, very calmly to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Yeah, Simon Ritter's been in touch as well. Hello, Simon. Talking about the origin of the Sheffield Shield tournament. The following is cribbed from Wikipedia.
Okay.
Other research sites are available, and he talks about the 3rd Earl of Sheffield, Henry Holroyd, was a Conservative MP for East Sussex. From 1857 to 1865, he was noted for his patronage of cricket. And in 1891, he donated £150 to the New South Wales Cricket Association, hence the naming of the Australian domestic tournament. As in comes Barker and bowls, and Salt is caught behind, is he? No. So a bit of killology there.
Yeah, I don't think Barker thought.
No, I don't think Keith Barker did think it was out.
The others.
Yeah, but behind the stuff, Phil Salt didn't move. He let him not to in ball hands early in his pocket. Keith Barker action.
Yeah.
As if he didn't really think it was out. As for the Sheffield estate, it was sold to the 1st Earl of Sheffield, one of Holroyd's ancestors, in 1769. The Bluebell line runs from East Grinstead to Sheffield Park, with best wishes to you and your fellow commentators. Thank you, Simon.
Well done. Thank you very much.
That's a lovely... I've been on that Bluebell line when it reopened, the full length of it. A huge amount of volunteers and work went on to the Bluebell line. It's quite magnificent.
Yeah, lovely.
As in comes Barker running away from us, comes in and bowls, and Salt drives firmly to mid-wicket. I just sense... Keith Barker said something there to Phil Salt, and I just wonder whether Phil Salt is just getting a little frustrated. He's been playing very correctly, very sensibly, and Ben Brown, interestingly, he's just wandered down and just had a word to Phil Salt. He's perhaps feels he's been tied down a little bit. He's perhaps had to rein in his game, having lost a couple of partners.
And Ian Gould has had a little word, I think probably perfectly amicably, with Sam North East, perhaps just explaining why he didn't give it.
Barker in again and bowls, and Salt just checks his shot. He was looking to get on the front foot, but in the end just played it quietly to backward point. There is no run. Keith Barker wanders down. I still think there's a little bit of chit-chat going on out there, Phil Salt turns around in the direction of Barker. Who knows? It's a competitive game, and it's a very interesting point in time. 103 for 3, the lead. No, 102 for 3, the lead 125. Thank you, everyone, for getting in touch with these grounds. It's really, really good. And well done, you guys, for starting off the conversation.
Yeah, that's lovely. It's delightful. And I mean, of course, coming from Hampshire, I don't know bits and pieces about it, but I don't know as much as the folk in Sussex. And of course, you've got some terrific historians down here, the guys that run the museum and so on. And they know all about that stuff. I always enjoy meeting up with them.
He comes in Holland, bowls to Ben Brown, who plays from the crease straight back down the track. Holland feels off his own bowling. and there is no run.
I'm wondering about Barker, whether I misinterpreted his body language in the sense that he thought it was such a fait accompli that he didn't bother to get excited. He just thought, that's out, and then...
Yeah, I mean, I certainly interpreted it as he didn't think it was, but that's the counter-argument, that he thought it was so clear-cut. But either way, Ian Gould wasn't to be moved, and Holland is in down the hill, bowls to Brown. Brown forward and plays quietly into the offside. There is no run, fielded by Organ. And Brown remains on 1, and Sussex on 102 for 3.
I'm fairly convinced by the old adage that if you play as long as Keith Barker has, that in the end it probably evens itself out. I'm not sure it does it all the time with every, particularly young cricketers. Perhaps you get real bad luck, but I think over that long period these things happen.
Holland in again, bowls to Brown, who's forward and plays to the gully region, fielded by Allsop. There is no run. James Fuller has been warming up at mid-wicket, so whether we're going to get a change of bowling... I mean, Holland has bowled a long spell here, but he's done exactly... Kevin was talking about Hampshire needed somebody to come on and bowl and keep it tight, because the game was, not saying getting away from Hampshire, but it was, Sussex were building a very healthy lead.
Edging that way, and he's got 2 for 11 in his 11th over, which is very good.
Holland in again bowls, and Brown is solidly forward to ball of good length, plays it back to Holland, and there is no run. A light aircraft makes its way across the ground in the distance.
Yeah, it's funny in this day and age now with so few big planes flying, that they seem more noticeable, these little planes.
I think you're right.
Something goes over, you think, oh, okay, planes, I remember planes.
In comes Holland again. Bowls, and Brown again just plays from the crease, back down the track. Holland fields of his own bowling, there is no run. Paul Gibbs has been back in touch. Paul was talking to us about Pagham, and he says, hi again, Pagham. Sussex played there in 1976 and 1979. In 76, Oxford Uni had 2 players who went on to play for Somerset, Chris Tavare and Vic Marks.
Oh.
And that's...
I wonder why I can't find it on Cricket Archive.
He's found something. He sent a link here to Quick Info, as in comes...
Oh, Quick Info, okay,
Holland again, bowls to Brown, who plays it on the onside. That's another maiden over. And again, Paul, if you're happy for me to forward this link on to Dave, could you just drop me an email, because we have to make sure we get all the protocols right.
Yes.
If you're happy for me to send that on to Dave Allen, and that can do for Dave's research.
I'd love it. So if you wouldn't mind, Paul, that would be terrific, and thank you very much for coming back on that. Don't know why I've got... Sometimes what happens is that the ground is actually identified under... I looked under Arundel, because I think Pagham is quite near Arundel, am I right?
Yeah, it's down near to Bognor Regis, I think, Pagham.
Bognor was not listed, but sometimes you can find... You go to Arundel and you find somewhere else, and so it might be that Pagham is, as it were, tucked in to another bigger place, but...
I mean, it's not a million miles away. It's not the closest on the coast.
Okay.
But anyway, James Fuller has just come down, and you have to put your cap on the other side of the boundary rope, and he threw it from about 5 yards. It didn't quite reach the boundary, so he had to come trotting down and put the cap over the boundary ropes. Anyway, we thought he was going to bowl, and indeed he is. 102 for 3. Phil Salt is on 63. Ben Brown is on a single. Kevin James will be back with us in about 5 overs' time. We've got 15 overs left in the day. Now, Keith Barker has come running down, and he's come to pick his cap up. So we've got a brief wait. Now, this is a fairly far-flung field. We've got a slip, a third man, a sweeper on the cover boundary, a deep fine leg, a deep mid-wicket. So they look like they're going to give Salt the single as Fuller comes in, and he beats Salt. That was a pacey delivery outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Was it Paul who was telling us about Pagham?
Yes.
Is that his name? Paul. Well, I guess you're still listening. I found Pagham Cricket Club ground, and it's under Nye Timber, which of course I wouldn't have guessed. So that's why. I mean, this is what happens, and indeed, yes, first-class matches on this ground. And there are 2, as you said, Sussex versus Oxford University in 76 and 79. So thank you very much. But it's under Nye, N-Y-E, Nye Timber. So sometimes I get cross with Cricket Archive because it's a bit obscure in its references, and you think, okay, why can't you just put Pagham? But I've found them, so thank you very much indeed.
A change in the field. We've got 2 slips now as Fuller comes in and bowls, and Salt was looking to turn that one away on the onside, but instead he played it through mid-off. He picks up a single and he looks rather ruefully at the bottom of his bat, does Phil Salt, but he's still there on 64. Ben Brown, the skipper, is with him on 1. Sussex 103 for 3, add 23 for that, and you get the Sussex lead, which is 126. Now for the new batsman, or newish batsman, Ben Brown, the field is rather more attacking. There are 2 slips in a gully, 3 men saving one on the offside, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg as Fuller is on his way. He's in and bowls, and Brown, oh, that's a little dart at that one outside of the off stump. He was looking to cut that one away between backward point and gully, but the ball flashed past the outside edge into the waiting gloves of McManus, and there is no run. You just get the feeling that this is a really important time in this game, Dave. You know, a couple of wickets for Hampshire, and they'll feel they're right back in the hunt. If Sussex can get through to the close, you know, without losing another wicket or maybe just another one, they'll feel they're in a good position here in this match. In comes Fuller, races in and bowls, and Brown is right in behind that. And the skipper will know he's got a key part to play here. And there is no run. Just love it, don't you? It's four-day cricket, and it's just the way that the game ebbs and flows, and it's done that throughout.
It's been a brilliant game so far.
It really has been a good game. You know, it's...
And I wouldn't mind at all if Sussex pile up a pretty big score and Hampshire make a good effort of getting there, and we get a finish around tea on Tuesday. Fine, absolutely, especially if this weather keeps up. It's just really good.
In comes Fuller, runs in and bowls, and all that kept low. Ooh. Now, not too many have done that, but that really did keep low, and Ben Brown did very well to just dig that one out. He played it to mid-wicket, and Phil Salt has a wander down from the non-striker's end, and they both touch gloves and they both look accusingly at the pitch, because you wouldn't want to get too many of those. I mean, you'd be absolutely stone cold in front.
He's probably a good job. He's a little lad, actually.
Well, he did well to dig that one out, did the skipper. Yeah. In comes Fuller again, bowls, and Brown this time. Yeah, that gets a little low, not as low, but I think when you get a low one like that, often it's on your mind. But Brown survives the over, 103 for 3. He's on 1, Phil Salt is on 64, and Paul has been back in touch, and he says, yes, please do forward the email. He also goes on to say that Imran Khan did not play in that game, he just netted each morning. Okay. So we obviously hit the ball over the Red Lion pub, presumably from the nets.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what, one of the games that I've looked them up, and one of the games was terrific. Oxford University batted needing 227 to win, and they were 163 for 4. Incidentally, there's a bit of time to chat here because it's another one of those intervals. So, Oxford University needed 227 to win. They were 163 for 4, and they collapsed to 208 all out. But Chris Tavaray made 105 not out for them.
Wow.
And in fact, Vic Marks was second highest scorer with 31. So, looked like a pretty decent game there. But Sussex were bowled out for 139.
Well, Sussex had some names in there.
Javed Miandad caught sub-bowled Wingfield Digby, the vicar. Yeah.
And some of those Sussex names, I mean, Kepler Vessels, Javed Miandad, Peter Graves.
Yeah. I'm not sure why they opened with John Spencer and Chris Waller, if that's correct. I mean, that's a bit odd, isn't it? But perhaps they were just getting a bit complacent there. I don't know. They bowled Oxford University out for 99.
Now that's a name I'm not familiar with. I mean, I'll probably get pelters again from the Sussex. But here we are. I'm just looking here in the Sussex batting lineup. I mean, Sussex will have Travis Head coming over and playing hopefully next season. But there was a TJ Head.
Yeah, he was wicket keeper.
Who was keeping wicket.
Yeah, it was wicket keeper Tim Head.
Tim Head. There we are.
25 games. I do remember him. Yeah.
Ball in Hammersmith in 1957. Right-handed batsman. Tim Head. Yeah. So Travis Head, when he comes over, won't be the first T-Head to play for the county.
I like that. Yeah, that's quite strange. Yeah.
So the hygiene break has been held, or is done. We've got another 14 overs to go in the day, so we're going to be finishing here probably about 6:15, I would think, something like that. And the field again is far flung for Phil Salt. There's a fine leg. There's a deep backward square. There's a sweeper at deep backward point. I think there's going to be a deep mid-wicket as well. So 4 fielders on the boundary. They're just trying to dry the runs up here for Phil Salt. Not a bad tactic by North East. Maybe trying to frustrate Phil Salt more than anything else, who's been in good form in this match. He's by far and away the highest run scorer in the match, 68 in the first innings, 64 in the second. The keeper at McManus is standing up to the stumps. There's a slip in a gully, and it's going to be Ian Holland who's going to continue this very economic spell from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls, and Salt is forward and plays into the offside, into the covers, and there is no run. And if you're just joining us for the first time, make sure you watch the Sussex live feed alongside our commentary, so you can get an idea of what's going on out in the middle.
His contribution, Holland's contribution, has been so good. I mean, he's taken those 2 wickets, but it's just the fact that he tightened it up.
Yeah.
Sussex were going at a real rate of knots in the opening partnership.
Holland again bowls to Phil Salt, who clubs that one away on the offside. Now they've taken one, they'll want to come back for a second if they can. Fielder out there is Harry Kame, who gets in the throw, but it's 2 more to Salt. He goes to 66. Clickety-click.
It's interesting. We're in the 40th over now, and the score is 105. So it's about exactly 2.5 runs and over. But when the first wicket fell, it was the 16th over, and they were 60 for 1. So they were going at 4 and over, and it's been pulled back to 2.5 and over.
Holland in, bowls to Salt, who's up on his toes and plays that firmly down to fine leg. They've taken one, they're looking for 2, but good cricket all round really, because Phil Salt was looking for a second. Ben Brown was certain there was, so it was a good call and a good bit of fielding as well by Ajit Dale, who came in very, very quickly from fine leg to prevent the sack. You just sort of get the feeling here that everyone is on their toes, Dave. Hampshire, this is very important. And Sussex don't want to risk a run out or anything like that, and the field has changed again. The gully fielder has come out to a shortish straight mid wicket. Allsop has gone into gully, so just the one slip for Ben Brown as he faces Ian Holland. 3 men saving 1 on the offside and 3 on the leg, and he's on his way down the hill and bowls, and Brown just plays that delicately. That's a nice shot by Ben Brown. They're going to pick up 1, and I think they'll pick up 2 as he pierces that ring of 3 on the offside and picks up a couple of runs.
Nicely timed that. Just used the pace of the ball, didn't he?
He goes to 3. And Sussex to 108 for 3, the lead 131.
I think 2 more wickets tonight and Hampshire will feel that they're well back in it, but if these 2 survive to the close, then Sussex will be looking to really push on tomorrow.
Holland again comes in and bowls, and Brown is forward and plays very quietly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I think the forecast for tomorrow is not too bad. There was a suggestion of maybe a few showers along the south coast. I think you kept saying it's there's a bit of rain around at the Aegeus Bowl
tonight. Yeah, but the forecast for tomorrow and Tuesday improved last night when I saw it late last night. Greatly improved. It looked like we might get away with no rain at all.
Good.
Which would be lovely.
In comes Holland and bowls, and Brown is forward. Pretty much every ball that Holland bowls, it looks like it's going to hit the stumps. It's the end of the over, the end of Ian Holland's 12th over. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 16. And he can't bowl forever, can he? But I'd imagine that Sam, in fact, is he going off the field? I'd imagine Sam North East will be quite keen to keep him going as long as possible, because certainly Hampshire were leaking runs. I think he is going off the field, unless he's going to get his cap, or yes, he's just gone to get his cap.
And actually Mason Crane is going to bowl, because he's out there and he's just limbering up. I was thinking that there's a point where he's got to risk Mason Crane, who can go for runs, but is likely to take wickets.
Maybe the thinking is that the Sussex batsmen will be less keen to attack him as we get into the latter overs of the day, but you never know. A quick 30 or 40 runs.
Yep.
Fascinating. 2 slips in place, and it's going to be James Fuller who's going to run away from us up the hill in bright sunshine. Comes into bowl to the right-handed Salt, and Salt plays firmly into the offside, fielded by Kame at short extra, and there is no run. Thanks everybody for your texts and your tweets and your emails about cricket grounds in Sussex, and indeed all the other communications we've received, because it helps us, and hopefully makes it a more enjoyable listen.
Yeah, it's more fun. It's been delightful, actually. I mean, it's just entirely by chance that I mentioned what I mentioned, and then off we went. It was great, really good.
And it shows there's people listening as well, which is even better. In comes Fuller and bowls, and that's speared down the leg side. Now they've taken one, they're going to think about two. They'll need to get a move, and if they're going to come back, but again, good cricket. Sussex running that first run quickly, but then Phil Salt looking in the direction of Felix Organ, who came in very quickly from fine leg and prevented a second run. Every run is being fought over here, Dave.
Yep.
There's absolutely no quarter being given whatsoever. And you could just tell by the way that, you know, experienced pros, Fuller, North East, Barker, you know, you get the feeling they know this is an important part of the game.
Yeah, absolutely right. And they're keeping the youngsters on their toes as well, and it's very good cricket.
109 for 3. Bit of a breeze around the ground today, but the clouds are high and plenty of blue sky around. Ben Brown takes off his helmet and just surveys that leg side field. He'll see there are 3 men saving 1 on the leg side and a fine leg. The square leg has just gone a little more behind square. It's almost a shortish backward square really, as in comes Fuller and bowls to Brown, and Brown pulls that away, and that's 4 runs. And that's a lovely shot by the skipper. It was just too short by Fuller, and that's Ben Brown's favourite shot. I love it when he plays that shot. He always plays it off one leg, and he was onto it in a flash, and he helped the ball through backward square leg for his first boundary. He goes to 7, and Sussex to 113 for 3.
That was almost a mini Gordon Greenidge shot, actually. Greenidge used to pull balls that were quite full. I mean, it wasn't full, but you know, I mean, if I'd been batting out there at 6'3", I'd have been pushing forward to that one, you know. But he's just whipped it round and didn't let go. Ben
Brown would be impressed by that.
Yeah,
I'll tell him that. So
mini Greenidge.
Yeah, you're a mini Gordon Greenidge. Well, what an accolade that is. In comes Fuller, bowls to Brown, and Brown works that away on the offside to backward point, and there is no run. So that leg side field is just worth repeating, because there's a fine leg and a deep backward square who's about 10 yards in from the boundary rope. So 2 men backward of the square on that leg side. There's then a mid-wicket and a mid-on. The offside field, a short extra cover northeast who's clapping his hands. A point, then 2 slips and a gully as Fuller turns down in front of us and runs away, coming into bowl to Ben Brown, and Brown is forward, plays it to the offside, a quickly taken single. North East is there, gets in the throw, a good bit of fielding, he hits the stumps, but Salt is like lightning between the wickets, and I don't think there was any real danger that he was going to be out. But good cricket. As soon as Brown called for the single, Salt trusted him and he was off, and they're home for that single. It's just rotating the strike. 114 for 3, and equally a good bit of fielding by North East. You probably had just maybe 1.5 stumps to aim at, and threw the stumps down.
Yeah, more good cricket. Yeah, just now it's really, really entrancing, this stuff.
Yeah,
really good.
Fuller is back to his mark. He looks up towards our commentary position here. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, and he comes into bowl to the right-handed Phil Soot, who's on 68. He's in and bowls, and Salt covers up, plays into, and then takes a single. That's a well-taken single by Phil Salt. Keith Barker was at mid-on, and he played it straight towards him, but immediately set off for the single, and Salt retains the strike. So Sussex go to 115 for 3. Salt is on 69. Brown is on 8. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC from BBC Sussex and BBC Radio Solent. I should say BBC Radio Sussex, so let's get it right. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Pictures available via the Sussex website. And let's see if we are going to get a bit of Mason Crane. We're certainly getting a bowling change, and it is going to be Crane.
Yeah. McManus is waiting for the helmet, and here it is. Sussex coaching people. I know that.
That's Mitch Claydon.
Yeah,
walking around with Danny Briggs that you were talking about earlier.
Danny?
Yeah,
okay.
he took those wickets at Ventnor all those years ago.
Yeah, and he always had a hard time at Hampshire. I liked him for it, but he always had a hard time at Hampshire because he was a Pompey supporter, and most of the Hampshire players are Southampton supporters.
Well, he wanders around having a natter to Mitch Claydon just on the boundary down below us. So it is going to be Mason Crane. 12 overs to go in the day. Sussex could score at 3 and over here. 36 will get around 150 and a nice lead. But in comes Crane and bowled short, pulled away by Phil Salt. Hit that very, very hard. But straight to the fielder who's at deep backward square. Tom Alsop, who got in the throw. But one more to Salt. He does hit the ball very, very hard. And Salt goes to 70, surpassing his score of 68 in the first innings. He is by some distance so far the highest individual run scorer in the match. Now North East is wanting to change the field around a little bit. There's still a sweeper on the cover boundary. There's a backward point, a short extra cover and a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. They're keeping out the deep backward square, but the fine leg has almost come up to sort of backward square really, as Crane comes in and bowls and Brown plays that to Barker. That's, backward point and there is no run.
Didn't bounce at all, did it?
No, it didn't. Ian Gould ducks because a couple of seagulls were threatening to hover around him. Crane tosses the ball from hand to hand and he's in again over the wicket and bowls, and Brown looks to sweep. Now I think that did turn. It was wide of the off stump anyway, but it went a little further. Ben Brown was looking to play that away on the leg side, so they'd been playing against the spin.
It was a bit of an ugly swipe, that really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a 50 or 20 over swipe towards the end of the innings, I think, that one.
Skipper remains on 8, 116 for 3. Crane again, and forward comes Brown, gets an edge down towards third man. It past the outstretched hands of first slip. Keith Barker comes running down towards the boundary. Sussex looking for 3 here. Good running between the wickets, but Barker is back and gets in a very good throw over the top of the stumps. It wasn't a chance to Ian Holland at slip, but had there been a second slip, that might have been interesting. Brown goes to double figures. He's on 10. He's faced 32 balls, and Sussex to 118 for 3. The lead up to 141. Crane back to his mark. He's on his way again. Bowls, and Brown nudges that onto the onside. They think about a single, but it was behind square. And a good call by Phil Salt. That was his call at the non-striker's end. And Ben Brown was looking for the single, but Salt, a loud cry of no. And it was the right call as well, because Dale was closing in, Ajit Dale from backward square leg, as in comes Crane again and bowls, and Ben Brown this time covers up and plays quietly into the offside. There is no run. It's the end of Mason Crane's over, the end of his first over, which has cost 3 runs, and we've got 11 overs left in the day. This will be my last over of the day, and then I'm going to leave you with Kevin and Dave. So I've enjoyed your company today, Dave.
It's been lovely. Thank you very much.
Been great fun, and thank you for all your work. You'll be back tomorrow. I know Kevin's got a week off.
Yeah, Kevin's got a week off. Yeah, but so I'm very happy to be back tomorrow.
Yep. So I think Andrew Moon is going to be with us tomorrow. That's right. So we'll look forward to welcoming Andrew, and we hope we welcome you, the listeners, as well, because it promises to be a really good third day's cricket here at Hove. It's been a good first couple, and there could still be some more action here tonight. I've got another 11 overs to go. Sam North East is talking to James. The over 8 has slowed a bit actually, and is it showing us +2?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But of course, Crane will push it along a bit.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, they must be taking account of all these breaks.
Yes. In comes Fuller, running in away from us rather, bowls to Phil Salt, who, well, if he'd have hit that straight back over Fuller's head for 6, we'd have said what a shot, but in the end, the ball went past the outside edge and through to keeper McManus, and there is no run. So, I mean, any thoughts we had that Phil Salt might be playing for the Crows, I think were dispelled with that shot. And he wouldn't have been happy had he got out, but he's on 70, so what are we to say? He's made up 38 runs in the match.
Yeah.
In a low-scoring game, that's some achievement. Fuller back to his mark. 2 slips, third man, sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men back on the leg side as Fuller is in and bowls, and Salt plays quietly down to third man. They've taken 1, they're looking for 2, but again, good bit of fielding down there. Who's that out there? Is that it is Alsop who got in the throw. So Salt has to settle for the single. He goes to 71. and Sussex to 119 for 3.
He's not far off outscoring Hampshire at the minute in this match so far.
Yeah, that's interesting. 71 and 68, whatever that is. What's that?
139.
139.
So
Hampshire made 153.
Yeah, he's not far off.
Pretty much after every ball here, North East is changing the field, which is perhaps why the time is ticking by.
Yeah.
He's brought up his deep mid-wicket now to orthodox mid-wicket, so just one man back on the leg side at fine leg, 2 slips and a gully now as Fuller runs away from us. In and bowls to Brown, short pulled away by Brown, good shot by the skipper. He's going to get at least a couple, good bit of fielding again down there on the boundary. Saves the 4, and that was Felix Organ, who got round very quickly and sends in a good throw. 2 more to Brown. He goes to 12 in a minute when the scoreboard ticks over.
I got a feeling that they just queried whether Organ went over the boundary there. I don't think there was a big issue about it, but I think Brown in particular talked to Billy Taylor.
Yeah, I think they are just waiting, but now it's gone up to 12. Looked at, from where we were, it looked at, I mean, you can't tell where his feet are, but certainly the ball didn't cross the line.
No.
In comes Fuller bowls to Brown, and that kept a little low as well. That's the second one that's done that. He didn't keep as low as the one in the previous over, but I always think deliveries like that just put that little seed of doubt in the batsman's mind. Ben Brown wanders away, taps away at the crease. He's on 12, 121 for 3. So the lead is now 144 for Sussex. Fuller turns in front of us. 2 slips and a gully go down. As Fuller is in and bowls. Oh, and he hits Ben Brown around about the thigh pad, and the ball ricochets into the gully. And there is no run. So, just a reminder, BBC Sussex, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent, and you can watch the action on the live feed via the Sussex website. James Fuller is back to his mark. Keith Barker having a quick word to both him and North East. They're very much sort of the senior pros here, aren't they?
Yeah, Keith Barker has been very involved on the field. Yeah,
just sort of directing operations. As in comes Fuller, running in bowls, and Brown is 4 to ball. A good length, plays it down the track to mid-on, fielded by Barker. That's the end of the over and the end of me for the day. I'm sure some will say thank goodness for that.
Oh.
And I'm going to leave you for the last 10 overs of the day with Kevin James and with Dave Allen. And see you tomorrow, fellas.
Thank you very much. I hope nobody's thinking that. This is the last 10 overs spell now, and a bit key it is, because I think Hampshire will, for certain, need 1 wicket tonight, possibly 2. I mean, they might get to the point of a night watchman again, but these two are just pulling it back in Sussex's favour. Although again, as I was saying, they're where are they now? They're pushing up towards 3 and over again now, but it was 4 and over before the first wicket fell, so it remains still fairly tight. And it will be Mason Crane to bowl from the northern end, and that's played cautiously by Phil Salt on 71. 1 slip, nobody else in a particularly close catching position. The mid-wicket and cover are saving 1. Barker is at sort of deep gully almost. Crane bowls, and Salt again just forward plays it back up the pitch to the 2 men out on the boundary square and backward of square on the leg side. Deep mid on, deep mid off, and a cover sweeper underneath the scoreboard. And Crane comes in bowls, and it's thrown up, and Crane has in 1 or 2 loose ones in that first over, which is understandable for a legger, but he's now seen to have hit a groove, as it were, and just giving the ball a little bit of air and getting it there or thereabouts. It comes again, 4th ball of the over, and Salt drives to mid-on, and they run quickly, but they run quite safely to Sam North East, who throws the ball to Lewis McManus, and he comes through for a single, and Kevin is back and
hello.
Settled. How are you doing? All right.
Good. I got an interesting text from somebody earlier. I'm not going to say who it was from.
Here's Mason Crane. big shout, I'm sure you heard, for LBW. Looked to me, I have to say, as the ball was coming down, as if it was leg side.
I think it was for a catch down the leg side, wasn't it?
Oh, was it? Okay. Didn't get it anyway.
Well, it's not out, whatever it was.
Yeah, whatever he's appealing for, it definitely didn't happen. He comes in again, and that's just slightly shorter and wider on the off-start side. Salt looks for a single, but Barker is in. Fields, no run from that, so 1 run from the over, and over to you, Ken.
Yeah, an interesting text from somebody that was just asking a question and said that why. This was a few minutes, well, a little while ago, not too long ago, but why had the bowlers that took 6 wickets between them in the first innings had hardly bowled in the second? I.e. Ajit Dale has only bowled 4 overs in this innings, and Crane, this is he's only bowled 2 overs now. So basically, when I got that text, I don't think Crane had bowled. So that's quite an interesting one.
Yeah.
We could discuss that.
I think hard to argue against Holland's spell. Holland was absolutely terrific. 12 overs, 2 for 16. And I said that 60 for 1 when the first wicket went down. They were going at 4 and over, and they're now at less than 3 and over. And he was very responsible for that. I fancied seeing Crane earlier, I must say, but I thought it would have been a speculative choice.
Here's Fuller up the hill to Phil Salt, and it's full, and Salt works that to mid-on, and they're going to take a quick single. Barker. Not necessarily the quickest, but I think he's just deep enough to allow the batsmen, if they went straight away, which they did, to go through. 123 for 3, the lead is 146.
They're running very well, these two, which is, given that Hampshire have tightened it up in the field, and with the bowling, particularly of Holland, these quick singles, and the field is changing every time it's Brown, every time it's Salt. All of that is greatly in their favour. It's a good question that was asked, yeah. And Fuller is in what, his 11th over now.
Comes in and bowls to Ben Brown, the captain. Brown pushing forward to mid-off. They're looking for a single every ball. It's almost as if the minute the ball hits the bat, it's a single unless somebody shouts no.
Yeah.
And they've got into a good mindset out there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can just get a little bit bogged down, can't you?
I suppose the thing with Dale, possibly the way to read the thing with Dale, is that Hampshire have not really got any runs to play with, and he's least experienced by a distance. It might be no more than that, but at some point they'll probably turn to him.
Fuller again. Again, it's a good ball, and again Ben Brown watchfully plays that out towards extra cover, fielded by Dale. Yeah, it's well. I suppose if you're just going on statistics and you're looking at it for no other reason, then you could argue that Crane and Dale have bowled 6 overs between them out of 44.
Yeah.
Having taken 6 wickets in the first innings. So if you just look at it purely in that terms, then perhaps there's an argument to be made.
I guess, I certainly was quite keen on seeing Crane.
Fuller bowls, and Ben Brown again gets a good one. Can't find a gap, just plays out quietly on the offside. But again, there's the intent there the minute the ball hits the bat that there might be a single unless we say no.
I mean, the other thing to say, I thought Crane bowled very well yesterday, and I was very encouraged by it and delighted that it's his best figures in English county cricket for 3 years, so I'm not saying anything against him here, but what he got yesterday with the 3 wickets was he got 10 in 9, 10, 11, and 9 and 10 were both making their first class debut. So at the minute, Hampshire is having to be running through the top order, which is a rather different challenge.
Fuller to Brown, and Brown gets one. It keeps a little bit low, and it spews off the inside edge to mid-wicket, fielded by Holland. You do find that as this ball gets softer, that you don't really see batsmen getting full value for hitting through the line on the up, do you? It's not really that sort of pitch.
No.
You have to work hard. Fuller is more economical in this innings than he was in the first. Coming to the end of his 11th over. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet, but has conceded 28 runs. Here he comes in again. Then runs away from us and bowls, and Ben Brown leaves that one alone. Just about carries through to McManus. End of the over. 8 to do tonight. 123 for 3, the lead 146.
The other thing, it's an old adage, and I don't actually think it applies any longer on the kind of pitches that people play on now and the kind of competition and so on, but there used to be this idea that if you couldn't bowl a side out with 3-seamers, you weren't going to do it with 4. You know, I don't think it applies in these days, but because that was in the days of uncovered pitches where you'd have 3-seamers, a slow left armour and a right arm off spinner, and you could do everything, you know, but I don't really think it applies.
I think with 4-day games, Dave, as well.
Yeah.
Well, they've kept it tight on the whole. Felix Organ's been a little bit expensive. His middle over at 3 went for a few, but apart from that, they've all reasonably good economy rate.
Crane bowls, it's fairly full, and Salt takes off and gets there as North East fields at mid-on. Yeah, I thought Felix Organ was worth a try because he was theoretically bowling off breaks into Barker's footmarks. He's probably, you know, pretty rusty bowling wise. Things didn't quite go the way they might have hoped, but you know, had he got a wicket, then we'd be here saying that was a good piece of captaincy. Well done. Crane bowls. He's given the ball some air, and Brown is just forward defensively, pushes it back.
Just looking at how many runs Sussex have actually scored in the last 50 minutes. Scored 25.
Okay, and a lot of that's been scampered singles, Crane bowls, and it's a flatter ball there. Brown pushes that back. Yeah, they haven't been reaching the boundary very often, but they've been looking to run and push the field.
Scoring at 2 and over in the last 10 overs.
And did he get a hand on that?
Yeah.
It's flown past the right hand. Barker is down at third man. Had to run down to third man to get it. I don't know whether would we count that as, I guess we.
Well, yeah, definitely. It's a slip. It's gone through his hand. It went quickly because he's driven hard at it, Brown.
Okay.
But it was a top edge.
Yeah.
And it's over the head of Holland, but he's got a hand on it. It's gone quickly. That's what saved the batsman. It went quickly.
Yeah.
But it was catchable.
That Jimmy Adams down there. It is Jimmy Adams down there. Crane bowls. And just forward defensively, so that could be a rather key moment, and I'm afraid it adds to the number of catches that have.
Yeah, it was a tough one.
It was a very tough. Yeah, I mean, we'd have said, "God, what a brilliant catch that was!" He pushed it around.
It's a
the
reaction one, isn't it?
Crane bowls, and Brown just lets the ball go through, and there's. No run, it goes to McManus, and that's the end of the over. And is it another drinks break? Okay, Charles White and Jimmy Adams walking around the ground, and don't know. I guess Jimmy's not, in a sense, had a huge amount to do. Except he's probably working with these guys. But I think there is no second 11 cricket at all. Is that correct?
I haven't. I must admit, I don't know, Dave.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The academy are playing, but I don't think the second 11 have got any games at all. So they've all been cancelled. So, mind you, he's got people out there at the moment that he would be working with, people that he worked with last. I mean, Organ, for example, but certainly Dale and. Harry came, so I'll be interested in how they're doing.
So, we've got a quick break. Just a quick resume of the Sussex second innings. 123 for 3. We've had 45 overs of this second innings. Phil Salt is 74 not out off 117, and Ben Brown 14 off 50. The wickets. Tom Haynes first to go. LBW to Ian Holland for 20. We then had tea with Sussex 80 for 1. That was off 23 overs. And then after tea, Harry Finch was LBW to Holland for 10. Score then was 90. And Tom Clark caught behind down the leg side. Bit of a strangle by Lewis McManus off the bowling of Keith Barker. He went for 4. Score then was 99 for 3 as that helicopter makes a rather noisy fly pass from left to right here. It's well in front of us. So it's not flying down the line of the coast, that's for sure. It's a very noisy one indeed. And So the lead is 149 for Sussex, and we have 7 overs left on day 2.
And it's, the seagulls are gentler, really, aren't they? There's one whizzing over the window now, but Fuller to continue.
It's a fairly long spell, isn't it, from James Fuller?
Yeah.
He's 12th over, so this will be his 5th over in this spell. Is it me? I can't remember.
Yeah, it is.
It is me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Up the hill, Fuller.
Yeah,
It's always me up the hill here.
Yeah, that's right. Was it always?
Yeah, well, most of the time.
I can imagine.
Yeah, it was alright.
You do hear from some bowlers that actually they weren't always that fond of coming down the hill, that they might overstep. Is that right?
Definitely. Oh yeah, there's a few problems. Malcolm Marshall used to have a few problems coming down the hill here. But yeah, I was alright. I was alright with it. He's Fuller then bowling to Phil Salt then, just a slip, and Salt works that away on the onside to Keith Barker's right at mid-wicket. Again they jog through for a single, and Salt moves on to 75. Good game for the 23-year-old here, just to add to his 68 in the first innings. He was actually he was caught and bowled by James Fuller in the first innings. What a caught and bowled that was.
Yeah.
I mean, he very nearly was caught and bowled again, wasn't he, by the same bowler, which was, I wouldn't say it was quite as difficult, because the one in the first innings was amazingly difficult, and how he held onto it, I don't know. The second one might have been slightly easier, but one of those that, if you hang on to it, you've done well, but the harder of the two was yesterday. Good delivery there from Fuller. Ben Brown in behind that one.
And he was on 20.
Was he on 20 at the time?
So, there's a certain degree of regret there. There's a sub on, 44, who I think is Scott Curry, yeah. But I don't know who went off, I'm not sure. It might be Harry Kame. I can't see Harry Kame on at the minute. I suspect if it is, he's alright.
Here's Fuller to Ben Brown. Ben Brown's on the back foot, tries to steer that out sort of square on the offside. Got on it a little bit too early, went towards extra cover. Well, if that rain's coming, it's not looking like it's coming yet. It's been working its way over from the rest country, isn't it?
We might have to drive through it around Arundel or somewhere on the way home.
It's only a shower too, isn't it?
Yeah, it's okay, I don't mind.
I mean, I must admit, looking away to our left, which is where the weather is supposedly coming from, it does look sort of... Well, it's not blue over there, that's
more
for sure.
Overcast,
Fuller again, and Brown edges, does he? No! Plays and misses outside the off stump. Good delivery there from Fuller. Into the hands of wicketkeeper Lewis McManus. Slightly playing on the up there, Ben Brown.
150 lead.
It's fairly handy in the context of this game.
It is so far, isn't it? Yeah.
Especially when you've got 7 wickets in hand.
Well, you'd be surprised if they're not going to get over 200 lead. I mean, even if something remarkable happens now, and that begins to become a bit more demanding, they'd like a lot more, I'm sure.
Fuller to Ben Brown again, who's on 14 bowls, and Brown leaves that one alone outside the off stump. He's generated a decent amount of pace, James Fuller.
Yep.
Getting it through quite nicely on a wicket that's not been renowned for its pace. 176 Sussex in the first innings, Hampshire 153, so the lead of 150 at the moment gives you an idea of where Sussex are in this game.
When you played down here, was it the same then, that it wasn't renowned for pace?
No, not a lot of pace and not a lot of bounce.
It's interesting really, because through the 60s and early 70s there were a lot of very good seaman pace bowlers here.
Yeah. Fuller to Brown. Brown leaves alone again outside off stump.
It wasn't. I mean, there might be Sussex people who want to text me a bit like the grounds and say, well, you've forgotten so and so. But in the 60s in particular, John Snow was coming through when they first won that Gillette Cup, and they had Don Bates and Ian Thompson and some other people that Tony Buss, of course. So they were a kind of pace and seam heavy side. I wonder if in those, perhaps because you were playing in the era when they started covering pitches, perhaps when the pitches are uncovered, they were the classic English seamers with John Snow just having that extra pace. It might have been that, but they didn't have major spinners. They had a guy called Ron Bell, who I think had played at Middlesex before, but I don't think they had any major spinners through the 60s. So maybe the pitches have changed over the years here. There's a conversation going on now between Ian Gould and Lewis McManus, and Mason Crane's come off. And is that Felix Organ who's going to bowl?
Yeah.
That's a strange decision, I think. I mean, that question earlier about why haven't they bowled much? Well, he's bowled 3 overs for 7, so he didn't do much wrong, and a catch, albeit a good chance, catch went down. I suppose it's possible they're going to change ends, but
or maybe he's not feeling well. I don't know.
Maybe.
I have no idea.
There's a real delay, isn't there, at the minute? I don't quite know. Is it just?
And Mason Crane's a bit off, isn't it?
Yeah, he is. It's just a sub. Something being brought on. What is it? I mean, he's got a helmet on. Is it? Oh, okay. He's put something under the helmet. He wants a short leg. That's all it is. Okay, and the thing in his hand was only his cap that's gone in his back pocket now. So Felix Organ bowls, and it's a bit short length. Organ sprawls across Ben Brown.
It might be that Mason Crane's going to have a go up the hill.
Well, that's what I
there is
thought.
no footmarks for him to work with. The footmarks, if Organ is going to bowl, is from that far end. So it would make sense.
Three each remaining, and thinking that Sussex probably won't go greatly on the attack at the spinners in the late evening. That could well be the explanation. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, slightly interesting is the truth of it. As Organ comes in and bowls again, gives it a bit of air, and it's hit by Salt up to wideish mid-off, where Crane sprawls and fields. They take a single. Slightly interesting that Organ is ahead of Weatherly, who at one time was considered the occasional off spinner. Whether that's a thing of the past now, I don't know. I mean, Organ did have that one match last season when he took 5 for 25 against Surrey. He bowls, and Brown just nudges it round the corner, and Dale has to run in from the boundary to pick that up. They take a single. The score goes up to 129, so 152 is the... more than that. Yeah, 152. Organ bowls slightly flatter, pushed it through a bit. I can't see that there's a lot of turn from where I'm looking. I don't know. You've got the live feed on.
Yeah.
Does it look as if much is happening?
Not until he gets it in the rough.
Yeah. He tosses that one up, and Salt hits somewhat across the line. Not the most elegant of shots, really, but trots through for a single because it goes out to long on. It's the end of the over, and 153 is the lead now with 7 down, and we shall see whether Mason Crane, and it looks to me like that was the right thought, that Mason Crane is coming down, taking off his jumper and cap, looking round for the 12th man, who's now running on to relieve him with all that stuff. I'm not sure why they consider the Hampshire 12th man is safe but the umpire isn't, but I guess that's fair enough.
Well, supposedly if they're in their bubble. The umpire's not in their bubble, is he?
Okay, right.
As much of a bubble that they can create, of course.
Yeah. Well, they are changing in different dressing rooms, the umpires, aren't they? And on the far side of the ground, so they are keeping quite a long way away. So again, we shall find out whether Organ has simply bowled 1 over to change ends for Crane, or whether he will now bowl out this evening.
I would keep Organ going.
Yeah.
He's just got to land a couple in that Barker rough, but I mean, there is turn. We've said it. There's turn, but it's slow. There's no bounce, so it's not. If you're going to face turning deliveries, this wicket's not that too bad.
No.
His Crane flights it, and he's driven it into the ground. Phil Salt trying to work it away with the bottom hand on the onside. Doesn't quite work. I think he hit him on the boot in the end, and then it went out on the offside. But he does play with a bit of bottom hand, Phil Salt.
Yep.
So I would say that Crane is bowling this end for the rest of the day, which is only 5 overs left anyway, and Organ will have a couple of more overs up at the top end. Now he swept that away and missed it, and it's only just missed off stump. It's gone for the slog sweep over the leg side. There is a man out there at deep mid wicket, but Salt missed it, and it missed the off stump as well.
And Ben Brown, the captain, is coming down and having some kind of a word, I'm not sure. He's pointing. I think he's pointing to the fielders out deep on the leg side and saying, even if you connect with that, you might get out. Behave. That's my guess.
Missed the off stump by about 3 or 4 inches, that one. That's short, and that's cracked away, but straight to extra cover. Didn't find the gap there, Salt. I think that's Joe Weatherly there. He can't resist it from time to time, Phil Salt,
no.
can he? A little heave across the line. Here's Mason Crane bowls again, though. He just pulls out of his action, wasn't quite happy there. I think his foot got caught somewhere. But there's a little bit of turn for Crane, but again, it's quite slow from this end. And again, it's the lack of bounce which is making it difficult, really, to make that little bit of turn to really tell. Crane bowls, that's flighted, and Salt again with that bottom hand drives it up to mid-on, fielded by Dale. That's a single. And Salt moves on to 78, comfortably the top scorer in the game. Beat his previous 68. So he's had a good game.
Yes, he certainly has.
131 for 3. The lead is 154.
Well, it would have been very different if one of the top order of the Hampshire players had gone on to a score like this.
Crane bowls and Brown drives. Thick outside edge. That's turned and it's gone up towards the third man area, and James Fuller is running after it. They run 2. The total moves on to 133 for 3. There's always a little bit happening for Mason Crane, just to keep everybody a little bit excited. Hasn't quite worked for him yet. Worked him in the first innings, 3 wickets. Just got to bide his time a little bit. Just keep hanging in there. Maybe tomorrow's his day. Maybe tonight is, yeah.
Yeah, it could be tonight still. He's got 2 more to bowl after.
Crane to Brown, bowls, and there's the wrong one, and Brown just tucks it away behind square on the leg side. Organ fields, but there's a single. I think Brown might have picked that one.
Yeah.
134 for 3. He'll keep the strike. He's on 18.
Actually, you missed that. You know, I said to you when you were disappearing, I said to you, I can't find Pagham.
Right.
It was listed under Nye with NYE. So we found the game. What's the tune against us? Say well.
Nyes, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think Bognorides play in Nywood Lane. I think they.
They do, don't they? I thought I'd heard that name somewhere. And you're quite right. Yeah, the football club play there. The Jack Pierce Football Club. It's Felix Organ from the northern end, and it's helped round in the modern kind of helping sweep style, backward of square, down to Dale on the boundary, and they complete a single.
It was almost on one knee before the ball arrived.
Yeah. It's got a short leg in and a slip, and he bowls, and it's just gone through short cover. He admonishes himself and clearly indicates that he thinks he should have stopped that but didn't, and again they go through for a single. Well, that was Joe Weatherly out there. Mid wicket closes in. Sam Northeast comes and has a chat with Organ about the field, and he now pushes Weatherly in closer. Says, well, if you missed it out there, you better get in closer and stop it before it gets any knots on it. And actually, I don't know where he's going now. Where's he going? He's taking his cap off as if he's come to meet the Queen, and he's gone backward. Okay, he's going to a sort of square short leg. Well, I'm not sure now because he's wandering off to get a helmet. He's going to field close in somewhere on the leg side, and what's happening here is Sam Northeast is just pushing to try and get one or two more wickets and break this partnership. Yeah. So he's got two short legs, one forward a square and one backward a square, and a slip. And there's a hold on moment there as he adjusts Dale's position out on the long leg boundary. And everything's ready, and Organ comes and bowls. Quite flat and short, which neither of the short legs would have appreciated very much. And I have to say, from where we're placed, and I'm not suggesting for a moment that there's anything terribly wrong in what he did there, but Dale actually stepped over the boundary line as he fielded that. I don't think he knew that he'd done that. It wasn't an obvious thing, because he wasn't sliding or anything or rolling, he just was running along. But one of his feet went over the boundary line, and they got one instead of four, but there we go.
I'm just trying to work out why Weatherly's on the 45 catching on the leg side, and I think, because there's not enough bounce for anybody, batsman to nudge it around and it's going to carry it. I think it's more for the little sweep which we saw Ben Brown at the start of the over, just get down on one knee and just help it. And I think that's why he's there, more for that shot, where you don't actually, you play a sweep but you don't actually hit it.
Yeah. And so what Ben Brown does instead is to play a reverse sweep, and even though it was anticipated, there was nothing that Holland could do about that from slip, and the ball runs away to third man for four. At least I think it's third man. If it's a reverse sweep, maybe it ran away to fine leg for four. You understand, I'm sure.
We don't.
Raj always used to say it was cheating, didn't he? He used to say, I'm not allowed to run in as a left arm bowler and suddenly bowl right arm, so why should you be able to? He didn't like it at all. Yeah.
Yes, it's not easy for spinners when batsmen are able to sweep both sides of the wicket.
Organ bowls again. Ooh,
he's out.
Got him. That really bounced. Extraordinary. I mean, after what we've been watching, that, and I guess he just hit those footmarks, and it just bounced and turned a bit, and Brown could only nudge it to the forward of the two short legs, and so North East, it's not exactly a gamble, but an interesting strategy that North East has gone for in putting these two spinners on late in the day has paid some dividends when a stand of some significance was developing. So it's 1-4-2 for four now, and Ben Brown is out for 25, 63 balls, 74 minutes, 2 fours, and 1-4-2 for four, 165 the lead. And I was suggesting earlier that while there are some decent enough batsmen in the middle part of the Sussex side, 9-10 Jack not necessarily that strong, and if they can get 7 down for less than 200, then the target may not be that forbidding. Now, who's come in? Carson has come in, so they've sent a night watchman in, which means that 9-10 Jack are not, in a sense, quite so vulnerable, because
I think Jack Carson's batting in. I think he's batting in the right spot, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah.
I beg his pardon.
He was. He was number 6. I think he was around about 6 in the first innings. Yeah.
Who was he?
He was the 8th wicket down.
No, he was 9.
Was he 9?
Yeah,
how can he be 9?
He's come in ahead of Rawlins, Galton and Robinson.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So he is a night watchman.
Yeah. Okay.
It's clouded over now. I don't think we're going to get rain. I don't think we're going to lose the last 3 overs. That was the end of the over, incidentally. I don't think we're going to lose the last 3 overs.
Harry Kane was the catcher there at short leg, and I think I was looking on the feed there, and it didn't bounce out of Barker's rough, and I think that's what surprised Ben Brown, because it did bounce, and it's probably one of the very few from a spinner that actually has bounced.
Yeah.
And yet it didn't come out of the rough, so I think Ben Brown can be forgiven a little bit for looking surprised.
Yeah.
Here's Mason Crane and bowls. He's got men around the bat on the offside, but Salt pushes forward back to the bowler, and there's no run. Those men around the bat are at first slip and second slip, so waiting for the one that just turns, catches the outside edge. Maybe a drive that Salt plays, so it'll certainly carry. If he plays with dead bat, well, it'd be interesting to see if it does, but Here's Crane, bowls again. Salt pushes forward. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump. Now Crane's asking for the LBW. No, says Ian Gould. But Salt was beaten all ends up.
Manus took the bails off as well. Did it just deflect off pad and he took it? Well, it must be LBW because he was shouting at the bowler's end umpire. He wasn't asking Billy Taylor, so yeah.
That's an interesting line from Crane. I tell you what, I reckon that pitched maybe outside leg stump. I think it was the miracle Shane Warne ball, that one.
Oh, okay.
But didn't hit the off stump, unfortunately. That one's gone on with the arm, so Salt has took that away square on the leg side. McManus is quickly around from behind the stumps. Good running. Salt gets away from the strike. He's on 80, 143 for 4. That did turn. I looked at it on the live feed. It looked as though I tell you what, it may have pitched leg stump, but I reckon it actually pitched just outside leg and beat the off stump.
Crane is chatting to Salt, who's at the bowler's end, and to Ian Gould. Whether it's a amicable chat or whether he's suggesting that he was rather lucky, and we won't know, of course.
So, 19-year-old Jack Carson to face his first delivery in the second innings. He made just 5 in the first.
Extra close fielders.
You've got to put pressure on him. 4 men round the bat as Crane comes in, flights it and cries forward. Now what they're appealing for there, he's gone. Now Carson doesn't look happy at all. You've got to get off, mate.
Oh dear.
You've got to get off. He is not happy at all. He is walking off. But he's still looking at Ian Gould now as he does so. I think he did. Was up. I need to look at this again on the replay. Crane bowls. Lewis McManus. I don't think it's at the Gould. He wasn't happy with that decision. Into the wickets.
And back again. There is a match referee, isn't there, Kev, in this? Is it
yes, it's
Graham.
Yeah, Graham Cowdery.
I think he might just get told off. Actually, I feel very sorry for him. He's a young man, and obviously, you know, you have to see too many kids. Side down. But yeah,
I mean that's a good ball.
Some points or something.
2 wickets, 1 run. Sussex have lost, and a little bit like Hampshire last night, losing 3 quick wickets. Sussex are losing quick wickets here as we head towards the end of day 2. 143 for 5. That was a wicked delivery from Mason Crane. That one. Ian Gould and Billy Taylor are having a chat in the middle. I don't know if they were. They're just having a chat about that. So listen, don't get me wrong. I don't think the reaction was bad. I just think it was obvious.
Yeah.
I say to those watching, there aren't many watching.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But it was obvious that he didn't like the decision.
Yeah.
But to be fair, it was only a couple of seconds and then he walked off. But it was given out caught behind, so Lewis McManus claims another catch. I wasn't quite sure if it might have just clipped the pad as it went through first, because he wasn't that far forward. But it caught the outside edge, and he's gone. With men around the bat, here comes Crane over the wicket, slightly short, and Rawlins tries to clip that away on the leg side. It hits his pad and fielded at leg slip. One more ball left.
You'll be glued to the radio all day tomorrow, Kev, listening to us.
I've got 4 days off, Dave.
Yeah.
As much as I'd love to be. I might have a look at the score at the end of the day, but that's about as far as I'll go.
Yeah.
I might. I mean, if I remember quite. It's outside off stump, and Delray Rawlins leaves that one alone. Good over there from Mason Crane. And he's still got another over to come before the end of day 2. Yeah, I might. I'm not saying I'll be able to tune in, but I might. Sure. I might do. I don't think I've got time tomorrow, but I might do.
Are you actually travelling tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm travelling tomorrow. That's why I really. Although I'm not travelling all day, it's just I'm with family, and it's.
Sure.
I don't think it'd look right if I'm disappearing all the time listening on my phone. But I will check the score from time to time. Definitely.
Well, it does continue to be intriguing and enthralling, this game. There's no doubt about that. An awful lot big LBW, I suspect it might have been going down leg if it's not given.
That looked, even though we're on a slight angle, that looked as though it did too much, Dave.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still got the 2 short legs in there and didn't play it particularly well. That one didn't bounce. But, he got some confidence from the last one. And I got a feeling he might have got a nick on that from the reaction of the players. It didn't get up at all. It went in and out of McManus's gloves. I can't see because we're looking at McManus's back.
Oh no, I don't know. I think he hit it into the ground and it nearly touched off stump.
Okay.
I mean, you get quite a good view on the live feed.
Right. And he's out. He decides that he's going to take Organ on, and he hits it straight to mid-on, and that's extraordinary really. Big shout for Elwood W first ball, almost played it on second ball, and at the start of this over I did say a great deal might depend now on how long Salt is in, and 3 balls later he's gone. The score is 143 for 6, and once again this game is being transformed. There have been a couple of occasions today where it really looked like it was running away from Hampshire, and now the lead is 168. Phil Salt has been terrific. 80 runs, 134 balls, 225 minutes. Really, really good innings, but he won't be pleased with himself, and I think 1 or 2 people in the dressing room might be suggesting that with less than 2 overs to go, that was not quite the shot to play.
I think someone's hit the panic button. There's a panic button in the Sussex dressing room somewhere.
Adrian's in the little room on his own there with his head in his hands at this point, looking despairing. So I said earlier that when Brown and Salt were going well, that Hampshire needed to get 2 wickets tonight. They got 3, it just is. This is a great game of cricket. I'm really, really loving this.
Hampshire lost 3 for 16 last night before the end of play. Sussex have lost 3 for 1.
Yeah, I'm just absolutely loving this. We've had to wait an awful long time for it, but it was. You could almost say it was worth the wait. He's to bowl to the left-handed Garden, and he's going to bowl round the wicket, which of course Offie's generally like to do, and he's got 4 men round the bat, forward and backwards, slip, silly point, leg slip almost, forward short leg, and Garton, who batted very well yesterday and bowled very well as well, has had a good game so far. It doesn't time that, it just hits that out on the offside, and that's fielded. The Hampshire players will be on their toes now. Don't want to be conceding any unnecessary runs. Organ bolts and Garton is forward. It's one of those. There's always more shouting when the slower bowlers are on. There's always more excitement, and you will hear it on the effects mic. But I think he hit that fairly solidly in the middle of the bat. Organ, last ball of the over, comes in, tosses that up, just pushes it out on the onside, no run. Another very good over, 143 for 6, with 1 over to go at 6:23 in the evening. Organ, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 28. Crane, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12.
Little purple spell here for Hampshire. I think Sussex will be happy to have day 2 end. Hampshire would want it to go on for another hour at least. They've just found that little sort of momentum, and it's this is a big 6 balls really. Another wicket here, and well, let's not get too greedy, but another wicket here really will confirm Hampshire winning this session. Sussex won the first 2 sessions today and got themselves in a decent position. Certainly at tee. That's pushed out on the leg side by Rawlings. That's going to be 4 runs to start this last over of the day. And that will take the total on to 147.
I suppose in the last over of the day, even in this situation, if the ball's there to hit, you might as well hit it. But not everybody would have played that shot at this point.
But as we see again, the ball getting softer and older, and it brings wickets.
Yeah, it happened in all 3 innings, hasn't it?
5 balls to go. Here's Crane to Rawlings. Rawlings well forward and make sure that ball is pushed along the ground out on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, Sussex 80 for 1. Led Hampshire by 103. Decent position there with Phil Salt on 51 not out. This has been Hampshire's session.
And there's almost 40 overs until the new ball, so if we get to the new ball, Sussex will have a pretty big lead, which you know.
Rawlings sweeps away from off stump, and that's going for 4. Oh, it's 6. I tell a lie. That's a flat sweep. My word, Fuller ran round from behind square on the leg side, stuck out a hand. I thought that must have bounced before it, but it didn't. It was in the air.
Goodness me.
And Rawlings has really got hold of that, and that was almost a catch then.
Well, I was going to say, if that had gone to Fuller as a catch, I think there would have been some pretty harsh words in the dressing room, to be honest, with 3 balls remaining.
Well, Rawlings has gone on to 10. He's playing it like a T20.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. 10 off 5 balls when they just lost 3 for 1.
Yeah.
It's quite difficult to call this game. Every time you think something, there's a pattern to it, suddenly the pattern changes.
Rawlings is certainly doing his best to change it.
They're having a bit of a discussion about whether... Oh, no, they're not. No. Are they having a bit of a discussion about whether it's a 6?
No, I think they clearly feel that Rawlings is going to do that again, so they've reinforced that leg side. Dale's going out to deep mid-wicket.
I just thought that Billy Taylor was having conversation, but maybe not.
3 balls left of the day then. I've got a feeling something's going to happen one way or another in these last 3 balls. I can't believe Rawlings is just going to block 3. And I think Mason Crane is going to produce a perler somewhere, so stay with us. Here's Crane, bowls, and Rawlings leaves that one alone. That's the googly. It was just outside off stump. He just got that a little bit too wide, Mason Crane. Well read by Rawlings.
What's this? 176 now.
Yeah. And, yeah, I was just watching that on the live feed. That's definitely the googly there, but it's got the line slightly wrong. Here we go, 2 balls left. Here's Crane, bowls to Rawlings. Rawlings on the back foot, works that away behind square on the leg side. He won't have to face the last ball. He's away from the strike. 11 off 7. He says, what's all the fuss?
Garton might be a little more circumspect, I suppose. Mind you, half an hour of Rawlings batting like that in the morning would complicate things for Hampshire, wouldn't they? And improve things considerably for Sussex. Crane going round the wicket.
Yeah. So last ball of day 2 then. Slightly clouded over, and a finish not in sunshine, that's for sure. Here we go then. And Crane bowls, Garton's on the back foot. It turns, he tucks that away behind square on the leg side. He'll also pick up a single. And Sussex will end day 2 on 155 for 6, with Rawlings on 11, Garton on 1, and that lead for Sussex going into day 3 is 178. Good day that, Dave.
Great day. Really, really enjoyable cricket so far. Looking forward to the next 2 days hugely. Really lovely. Have a good break, Kev.
I will, don't worry about that. So thank you, Dave. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your texts and tweets. We had a great time actually this afternoon talking about Sussex grounds and all sorts of other stuff. Hampshire winning the first, Sussex winning the first 2 sessions, but Hampshire coming back in that last session, picking up 5 wickets since tea, and those last 3 wickets picked up for just 1 run, including Phil Salt, who batted again superbly once more. He made 80 to go with his first innings half century, in fact 68 he made. Join us again, well not me, I'm not here. Andy Moon, my colleague at BBC Radio Sun, will be here alongside Adrian and Dave. Join us again at 11.